Love to see you on social media. I request everyone who is outside, please make your way inside the auditorium. We've got lots of invigorating sessions lined up on day 2 of IVCA Conclave. So do make your way inside so we can kickstart the function. I also want to request everyone to please have your registration badges with you at all times. And please put your mobile phones on silent or on airplane mode through the sessions.
Just redefining our consumption patterns and driving policy changes across the world, but could also fundamentally change the way the companies operate and could potentially alter the global trade route maps. As brands revisit their business models to cater to this shift in consumption patterns and a rapidly evolving regulatory landscape, there would be tremendous opportunities in both debt and equity financing across these value chains. Our ESG First Fund provides non-dilutive capital to small and medium businesses who are operating within such supply chains, not just to adapt and survive, but to benefit and scale from this, what we believe is a multi-decadal fundamental shift. At the IVCA Conclave, I look forward to meeting like-minded investors who are as committed to investing in building a sustainable and inclusive world as.
Hi, this is Amit Agarwal and I represent Edelweiss Alternatives, which is one of the largest asset managers in the alternatives industry in India, managing more than $6.5 billion. Of this, we have almost $4.5 billion in private credit. We are the pioneers of private credit, and we believe that this industry is touted to be almost $100 billion over the next decade. Private credit provides bespoke financing solutions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the function, the IVCA Conclave. I request everyone to please enter the auditorium. Please take your seats, put your mobile phones on silent, and just going to repeat that we do have the QR code. You can scan it at any point in time. It's all over. It's been put up outside as well as over here on our screens. And do make sure that you scan the QR code and view the pictures and the photographs that took place yesterday. Some very interesting sessions as we got deep and very thorough insights into the outlook of alternate investments in India, private capital, as well as how the overall investment landscape looks. Very promising. And the future as well of private capital and alternate investment is looking fairly opportunistic. Those are some of the key takeaways from yesterday. I think it's time to kickstart day 2. So if we can please have everyone who is gathered outside make their way inside the auditorium. We've got a great guest lineup today. We've got Shaurya Doval who will be joining in, Anant Narayan, as well as S. Srinivasan, Nipun Sahani, as well as Ashley Menezes, lots of prominent voices who will be with us today. So request you all to please make your way inside the auditorium. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to, for the last time, request everyone who's outside to please make their way inside so we can kickstart day 2 of the IVCA Conclave 2024. Good morning, everyone, and I'm your host, Avan Dabash. As you know, we had an action-packed day 1. We had the privilege of hearing from some top VCs, CEOs, technocrats, PE honchos, and day 2, let me tell you, promises to be equally exciting and invigorating. Today, as I said, we've got some very illustrious speakers who will be joining us. For instance, we have Shaurya Doval, we've got Anant Narayan, Ashley Menezes, Nipun Sahani, to just name a few. And then, of course, later on in the evening, the moment we've all been waiting for, the IVCA Alternate Capital Excellence Awards 2024 that will be declared at the latter part of the evening, and that's something that... All right, so let's get straight to it then and mark the beginning of the much-awaited Day 2. Now, to set the tone for the day, we have a keynote address from none other than Mr. Shaurya Doval. He is the founder of the India Foundation, which is a think tank that is associated with the government of India. In fact, he is the founding director and the member of the Governing Council of India Foundation and the director of Torch Investment Management. He has worked with financial institutions such as GE Capital, Morgan Stanley, Arthur Andersen, Zeus Capital, as well as Greater Pacific Capital. Mr. Doval has had an MBA from the University of Chicago as well as the London Business School, and he's a qualified chartered accountant. He's an Eisenhower Fellow from India for 2015 and has received the Udyog Ratna Award 2012 for his contribution to the power sector. A very distinguished voice and one that you do not want to miss. So ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome for the keynote address by Mr. Shaurya Doval.
Good morning, everybody. I know it's early morning on the second day, and this is probably not the best session for everybody to be speaking with, because I guess you're all trooping in for what looks like an exciting day. But this was the only time, unfortunately, that worked for me. So I'm grateful to the organizers of the IVCA for giving me the opportunity to come and speak with you. And it is both a privilege, and an honor to be here today, particularly for me because, I am also a practitioner of this industry. Of course, not so much in India, but speaking at a forum like this feels like speaking at home. And I wear a couple of other hats, and I do a bit of public speaking. I have to go to many places to speak, but it's always good to speak to your own fraternity. Ideally, I don't like to give bhashans and lectures, because as part of my other job, I do it all the time. So in another world, I would have liked to make this a dialogue, but given the format of what it is and the time that I have, they suggested that I give a talk. So I'll try and be short. I would like, if time permits, for you to ask me some questions if you have. But I tell the organizers that if I run over time, like a true politician, please let me know so I can stop. As I was thinking about today, I just thought, what should I talk? The organizers were kind enough to let me decide. They didn't really give me a topic as such. And I just thought that, many people will come over the next 2 days, and you all practitioners, and as practitioners, they'll tell you about the specifics of your industry. I work in a think tank, so, I'm lucky enough to get a slightly wider perspective of what is going around. So I thought that, I'll take this opportunity, whatever 15, 20 minutes that I have, to talk to you about how and where we are as a country and where we are heading. And I know you all are not in public life, but I think as alternative investors, and in the alternative investment class, it is very, very important to understand what is the context in which you are operating. Because, the nature of our trade is, unlike the people in the public markets, the nature of our trade is that we are by default asked to take calls over a 3-year, 5-year period. And those periods are not just determined by the companies that we invest in, or the businesses that we invest in, but the macro environment in which we are operating. And sometimes it is the macro trends that actually, completely derail us from, our investment objectives. So it's broadly understanding, because we are patient capital, and therefore to be able to see through the short-term trends, to see where the secular line of the context in which we are operating is moving. And I think in that light, when one gets a chance to get this wider perspective, and as in finance, very early in my life when I was on Wall Street, we learned one very simple thing, that trend is your best friend. So if you get the trend right, you are broadly in good company. And so the question on the table today is that as India, as investors in India, are we on the right trend? Is this trend that we are looking at the right place to be doing business at all in the first place? And I would say that, the answer is an overwhelming yes. As a matter of fact, there is no other place in the world, and there is no other place in the world that we can predict over the next 25 years which could offer a better investment option than India. And why do I say that? And I'll try and break it up into broadly three heads. You know, we have, as a nation, completed about 75 years of our independence. And we are now in the trajectory where over the next 25 years, we will hit in 2047, 100 years of our independence. So these 25 years are, you know, the sort of from all practical purposes, the next trajectory of India's, or the next orbital shift in India's journey as a nation. And then if you sit back and look at it from three broad angles, which I will cover. You know, the sort of the social angle, which is how as a country internally we are. Little dwell on our global standing, which is our external angle. And then I will talk about the third aspect, which is of most relevance to you, but very intertied to the first two, as I said, our own economic trajectory. To give you sort of a 360 view of where the opportunities and risks from all these three areas emanate. And that, to that extent, they will become relevant to you as you think about your own specific investments, your own specific companies. So let's start with the first thing, which is the social angle. You know, social angle of a country, or being in a country, is like oxygen. On a good day, nobody ever thanks you by saying, ki yaar, itni oxygen hai, hum aaram se we are able to breathe. But if somebody just tries to suffocate you for 30 seconds with a pillow on your head, you actually realize what a privilege it is to breathe. So the very fact that today we live in a nation of 140 crore people should not be taken for granted. There was nowhere written that actually we were destined to be in a country which is safe, secure, and stable, that we could sit here on a Tuesday morning and take it for granted that we will all come back and safely go back to our homes with our children, with our families. Because niche, and you know, this looks obvious to us, but wasn't obvious. And I'll just give you a little bit perspective. You just have to look just around us. Nations on our right, on our left, on our south of us, everywhere they are falling apart. And this is not exactly how the English left us. Actually, 75 years ago, the English left us with a completely emaciated, broken nation after their 250 years of colonization, and if I take the another 500 years, literally after 1,000 years of colonization, in 1947, India was not even a nation. It was a civilizational state. There were 560 principalities that had never been a nation in their history. The sworn enemies of Jodhpur was Jaipur. That was the state. So nobody had a concept of India as a nation. That is where we start our journey 75 years ago. And we start our journey 75 years ago as a completely poverty-stricken, malnutritioned nation. 6%, so much so for the British education, 6% is the only literacy rate they leave us with. And on an average, between 1939 and 1947, 1 million Indians, 10 lakh Indians die of hunger and disease every year. In 1942, 60 lakh people die in the Bengal famine. So that's your ground zero. Now, from there, you start your journey. Over these 75 years, you see countries like small countries, and this was not just our experience. Within 10 years of our independence, pretty much all of colonization ended from Africa to Southeast Asia. Now look, over the last 75 years, nation after nation that was colonized brutally went from, violence to breaking up to civil strife and conflict. Small countries like Sri Lanka could not handle independence, and it took them like 30, 40 years of extreme violence. Country like Pakistan split into two nations within 25 years of its existence. Afghanistan, another story. You know, Africa, we know what the kind of violence and, problems all related to colonization. I mean, you can't go to Africa, even today, to many parts of Africa. So this wasn't for granted that we as a nation would be would survive. As a matter of fact, the Churchill used to say, India is as much of a nation as the equator. And there was a book written, and the British were convinced that as soon as we leave, this country will split into multiple countries. And even if it doesn't split, it will be constant violence. By and large, in the last 75 years, with some concentrated areas, maybe the northeast and Kashmir, and for some time in Punjab, and even now, we have ensured that there is no violence. That today we are a nation as a whole. From Kanyakumari to Kashmir, everybody in this country now lives under a single flag. By and large, we have peace. We have law and order. We can look towards a safe and secure future. I mean, you will only do investments if you know that you will be around to see it tomorrow, right? If you just go a few 200 from Bombay, fly a few hundred nautical miles west of yourself, and that is not something you take for granted in a Pakistan of today. They started their journey with us. So, we as a nation first are now completely weaved into our nation. And with every passing year, the social integration of us as a country becomes more and more. As we become more urbanized, as some of the past infirmities like caste, etc., start going away, we have more intercaste marriages, we have people move across countries. Today, India is a much more integrated nation than it was 75 years ago. And in the next 25 years, as we look out, it will be even more integrated. All the sub-identities will disappear more or less, and they will weave into a nation bound very strongly by our constitutional structure. And I think this is something, as private equity investors, we must be very, very conscious of, and we must be very grateful to the planners of this nation to have got us this far. And as a matter of fact, I always say that the first 75 years were the most difficult ones. It will now become increasingly easier for us as a nation over the next 25 years to weave ourselves into nation. Yes, there will continue to be small problems here and there, etc. But if you take a 30,000 view, 140 crore Indians, which is 20% nearly of the world's population, under a single flag, under a single identity, and operating as a single nation state, is a great achievement. Yes, we have some challenges. We still need to work on a couple of things that move us, and we need to continue to improve, because we cannot leave in any social structure any marginalization. No section of society should feel marginalized, whether it is the women in our country, and we need to do a lot of work in that area, whether it is what we now are seeing, the north-south divide in terms of economic growth. That's something we need to bridge. There are fissures in the Indian society that have historically existed, whether they are between castes, whether they're between religion. Those need to be further bridged. We need to bring out that thing. And then slowly we have to go, which you've already seen in the last 10 years, an accelerated push to becoming a rule-based society, where the rule of law over the individual is more supreme. And slowly as we, even this, the malaise of corruption, which is seeded in our society as an instrument of colonization, is also starts to recede from our civil life as we become a more rule-based system. So by and large, on the first pivot, if not a 9 out of 10, the very fact that we are now surviving as a nation, we can easily say we are about an 8 on 10 as far as our social angle is concerned. Second point, a second pivot, our global standing. As Indians, even if we achieve social peace, even if we have woven in the nation, because we live in a world of relativity, are we a respected nation? Are we a respected people? Do we count as a nation? I think this journey also, we have traversed a huge distance. As I said, after 1,000 years of colonizations, we were nothing but slaves. In August of 1947, we had, today, history is short, people forget, we had no standing. We were countries had won and countries had got defeated. And as part of the Second World War, there were rulers and there were slaves. And we were slaves. And the world also looked at us like that. And, and so from there we start our journey. As a matter of fact, I don't know if many of you know that in 1947, the Americans came to us and said, this was a broken India. The country's leaders had just contested a country where, as I said, people had died of famine, hunger, we had nothing. The Americans came and said, we want you to be an agriculture nation. We want you to rule of competitive advantage. You become a nation of become the food basket of the world. And so we will provide you everything. We'll provide you the machinery. We'll provide you the fertilizers, the harvesters. But we have one condition. You will not do any industrialization. You will not build any factories. You will not build any institute. You just become agriculture, and we become part of the NATO alliance, and we will provide your security. Imagine the Constituent Assembly and the leaders of that country at that time and the people who ran that country. What did they say? They said, no. Even if we don't, we are going to start building it inch by inch. So we start our IITs, we start our steel, we build up a steel plant in Bokaro, in Bhilai. Actually, that was the reason we went to Russians, because nobody was willing to help us. Nobody, and we start our own independent movement from there, which is called the non-aligned movement. Just a bunch of people, all small nations. Nobody's listening to us. Nobody's talking to us, right? Nobody thinks we are relevant, right? From there, India starts a journey, inch by inch. Now, fast forward it 75 years. And this is, by the way, not only journey of Indians, of India, this is the journey of Indians, because equal number of Indians now start moving out and start creating globally over the last 75 years the Indian diaspora. India's 75 years later, let's look at the scorecard. Where are we today? From, as I said, a nation dying of hunger and food, you just had COVID. Today, under the same roof, where when we got independence, our population was 30 crore people. And 2 food baskets of our nation had been taken away from us. On the west, we had lost our wheat basket to Pakistan, West Pakistan, and the rice basket to what is then East Pakistan and now Bangladesh. Today, under the same roof, from 30 crore people, same land not 1 inch more, we are 140 crore people. And God forbid, even if 1 Indian dies of hunger, it's a national news. As a matter of fact, today we have got 15% more food than we can consume. We are the only developing nation at a 3,000 per capita income that loses 15% of our food because we don't have enough places to keep. When COVID hit, we did not need the world. We had our own medicines, we had our own food, and we could look after 140 crore people day in and day out, right? And there was no problem. So that is where we move in 75 years. In terms of hard power, we are today the net guarantors of global security from the Arabian Sea to the Strait of Malacca. We are a nuclear power. We are a standing army of 1.4 million. Today, the global security order rests on 3 or 4 nations: the United States, India, maybe China, and to some extent Japan. But we are the net guarantors of global security as the world looks of a safe, and again, it's relevant for you guys as private equity people, because if you're going to invest, you're going to take a 3 or 5 year place. You don't want to be investing in a country where there is civil war, where there is, people killing, or a country that faces external threats. You just look at what is happening to people in Gaza or in Ukraine. As a nation today, India's security is guaranteed and becomes better every day. So not only do we have the hard power that the world historically respected, but we also have the soft power. Today, the Indian diaspora all over the world actually influences and shapes global policies. We have prime ministers, we have presidents, we represent significant community in every part of the world. And this is just in a phase of 75 years. So over the next 25 years, this is irrespective of the political regimes, this is just going to increase more and more. We're going to continue to see India's rising. And today, that's already reflected, right? We are part of the G20. We're part of the G7 for all practical purposes. As a matter of fact, the G7 without us is irrelevant. It's the same people, when they used to sit, we'd stand outside the door and they would tell us what to do. Today, they are here in India asking us, what do you think we should do? And we are setting the agenda. And by the way, our agenda isn't short. We aren't saying this is good enough. We're saying in 2047, we will be the global Vishwaguru. We will set not only the agenda, we will decide what will be the agenda for the coming time. So for a nation of 1,000 years of colonization, as I said, which would have been split into multiple pieces, 75 years later, you are on a winning track. You are on a track that over the next 25, if we just continue to do what we are doing, and we, by and large, we will be there. Yes, as I said, a few risks remains. We live in a very difficult neighborhood. We are by and large controlled. Terrorism is an issue. We had a Western neighbor who we have by and large ensured has degraded capabilities now to be able to cause pain and inconvenience to us. But yes, we have a neighbor in China who will resist our rise of our political class. So to that extent, we need to manage our environment, and we remain conscious that strife can potentially disrupt our trajectory. And then secondly, of course, with any rising power, whether it's money or thing, we have to ensure that this arrogance doesn't get to our heads. That, we continue to live by the values which are India. That is, as we go and become the Vishwaguru, as we sit on the high table of global world order, we actually have something to tell the world which is really Indian and which is different from the way the world has historically been run. And I think as India comes, as long as we can ensure that we manage these risks, I think we should be in good order. So again, if you look, not a bad scorecard for 75 years. And then, of course, finally, we come to the economic side of things, which I think is something which, all of you, I really believe in this room, have a very important role to contribute to. And I think the country is looking to people like yourself to be able to help in that process. This is another interesting journey. And I don't, so again, if one just looks at it from a perspective of how far we have come, it's just staggering. So every day we complain, roads nahi hai, politicians chor hain, desh mein itna noise hai, kuch nahi ho raha, yahan se America chalte hain, duniya mein sab. Constantly cribbing, we have media utha lo, TV dekh lo, as a society. But just look at the scorecard, 75 years. English, the British leave you in 1947 with an economy of, I try and wind up quickly. The British leave you with an economy of $30 billion, a GDP of $30 billion. It takes you 60 years. You are about, it takes you in the first 50 years, you become somewhere around 300 million. So if you look late 90s of India, we are at a GDP of about 350 million. It takes us 60 years. In 2007, we crossed a $1 trillion GDP. So out of the 20-odd nations and the 200-odd nations of the world, we come from a 30 billion, which is virtually zero, to becoming a $1 trillion economy in 2007. Between 2007 to 2014, 7 years later, what we've achieved in 60 years, we double it to 2 billion. From 2014 to 2019, what took us 60 years, then 7 years, then it takes us 5 years to become a $3 trillion economy. And then, with the last 5 years, we're just about crossed 4 trillion. And by the time we become a $5 trillion economy or a $6 trillion economy over the next 5-7 years, 2 states in India might actually become a $1 trillion economy in themselves, whether it's Maharashtra or Tamil Nadu or UP. So we will have a couple of G20 countries in our own country by the time we hit a $5, $6, $7 trillion economy. And so now we are on what Einstein called the rolling power, the eighth miracle of the world, which is the power of momentum. So I say that even if Mayawati becomes the Prime Minister of India, nobody can stop India's growth to becoming somewhere between, and how you model it, between a 7% or a 9% growth rate, between a $30 trillion economy to a $50 trillion economy by the time you hit 100 years of independence. So just look at the staggering growth that India has achieved with all this noise, from $30 billion to $1 trillion, to a 4 trillion, and now just on the power of momentum will hit by its 100 years somewhere between 20 to $50 trillion. And as I said, how was this assured and guaranteed that this was going to happen? Had the first two things, our social order, our international standing, not been there, we would not have been able to achieve the model which is predicated on individual enterprise and growth. It is not a state-run, top-down approach. So I think by and large, if you look at India's growth over the next 25 years and you think about the fundamentals in the environment that you operate, you are actually development, We still need to reform our bureaucracy and increase the role of the private sector of how we can use that, because they will be the instruments of our future growth. And we have a huge problem of employment that we have to absorb. We have about 1 million people coming into the workforce every company dhundna karna, even if we had been lazy investors, we would have made 33 times our money on the public markets. And if you, with the same model, if you just correlate our growth of our stock market to our GDP growth rate, and depending upon what growth rate you take, if you sit back home and invest your money, over the next 25 years, you will make sometime between 7 times to 17 times. Right, depending upon where India lands in 2047. So, you even got them. So your hard work really starts from this. As a private equity guys, if we do less than this, we should just pack up and go home, because ye to hamara tailwind hai. There's future ahead of us, and then I think as history gets written over the next, at the end of 100 years, and we will laud our scientists who got us this far, our agriculturists, our security folks, our administrators, even our politicians. I think somewhere somebody will be able to say as an industry that was the private equity industry that helped transform India from a $3 trillion GDP to a $30 trillion. So with that hope and aspiration, I wish you all the best in this contribution to the nation, and wish that you continue to strive in whatever you're doing while you make money, also help make this a better nation. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Mr. Doval, thank you so very much. I request you to please stay on stage. I would like to invite Ashley Menezes, who is the Vice Chairperson at IVCA, Partner and COO at CRISCAP, to please hand over a small token of our appreciation. And some real great takeaways, wasn't it? No place to offer a better investment option than in India. India clearly is now a country that is shaping global policies. And of course, the value of the dollar investment now 33 times in the year 2024. Mr. Doval also beautifully laid out how now India is a more integrated nation than ever before. Thank you for that, sir. Let's get a move on, and we have a very special guest joining in, so it's only getting better and better. Shri Anant Narayan, who is a whole-time member at SEBI, and along with him, we have S. Srinivasan, popularly called Srini. He heads Kotak Alternate Asset Managers Limited, joining in for a fireside discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Morning, everybody. After that invigorating address by Doval, it's my privilege to have the whole-time member of SEBI, Sri Anant Narayan, here for an open and frank chat with all of you. In many ways, Anant, as a nation, we sort of leapfrog from fixed-line phones to mobile phones. Similarly, while the private equity industry in other parts of the world was anchored by institutional investor, our industry, which has grown to a significant size today, insofar as domestic investors are concerned, have actually got a majority participation from non-institutional investors. Obviously, as a regulator, that poses a number of interesting questions and challenges. And the industry, of course, has been responding to a flurry of new notifications, consultations, etc. From your perspective, the recent regulatory changes, etc., that has been brought about for the betterment of the industry is also throwing up interesting data points for you. I know it's early days, but I would like you to share some early insights that you're getting from the data that you're seeing, because this was not an industry that a lot of data was easily available, but now with all the changes, I guess you're getting to see the first signs of that. So maybe you can share that with all of us here.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Srini, and thanks, IVCA, for arranging this. I think it's fitting that we have this after that lovely, invigorating talk. We have a bit of a dampener with the regulator sitting out here. Look, I think it's been an amazing journey so far for you folks, so more power to you. You would have seen the December data of the AIF industry that's been put out on the SEBI website. The commitments now have reached 10.8 lakh crores. That's 10.8 trillion. This has been I think a 44% increase year on year on the total size of the commitment. So for all of funding winter and all of that, we are still going great guns as far as the AIF commitments are concerned. Actual investments have touched 4 lakh crores, and that's again shown a 35% compounded annual growth rate over the last 5 years. And some of the data that we now get from you guys, it's all essentially self-reported, indicates the depth of this increase, right? So, for instance, there are now about 1.4 lakh investors, Srini, that we count in the entire AIF ecosystem so far, and the numbers are growing quite rapidly. There admittedly will be need for deduplication here, so it's not a deduplicated data, but nevertheless, 1.4 lakh is quite a decent number. In terms of commitment, if I remember the numbers right, it's about 50% foreign, 50% domestic. In terms of investments, it's about 35% foreign and 65% domestic. So it's still, actual investments are still heavily weighted towards domestic. Look, it's still very, very early days to come up with meaningful analysis on the data, because a lot of the things about, demat of the liabilities, the units, demat of the assets is still underway right now. It's not complete. So we don't have the full picture as yet. Nevertheless, the little data that we have is throwing up some interesting nuggets. In fact, I will sit with IVCA and you folks separately, whoever is interested, and try and make sense of some of this data. Things I can remember off the top of my head. For some strange reason, the actual investments for funds which have closed so far, from 2012 to date, seem to be only about 60-65% of the commitments. Now, this is weighted by value. So this is something that we would love to explore a little more with the industry as to why that's happening. Or is it, first of all, are we interpreting the data right? I think that's an interesting data point. Only about 7% of this actual investments goes into startups as defined by DPIIT. Now, we can argue about DPIIT, is it really representative and all of that, but nevertheless, it's an interesting data point, I thought. Some other interesting data points which pique our interest. When it comes to valuations, we are seeing a series of valuations that are kind of stale and remain the same for a long period of time, sometimes for more than a year, sometimes for a couple of years, sometimes for even more than that. We're also seeing sharp drops in valuation as a fund comes close to its maturity.
And I think you put out some regulatory framework that one would like the industry to follow as well. So maybe you want to sort of...
Yeah, so look, here is where, and I want to compliment IVCA and the PEVC, CFO, and other associations which are in dialogue with us. I think the level of dialogue between the industry and the regulator and other stakeholders has definitely seen a fillip over the last 1 year. So kudos to all of you for that. And having been in industry myself, not in the private equity industry, but in traded markets, I think this dialogue is so important. Often we stakeholders, talk past each other rather than talking to each other. And that's never constructive for any of us, neither for you, nor for the industry as a whole, nor for us as a regulator. So let me try and explain to you what our concerns are. And not just for SEBI, but I probably also reflect the views of RBI or IRDA out here. Look, we are seeing a situation where, and I know some of you get upset when I say this because I keep saying this, but we are seeing situations where the AIF structure has been used to circumvent existing financial sector regulations. In fact, some of you here in this room right now have come up to us and told us that, listen, 60 to 70% of the proposals that we see cannot be done directly. They are done through the AIF because they can't be done directly, or at least that's a contributing factor. Now, this is not to say that the entire industry is a bunch of thugs, not at all. And we are completely conscious that we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We've got to be very, very clinical about this. We've got to ensure trust in the ecosystem. At the same time, we've got to make sure we don't come in the way of good, productive capital formation, right? It's a challenge, but we have to do that. So what we've proposed, if you look at the recent flurry of proposals, as my friend Srini puts it.
In fact, as a consequence of that, to use your expression, to throw the baby with the bathwater, the RBI guidelines has actually put the industry in a tizzy right now, because many of the public sector banks are currently not honoring capital calls. And it seems to me that some of the insurance companies or insurance regulators are also starting to think about it. So I think it's a little bit of a worry for the industry in terms of how we are going about this. So it might be good for you to sort of give a perspective from a regulator as to how we want to be really constructive about this.
Look, I would request you address that to the RBI, but the larger point I completely buy. So let me address that head on, right? If you see our consultation papers, we have talked about not just evergreening of loans which RBI has acted upon, but other issues as well, where we've seen circumvention of regulations using the AI structure. Structure to circumvent has been an industry-wide problem. Now you can argue about whether it's endemic or whether it's a one-off or whatever. We think it's more than one-off. It's definitely a generic issue that we're grappling with. We put out some numbers, over 40 funds, over 30,000 crores of investments. The numbers are actually far higher than that. What we put out in the consultation is a conservative number. Now, that said, what's the way forward out here? The way forward is, as I exactly said before, we want to ensure in collaboration with the industry that these regulatory concerns are addressed. And you've got to help us on this. Talk to us, explain to us. We aren't necessarily the experts when it comes to private equity, but explain this to us and explain to us how this can be done best. At the same time, we've got to ensure that we make life for the genuine GP, LP, manager, etc., as investment friendly as possible. That's a genuine twofold objective for us. So if you see some of the consultation papers that we've come out with, which we will take to the board shortly. For instance, one of the issues that we heard from you was this liquidation scheme having to move to a new fund is very onerous. So we are doing away with it. We are proposing that, you can continue with existing funds, but we will have checks and balances to ensure that our concerns around valuation, kicking the can down the road, performance of the manager, all of that is taken care of. So we'll find a way out without necessarily requiring a new liquidation scheme. Similarly, we've heard the representations about the need for AIFs to sometimes pledge their equity holdings particularly in infrastructure companies, because project finance depends upon such pledges. We can argue whether it's required or not, but that's the way the market works. So we are going to do it. We are going to go out with a proposal to the board where pledge of investments, AIF investments into infrastructure SPVs will be allowed for raising debt in that particular SPV. Similarly, we've tried to improve the ease of doing business as far as accredited investors is concerned. I wish you would talk about it more, because it's genuinely been eased up right now, the process of getting an accredited investor certification. There's more. SSF is coming out as well, the Special Situations Fund. That's again going to be a big fillip, and we worked with the RBI to bring this out. So that's as far as the easing is concerned. Now, what have we proposed in terms of addressing the regulatory issues? And by the way, the two go together. You don't get this easing unless you have this regulatory concerns taken care of. What we've proposed is a code of conduct or a general obligation, which is that the AIF, the fund manager, the KMPs, the key management personnel of the AIF and the fund managers will not use the AIF to circumvent extend financial sector regulations. Now, I know this sounds scary because this is a general, motherhood, principle-based regulation. How the hell do you interpret that? And by the way, it scares us as much as it scares you, because anything which is so principle-based, we know from our own experience in SAT doesn't work. It's very, very difficult to actually enforce that. More importantly, if something was to go wrong, we would be held equally responsible, saying, you had this powers, what on earth were you doing, disregarding this particular general obligation which is there. So we are not leaving it as a principle-based regulation. We are actually breaking this down into a very prescriptive regulation for the good of you and for the good of us. So it's a three-stage process. While you have a general obligation that we are trying to insert in the regulation itself says that the specific due diligences that the KMPs, the fund managers need to adhere to will be as specified by SEBI from time to time. And by the way, it is completely in consultation with the industry. We will not do this ourselves. The second stage after this regulation is brought in that we propose to bring in is that we will come out with a framework where we specify which regulation is it that we are trying to prevent the circumvention of. It could be evergreening, it could be FEMA, it could be QIB, it could be SARFACI, it could be IBC, whatever. We'll specify what it is specifically that we are trying to address. And we will give the general principles based on which the do's and don'ts should be constructed. That's the second stage. So making it very, very specific, what are we targeting? Final stage, which is where you come in as an industry, IVCA has a big role to play here. We've got this Pilot Standards Forum for AIFs, the SFA, which is headed by Mr. Raman of SIDBI. What we are saying is, you guys at the SFA, the Standards Forum for AIFs, tell us what are the do's and don'ts that the AIFs, the managers, the KMPs can kind of come up with to show adherence to both the framework as well as the regulation.
Anand, can I just interject here? I think all of what you said and the intent is absolutely understood by the industry. I think there is a feeling that to put a framework of this nature, to think about all the, attendant consequences of that is going to be very hard. So I think the industry is currently quite, I would say, skeptical about this, and there is a concern amongst the industry members how we will actually put it in words. As we briefly discussed, once you put something in a letter of the law or some framework, it is, you and I will come and go, but tomorrow the interpretation will be on the words that are there, and that's what the industry is very, very concerned about. While everybody understands that there is a need to make sure that the black sheep in the industry should pay a price for what they have done or what they intend to do. But we would like to frame regulations to get the broader industry to move forward and the black sheep to get punished. On evergreening, for example, the beneficiaries were few systematically important NBFCs. And the NBFCs, I know that they are not under your regulatory this thing, they are not yet punished. Whereas the industry is being put on the dock for what they seem to have been seen as hand in glove. I think there is a certain degree of trepidation. I just wanted to share that with you.
No, that's useful, and we've had this discussion before, including with IVCA. Let me emphasize this. And here is where my request to the industry goes out straight away. You have to be constructive. You understand what our concerns are. Either you give us an alternative that works, or you explain to us how you tweak the proposal that we have to make it work for you. If you're going to be a baby and say, this doesn't work and life is unfair to me, we won't make progress. Neither will you, nor will I. Now, I'll tell you what we are doing basis the feedback that we've got. First of all, the regulation itself, rather than what came out in the consultation paper, we're going to tweak that in such a manner there will be no ambiguity at all that this is very, very specific in terms of do's and don'ts, and it's very specific in terms of which regulations are sought to be circumvented. So for instance, if we have not specified in the framework and the do's and don'ts that a particular regulation is sought to be, ring-fenced, and if there's a circumvention of that regulation, vicariously, nobody is going to be penalized for it. So we're going to make it very, very clear at the regulatory stage itself that it's very, very specific. We are going to then have that framework, which the second stage, the circular, explicitly specify which regulation we are trying to kind of ring fence, what will be the broad principles for coming up with the do's and don'ts. The SFA will come out with the do's and don'ts. Now, to reiterate, all that you have to do as fund managers, as KMPs, is ensure you adhere to the do's and don'ts. If you adhere to the do's and don'ts, again, vicariously, even if there's a circumvention, you're in the clear. Honestly. On the flip side, if you don't adhere to the do's and don'ts, even if there's no circumvention, there's a problem. But the beauty is, these do's and don'ts will be decided by IVCA, by the Standards Forum of our AIFs, in consultation with us. By the way, further to what we discussed the last time around, I believe the SFA has already got a couple of draft do's and don'ts for, I think, QIBs and for one more particular regulation circumvention that we've got in mind. Now, think of it this way, Srini. The approach, please see the totality of the approach that SEBI is trying to bring about. And please appreciate what we are doing. We are not throwing a tantrum saying you guys are a bunch of thugs. We are saying there is a problem with a certain section of industry. At the same time, we are saying there's a lot we know we can do to get out of the way, if not to make life easier for you, okay? So, as I said, please look at the fact that we are allowing pledge of equity for infrastructure, we are allowing, SSFs, we're not doing you a favor, but we're genuinely doing what we can to improve ease of doing business for you. We are doing away with the requirement for a liquidation scheme. We'll allow continuation. By the way, once this is done, the next thing we will work on is allowing junior tranches as well. Once you have the code of conduct in place, we know we are throwing the baby out with the bathwater when we are saying don't do any junior tranches for doing junior tranches. But once we know it's not going to be misused,
you know that better being a credit market guy in the past.
So the point is, we will try and understand what we're doing here. Don't look at only one part of what we are doing and say, oh my God, this is a problem. Even that, by the way, we are trying to make it as industry friendly as possible. Look at the totality of what we are proposing at a time like this, when we are saying there's a problem in certain sections of the industry. Last bit, Srini, another area which we are quietly working on, which we haven't discussed enough. We've often had criticism, and rightly so, that we take enormous amount of times to approve AIF, applications and for fund approvals, etc. So December 2022, I don't remember the exact numbers. It was about 55 odd applications for funds and for schemes that were pending beyond 3 months. Some of them for beyond 6 months. Okay, as of today, there is not a single application pending beyond 3 months. There is not a single application pending beyond 2 months. As of March end, we will ensure there's not a single application pending beyond 1 month. That's our commitment to you, okay? So understand that our job is to support capital formation. We are not a go with a stick and beat up everybody you can find regulator, okay? Understand what we are going through. As I said, talk to us. Now, it's possible we are talking past you, you're talking past us, in which case, walk across, have a chat, explain to us, or give us better alternatives. But if you come across as, oh, this doesn't work, I can tell you, having been in industry for 25 years, you can get a bit of relief by going to the whole world and saying, oh, this doesn't work, the whole world is against us. It doesn't work in the long run. Be constructive.
No, absolutely. Anant, I think, first of all, very, very, very candid views. Thank you for giving those views. We're going to be running short of time, but I do have one question to ask you. By virtue of lack of any other form of regulations in the country, the only form of collective investment management that we could do was under the AIF regulation, and therefore, over the last 10 years, the industry has sort of organized itself to do so many different strategies. You mentioned special situation, there's real estate, there is credit, there is private credit, there is venture debt, all kinds of this thing. So obviously it makes the regulator's job pretty complex because people are trying a lot of different things. Many of them will be skating on thin ice at various points in time. Is there any merit in looking at regulating a manager versus regulating, substantially our regulations regulate the fund and how it operates. Is there any merit in thinking on those lines?
Sure. I'm going to plug in another answer in this on top of what you said. Look, one request from the industry, and by the way, the example I would give is of the mutual fund industry. The relationship between SEBI and the mutual fund industry a few years back, very real. Today, in SEBI itself, it's considered to be a paragon of what needs to be the ideal relationship between the regulator and the regulated, okay? And one of the reasons why that's worked very well is you've had AMFI step up to the role of being it's not an SRO, but kind of a quasi-SRO when it comes to becoming a trusted advisor for the regulator, as well as being a good forum for actually having these open chats where we try and understand each other. I strongly request IVCA or other associations to please step up to that plate as well. This would mean you actually start doing some self-regulation of your own, because you understand this industry far better than we do. That's a reality. I've used this metaphor before, but we'll be like the Bollywood police coming after the whole entire climax is over, and coming and firing in the air. You guys know what's happening on the ground. Teach us, tell us, and become a trusted advisor. All the stuff that I told you about circumventions, we heard and we learned about through our own inspections rather than intelligence from you. Let that not be the future going forward. You tell us what, if on a no-knowing basis. On this point about, I'm sorry to duck your question on manager versus fund, absolutely worth exploring. In fact, we discussed this at the last time when we met up with IVCA. I think if I can be very candid, SEBI is kind of comfortable with this fund itself being regulated as well. I think there was also a tax angle behind why the industry wanted the fund itself to get a registration. And then that's the reason why it's settled to where we are.
Historically, yes.
Historically. Now, one of the things which makes SEBI nervous when you say, let's go for fund manager registration is this a via media to actually going to a state where the fund is not regulated, but only the manager is? Now, that will require some education and some chatting. Right?
Absolutely.
If that's the end game. So being very candid here, and that's a concern within SEBI really.
No, I don't think the intention is to make it either or. I think it is to make sure that in the Bollywood metaphor, to catch hold of the villains easier if they are answerable directly to the regulators. And again, using the Bollywood metaphor, there's this thing, हमारे पैरों पे छाले बहुत है क्योंकि हम उसूलों पे चलते हैं. Just for those who don't understand, we have a lot of blisters on our feet because we walk on principles. So we would want to make sure that we would, we want to be constructive as an industry. That's our commitment. We will, obviously we are engaged and we will step it up wherever it's required. And I think we have already proposed a code of conduct which is under advanced level of discussion and closure. And from our perspective, I think the fact that we are able to have this open dialogue, in front of an audience of this nature gives us a lot of comfort. And we do hope that whatever wrinkles that may be at this point in time, we can easily iron this out. And I'm confident that we can do that because you are from.
And Srini, sorry, very quickly. One is on managers, SEBI thinks we already regulate managers. So if you think you're not being regulated, be under no such illusion.
Even the managers think, don't worry about that at all. No, except those villains.
And second, I genuinely want to compliment you guys, whether it's Srini, whether it's IVCA, a whole bunch of guys. I think the level of dialogue and constructive dialogue over the last year or so has genuinely taken a few notches up. There's a lot more of comfort, I think, in these IVCA SEBI discussions and industry SFA SEBI discussions as well. We do have robust conversations, which is a euphemism for saying we close the door and bash each other up, but that's fine. That's the way we should have an open dialogue. Yeah. And by the way, we look forward to education from you guys because we understand traded public markets very well. We are not really, when it comes to private capital, we are not there. We need this dialogue and education to continue.
Fantastic, and thank you for being so candid with us, Anant. And this has been a useful conversation. We are totally out of time, so we may not have time for questions. But we will pose the questions to you through the audience through the forum, whenever. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you so very much. Supporting capital formation, that clearly seems to be the key message. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Gautam Bell, partner PwC, please, to hand out a small token of our... Sorry, Mehra, apologies for that. And please hand out a small token of our appreciation on behalf of IVCA. Mr. Mehra, I said it correctly. We'll request you to stay back on stage because you're on board for our next panel. And this time around, we're going to be putting the spotlight on deal making, talking a little bit more about the current state and the growth trajectory of the secondary markets. In fact, our illustrious panel is going to share their expertise on some practical insights for future deal making in the promising yet evolving nature of secondaries in India amid the intricate landscape of Indian private equity and venture capital. So the topic of discussion is no second thoughts about secondaries, nascent yet a promising alternative. Let's welcome on stage David Huang, who is the principal Stepstone Group. We have Nicholas Risberg, director at Lexington Partners. Kuti Datta, who's the managing director, head of secondaries and co-investment at HSBC Alternate Investments. Rohan Ghosh, director private equity partnerships at Blue Earth Capital. Shagufa Rashid Khan, who is the Group General Counsel and Head Corporate Affairs at National Investment and Infrastructure Fund Limited, or NIIF. And of course, our moderator, as I said, Gautam Mehra, partner, PricewaterhouseCoopers Professional Services. Thank you all for joining in.
Thank you so much. I got converted into a Baal for a second or so, but then came back to being a Mehra. So we just heard whole-time member Anant Narayan being as candid as he always is. And I can just make one more comment, that while mindshare of all of us for SEBI as a regulator is all that we're talking about today, as a member of the SEBI APAC committee, I can tell you that the other hat which SEBI wears, which is of being a developer for development of the markets, the intent is very strong. So whether it's related to secondaries or anything else new, feel free to bring it up, and SEBI will be more than happy to discuss around developments of the market. I'm happy to take it up, but IVCA is the best forum to take that forward. The second piece I wanted to just make a comment is, this is of course the age where disruption has replaced change as being the only constant. And I think a lot of us are looking at doing things differently or doing different things. In fact, the recent PwC Global CEO Survey at Davos showed that 45%, and this is 4,500 CEOs from across the world, showed that 45% of the CEOs feel that if life is just going to be more of the same, there's going to be no life. In that context, secondaries, I think there is a time and a place, and I think it's right now, of nudging secondaries to move from the secondary lane and probably come aligned to the more primary lane. And that's what we're about to discuss today. So to discuss that, we have with us what I would call the Super Five. I haven't seen as diverse a group as this in recent times. We of course have Nicholas, who's based in Hong Kong, but part of Lexington Partners, very focused on the secondary space. If I'm not mistaken, about $75 billion of assets under investment. We have Kuti. HSBC doesn't need an introduction, but anything that goes past alternatives in Asia, you can be sure Kuti's had a look at that. Very specific impact investing. Rohan is here, again based in London. And we have David from Stepstone, based in Singapore. And who other than Shagufa, last but definitely not the least. She's probably advised some of you all in her earlier avatar as a legal advisor, but now of course part of the quasi-government NIF. So with that, over the next 30 minutes, we're going to get to hear from their stand, because a lot, as a wise man said, where you stand depends on where you sit. And they, as you can see, are sitting in very, very different positions in different organizations. So with that, I'm going to just take a seat, but let me start, Nicholas, and ask you to start off with, for those who are not necessarily in the know, can you shed some light on secondaries as a asset class, secondaries, the global trends, success stories, and how important it is in this whole world of private equity?
Sure. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So, secondaries. Really, if you look at private equity as a whole market, over the last 10, 15 years, there have been exponential growth in primary investing, where LPs have invested more and more into private equity. And this has almost been a self-funding asset class, where distributions have been very, very high. There's been a lot of exit opportunities for underlying GPs and funds. So you've been able to build up these huge private equity allocations, and you've been able to fund part of these capital commitments through distributions. As I'm sure you're all aware, this has changed now in the last 18 months, 2 years, where liquidity has dried up in the market. Just looking at the US, private equity exits are the lowest in the last 10 years. IPOs are down 90% or so over the last year. So liquidity is much more difficult to get if you're a private equity investor. That's where the secondary industry comes in, where we are secondary providers to investors in this asset class. It's still a niche part of alternative investing, but now it's a $100 billion per year deal volume business growing exponentially. So very happy to be here today to discuss this industry more with you guys.
Thanks, Nicholas, and don't hesitate to reach out to him. I think he's been around here last week. In case you missed him, you can meet up with him during the day. Kuti, you've been in London for a very, very, very long time, and again, a very bird's eye view of this whole market. Love to hear if you've got anything to add on the success stories and the importance of this asset class.
Well, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Look, I think just to build on what Nicholas already said, I think secondaries is a really a sort of vital part of the overall private equity industry. I think every market needs liquidity, and private equity fundamentally is an illiquid asset class. And secondaries performs a really vital role in providing that liquidity, particularly in the face of difficult or reducing optionality of other kinds of sort of exit options. So whether it's the sort of traditional part of the market, what we call LP-leds, where limited partners in private equity funds, for whatever reason, need to churn their book, portfolio management, and achieve liquidity through other means. Secondaries is a key part of that being able to happen. And what it allows limited partners to do is, refocus on managers which it wants to build relationships with over the long term, refocus their energies from one sector to another, potentially refocus their, or re-up in a manager if they've already got too much exposure. So there are many purposes that it serves. And then the other side of it is the GP-led part of the market, which has really, grown over the last few years. And that, in a way, is fundamentally changing the private equity model. Historically, we've always thought of, private equity as a 10-year hold, a 10-year type model. If a GP has an asset that it likes and it wants to hold it for longer, compound those returns, how does it do it when it has LPs that it has to deliver liquidity to? That's why you've had this new technology of continuation funds and, finding ways to hold on to assets, star assets for longer, really come to the fore. And so, I think it plays a really interesting role, not only in the ongoing sort of liquidity needs of the market, but also in the ongoing sort of evolution of private equity as an asset class, which is moving away from the sort of straitjacket of a 10-year hold. Assets must be held for 5 years and returned. It's really developing beyond that, and secondaries is critical to that.
Thanks, Kuti. Great to hear. And from whatever I could hear from both Nicholas and Kuti, I think India still has to evolve a bit in this journey. And David, from Singapore, it's the regional headquarters for most companies here, and also a lot of private equity sitting over there. How do you see the evolution in India from an outside-in perspective, and where do you think India stands in this compared to other territories that you work with?
Good morning, and thank you. I think, first of all, Asia as a whole is still pretty much in the early stage or growth stage. If you count secondary as an asset class and secondary as a evolution cycle, so-called. I just saw the Greenhill, which is one of the largest global brokers for secondaries. Their report, I think it's issued like 2 weeks ago. Asia last year accounted for 3% of the global transaction volume. In US dollar terms, a little bit less than 3.5 billion US, and that's the entire Asia, including Australia. So from that perspective, you can only argue that Asia is in a very nascent stage, given that, if you look at the primary allocation, this is probably usually over 10% at least. So 3% in any matrix, in any percentage or dollar terms is a very, very low number. But in fact, within Asia, I actually think India is not that bad. India is actually pretty mature, or at least in a better stage compared even to some developed markets. So once again, if you compare India versus Japan, I mean, to a lot of people, including myself, Japan just had their first ever, at least international GP-led deals last year in 2023, and the deal, I think, only got closed last month. Whereas I think for India, at least for my knowledge, some of the GP-led deals happened before 2017. And I was just chatting with Kudi right before this panel. You know, he has done probably India's first ever LP deal, and that's all the way back to 2006. So if just from a purely market growth or timing perspective, I think India is not that bad within Asia. The other perspective to look at it probably is from the strategy perspective. From that perspective, again, US or Europe, secondaries, at least private equity secondaries, has been very much focused on buyouts and control. Whereas India has been, until today, very much being on the growth side of things, the minority of side things, and there are a bunch of like VC secondaries happening in India. Now, I think that's just a reflection of the primary market, and that's probably gonna change with the years to come, with the growing number of PE GPs, with the growing number of control and buyout deals that will happen in India. And then I think the last point, if you look at, again, from the market, from a strategy perspective, I think in the US, in Europe, and maybe in selective markets in Asia, if you're referring to China a few years back, you have a lot more structured deals. Whether that's a preferred equity deal, whether that's a NAV financing deal, whether that's some sort of profit sharing upside or keeping the downside, you have a lot of those so-called complicated structured deals. Whereas in India, I think until today, majority are simple equity deals, whether that's on the GP-led side or LP-led side. So I think that's probably where we are today in terms of maturity of the market cycle.
Very interesting, and thanks for being so specific, David. I'm sure some of the GP sitting over here would start thinking on the idea, saying, okay, are we missing out on something specific? Rohan, I know in the impact space, you all had two very recently announced, both with Avishkar and BII deals that you all have done. Again, your experience of working in India on the secondaries vis-a-vis what you may have done in the rest of Asia or other parts of the world.
Good morning, everyone. So I think as a global impact investor, one of the things that we look for is understanding where the market most benefits our capital. So from that perspective, just looking at where the Indian private equity market is at, and comparing that to the global PE market, maybe the two key points which stand out, at least from an outside-in perspective. The first, more structural. So if you look at the global secondaries market, the split between the two types of secondaries that Kutty mentioned, LP-led versus GP-led, is broadly in the 55% to 45% range. Now, if you look at India, and maybe this is focusing on the last 12 months, most of the opportunities that we've seen are largely on the GP-led side. And from our perspective, that is reflective of a few things. One is, the LP base of many funds in India, especially on the impact side. Many of those funds have had patient capital, which has, supported multiple vintages of funds. And as a result, having shown some level of liquidity in some of the earlier vintages, there is an appetite to create a stronger LP-led secondaries market, which is just about starting. And to what Gautam mentioned, we recently completed an impact secondary, is how we position it, working with BII to take their LP stake in 3 funds, 1 in India and 2 in Africa. On the other side, on the GP-led side, we sort of are looking at certain vintages of funds, say typically between 2013 and 2018, which are getting to the point where you are thinking of liquidity options and providing a structured, as David mentioned, GP-led vehicle in which both the GP and both the GP, through its high conviction in their assets, can continue to support the growth in the upside. That is an area that we have been able to work and support. So I think both on the GP-led side, on the LP-led side, there's tremendous potential, and we're just scratching the surface.
I'm going to take those two words, tremendous potential, and I think a lot of the audience also would have caught that, but thanks for those. From global to Asia, Shagufa, flight is landing in Delhi. I know you've been involved in the secondary space from NIF. So if you could share some experience of what are the cases where you've used cases where this actually been implemented or it's been done, I think, again, that'll be very useful for the audience.
So I think I'll start first by discussing a little bit of past, not necessarily in NIF. I think what David was mentioning, structured secondary is something which I've been part of. And it was some interesting structures that we've done is where we had an LP who was interested in a particular investment, and the promoter would not sell because the promoter found that LP to be a competitor. And we found the answer by saying, why don't you acquire the fund who's having a significant stake in that company? And that sort of led to a very interesting discussion on structure. Of course, there were certain elements in tax. For example, what do you do about the historical tax exposure that the fund has, because the investor clearly is not going to take on those liabilities. So structured secondary was definitely one from a competitor perspective. The other one, of course, was where the investor was keen to take control over the fund because the other investors sort of had reached their exit point, and therefore there was a reason to give the exit to the other investors, and one investor took over the entire fund. There were other, sort of secondaries. Sorry, I don't know why my throat has just completely gone. The other kind of example that we had was where the GP had to be, sort of eased out. So it was, again, a situation where there was a certain sort of event that happened at the GP entity, and the investors came together and said, okay, let's restructure the GP entity itself, and through that, there were certain restructuring that were done at the fund level, and we also gave investors certain exit. One of the very interesting structures that is also more relevant for funds like us, I'm so sorry about this, is where you are able to split the portfolio, right? Certain part of the portfolio is of interest and certain isn't. So most of these are, of course, LP transactions. Now that is where I feel that the Indian regime puts us domestic managers at a disadvantage compared to our global counterparts. It's possible to split the portfolio, it's possible to do tracking of the portfolio, it's possible to give, bring down the capital exposure of certain investors and let them participate only in the upside of those assets. A lot of flexibility, a lot of freedom that you can do in an offshore structure, which you can't do in an onshore structure. So I was very happy to hear, the WTM say that they are looking at resolving some of the issues in relation to differential waterfall, because I think that's going to be extremely critical. Coming to the present, I think we are in a very unique position currently. We do have several funds which have good assets under them. Either they are running out on money or they're running out on time. And therefore, we are going to be in an opportunistic mode to look at some of those assets, and therefore the secondaries will be of real interest to us. For infrastructure funds and growth private equity funds or growth equity funds like us, continuation funds are going to be extremely important. Our holding period is 15 years, but the asset concession is definitely double, triple times the life of our fund, and we would like to hold on to certain assets. So those are also elements that we are going to be keen on. From an NIF perspective, again, one more element I'll leave with the audience is what we call as late primary. We are looking at some aspects in relation to late primary, because secondary has a connotation that maybe it's not going to be priced right. There might be a discount out there. But in a late primary, we are able to extract value. So from a GP perspective, a late primary is something that we are more interested in, and therefore lots of opportunities. So yes, I agree, plenty of opportunities to mine here.
Thanks, Shagufa. Real life cases on the ground in India, that should throw up some ideas to a lot of you. And from Delhi, I'm going to head back to Hong Kong. Nicholas, I know you've been in India, and just wanted to get your perspective on specific opportunities or asset classes that you think would be of more interest now. And also if you're seeing any challenges in your interactions that you had here.
So I think, yeah, David made a good point before saying that on the more GP-led side of the market, we're seeing more things, more opportunities in the VC space and the growth space. Because if you think about India compared to other markets around the world, so I was saying liquidity is quite low in private equity. Well, in India, we feel like it's actually pretty strong liquidity on the more larger end of the market, so the more buyout control space. So there's less pressure to have these alternative exit routes that we provide. But on the growth side and VC side, definitely there's pressure to create liquidity given fund lives and other considerations. I think when we look at Indian opportunities, there are problems that we have to get comfortable with. We invest a global fund, so the transactions that we look at in India have to be attractive when we compare them against deals in the US and Europe, which are done with the top quality managers in the industry, with their crown jewel assets. So to take on that risk in India, we need a bit of a premium in terms of the returns. So deals in India, I think, will require more discount than we see in other parts of the market. Diversification, so a diversified pool of assets rather than single assets will probably be more easy to get comfortable around. But really, I think it's a bit of a discovery period where even internationally during COVID, we saw a boom of GP-led continuation vehicles. A lot of them didn't trade because the market had to learn. The secondary buyers learned which deals work for us. The sellers and the GPs learned which deals do we have appetite for in the market. That's the stage where we are at in India, but also I think Asia more generally, where we're kind of finding our feet in the GP-led side of this sector.
Thanks, Nicholas. Kuti, I know when we were discussing earlier, you had made some interesting concepts about the whole approach towards secondaries, the mentality around it and all, right? Again, I'd love for you to share that with the audience, and also, again, if you'd like to add on to what Nicholas mentioned about specific areas of opportunity as you see them right now in India, and any challenges as well.
Yeah, I think, secondaries, if you're going back sort of 10, 15 years, I mean, there was almost a stigma, right? I mean, why are you having to sell a position in a fund? What is the reason for that? And, the sort of perception was that either you're a distressed seller or the asset's distressed in some way. That's clearly not the case. And, LPs look for liquidity for many reasons, as I mentioned before. And I think that change in mentality has taken quite some time to percolate. When I was looking at secondaries, 10, 15 years ago in this market, there wasn't much interest for those reasons. And I think, on the GP-led side in particular, it was always felt that GP-led deals happened at the tail end of a fund life when you had an asset left that you didn't have any exit optionality around. That's changed fundamentally. GPs are now doing these transactions around their star assets because they want to hold them for longer. They see this as a tool that they can use to deliver liquidity to LPs who have that kind of shorter term exit horizon, but also find a way to hold assets where they have high conviction, as someone mentioned, and really sort of continue to back an asset that they know. And look, and in a market like this, where, knowing an asset, knowing the promoter, knowing the sort of where the skeletons are buried, there's a lot of value in that. So why not continue to own the asset where you've delivered a return, or you know that there's value still to be gained. So I think that change in mentality, and look, this is not just unique to India. I mean, this overall change in approach to secondaries is a global phenomenon. That's why the market has boomed. But I think it's particularly suited to a market like India, where, for many years the perception was that, private equity in India has ballooned, and the capital raised has ballooned, but it hadn't delivered the kind of liquidity or DPI that incommensurate to the amount of capital that had been raised. And really, secondaries is a way to address that. And so it's really good to see over the last sort of 3, 4, 5 years, a real sort of growth in that market. I mean, in terms of specific opportunities, I think, Nicholas mentioned, in growth in VC, I think in particular, where there isn't that much sponsor-to-sponsor activity, and maybe there's less need. But even there, again, I think there's really interesting opportunity to GP-led deals. I mean, there are some GP-led deals in the market, some of the biggest ever in this country. And, I think that's really heartening, and it will continue to grow as more and more people understand the asset class, understand the different technologies, the structuring that you can use to get around certain hurdles. I think that will all continue to grow.
Thanks, Kuti, and I'm sure you caught that, because what Kuti described, crown jewels as an asset also for secondaries, very different from what Nicholas was talking about, higher discounts, care of risk, and very, very two different types of assets which could be looked at when we're approaching the secondary space. David, I know you've done a few transactions in India, and again, from a challenges perspective, anything that you see here which is difficult or unique to India, anything to change? And after that, Shagufa, of course, I'm going to come to you as well on challenges, including on one of the two inevitables of life, tax, and we'll talk more about that in the Indian context. But David, first over to you.
Yeah, I think from a strategy perspective, at least for us, the biggest challenge is we have seen I think Nicholas also mentioned, we have seen a very high proportionate of single asset GP-led continuation vehicles in India. Again, if you look from a global perspective, if you're assuming you're a global LP or a global secondaries fund, you do prefer diversifications overall in general. In fact, diversification is one of the key investment theses for LP to invest in a secondaries fund globally. And if you have a limited allocation towards single asset, would you want to put that into some single asset in India? That will definitely be a question mark. Actually, not only to India, but would you want to put your limited single asset exposure to any emerging market, whether that's India, Southeast Asia, Latin America, or China? So that's our biggest challenge from a strategy perspective. I think on the execution level, the few challenges we have, I guess most people will share that the biggest challenge is definitely the duration or timing of a deal. So it definitely takes longer in India versus other markets. I think from our experience, the typical GP-led deals has been taken anywhere between 7 months to over a year. And that's probably longer than some overseas markets. Multiple reasons behind it, whether that's on the execution level, on the legal, finance, tax due diligence level, whether that's on the communication with GPs, because once again, a number of GPs has done this for the first time in India. But I think overall the duration risk has been a little bit too long on the deal level. And then I think some of the other panelists has also mentioned, again, on the execution-wise, the legal part, the finance part, the tax part is a little bit tricky. One thing to start, if you're talking about the withholding tax, exactly what's the amount, how much is that, calculations, tax due diligence, it's very complicated, even for offshore funds. And I don't want to mention onshore funds. I think with AIFs, you have an even more complicated way of calculating that withholding tax or capital gain tax, even at day one. So those are some of the challenges that we're facing in India. And definitely from a market participate perspective, we hope that the regulators or SEBI or whoever can slightly reduce some of the challenges or complications in those executions.
Sure. While this may not entirely be in SEBI's domain, all of these stuff, but I'm sure SEBI would be happy to pitch in with whatever they can advocate. But Shagufa, your take.
Sure. So I think, yes, structuring of the transaction is extremely complicated as far as the Indian, secondaries options, secondary opportunities are concerned. Tax issues for sure, a transaction between, incoming unit holder and the exiting unit holder. A lot of the unit holders or the exiting unit holders are not even comfortable to give the reps and warranties. How do you get the 281 certificates? How do you do the tax calculations? All of those aside, I think what gets more complicated is when the asset has already come into carry. So how do you address the carry issues for the GP? And that's where the entire tussle happens. So whether it's GP-led or LP-led transaction, I think a fair amount of time and discussion is spent on how do you ensure that the carry is protected, is structured, and maybe even a part of it is given to the GP upfront. I think what I mentioned also was a waterfall. It's very easy to do some of these structuring when you're doing an offshore vehicle, but it's extremely difficult to do it in an Indian AIF. And we obviously have a couple of consultation papers, couple of discussions already going on the co-investment discussions with SEBI. In some of the secondaries, we like to put in follow-on capital into the portfolio, and which we cannot do. So whether you can then structure it through a side pocket, through a co-investment pool is something which would be helpful. But of course, our current regime asks us to go to the PMS regulations, which is a completely different ballgame, and it's a nightmare out there. I think the other element is, which I had also discussed, and maybe that's something which again we need to take up with SEBI, is squeezing out investors, right? In a secondary transaction, you'll always end up as, whether you're the GP or the LP, you'll end up with certain investors you either don't want, or they are no longer relevant in the entire restructured scenario. So today we do not have the ability to squeeze out investors. There is this entire concept of dissenting investors exit, but it becomes very complicated. It's an obligation on the GP. The GP is not willing to open his wallet to give some of these exits. So I think there are these pockets which make structuring a very comprehensive, a secondary or a comprehensive continuation fund difficult. So I think more regulatory, if we can address it. Tax, I understand valuation issues, calculation issues, but I guess, tax comes along with the price that you get at the end. So there is some hope that you might arrive at some solution, but if you don't have regulatory solutions, it just becomes impossible to give a clean opinion even as an in-house counsel.
Excellent, and I know Rajat is here, and we'll probably take note of that and pick this up with SEBI. As I think the old-time member also mentioned, APAC has a voice at the table, and IVCA has a voice at the table, so they are looking at it. I know, friends, I've been very selfish. I've got the easy job of asking the questions. I haven't opened the floor to you all. I'm going to open it. But just one question, Rohan, with you. From the cases that you've dealt with recently, right? Any key takeaways or any challenges or stuff that stood out?
So the operational challenges we clearly talked about. I mean, from a tax perspective, as a global investor, it's unique in India. I think most of us would appreciate that. But again, like you said, it comes with being an investor in India. I think the other aspects that we probably, from a more positive side, would maybe want to reflect on. The first is that given that it is a relatively nascent space in India on secondaries, there is a fair bit of education on how things work on both sides. And this is probably not the case for when we do deals in the US or Europe, which reflects in the timelines which they refer to. We would typically probably expect a secondary transaction to take half the time that it does in India, at least on the GP side, maybe slightly shorter on the LP side, on the LP-led side. The other point from a positive side to mention is that from an alignment perspective, given India and the funds that we've looked at as an impact investor have a fair few DFI LPs on board, we view secondary transactions as the next evolution in blended finance, where DFIs as existing LPs take on blind pool risk. And then for us as an incoming commercially focused impact investor, then to be de-risked somewhat by the LPs, by the DFI LPs who've come in 5 years or so earlier. So from our perspective, it's a nice combination, and looking at the LP-led side, that also provides a lot more promise.
Thanks, Rohan. Very useful. So I have some questions more left for them, but we're running out of, we have 7 minutes left, so we can take a few questions from the floor.
Well, congratulations, Gautam, and the entire panel. I think you had great commentary. My question is really something that you didn't touch upon, which is fine, but the question is about LP appetite for buying Indian secondaries. The risk return from the perspective of the LP or the party that you place the secondary with. Would love to hear your comments.
Well, we've seen a lot of transactions already happening, but open for, and you heard tremendous potential as well, but open for anyone to chip in with any further comments.
I can start. I mean, look, I think LP transactions are a great way for an investor who doesn't otherwise have exposure to a GP or to the market to get that exposure through a lower risk sort of approach, right? I mean, if you're buying into an LP, an individual fund where there are underlying assets, you already have greater visibility on what that portfolio looks like. It's lower risk than making a primary commitment alongside a new manager. So, often, you'll see secondary shops using that as a mechanism to get to know a GP or a market. So, I think you've got to look at each situation on a standalone basis. Sometimes it's to get access to a fund which you perhaps didn't underwrite or wanted more exposure to. But again, I think the issue is, certainly we operate and we deploy from a global pool. As Nicholas mentioned, you're looking at and comparing these opportunities with every other opportunity you see in the market. So it's got to meet the risk and return criteria that you're aiming for, but it can have ancillary benefits like getting to know a fund or a market.
Any other questions? Yeah, we have one hand raised there behind.
Thank you so much. Great insights. One question I had, yesterday this big ask spread came up quite a bit. The price at which the GP wants to exit and the price at which the secondary wants to buy. Any thoughts on that, where that number is? What is the kind of insight there? Anybody from the panel? Thank you.
Sorry, I missed the question. Did you catch it?
I can comment on that. Yeah, I think the question was around where discounts are in the market. And I think really the answer to that is, yes, as secondary buyers, we like to buy assets at a discount to where they're marked so that we can get an immediate gain on our investments. But really, the discount is an output in our calculation where it's based on an asset-by-asset underwriting, be it one company or a portfolio of 10 companies, where we're looking at what's the upside from here until ultimate exit. And if there's a lot of upside, we need less discount. If it's less, we need more discount. So it's really difficult to talk about discounts on a market level because it's really, really dependent on the individual opportunity and the individual companies that we're looking at.
Nicholas, one more question on that side. We probably spoke a bit about the SEBI recent directive to funds of saying you need to, if you're towards the end of the fund life, you need to shut it down or now, give an option to dissenting investors to exit.
Yeah.
So how would that, impact the approach to valuations?
So I think if the reason for doing a GP-led transaction is that your fund is coming to an end and you haven't been able to exit these assets through any other means, then we as buyers will be slightly questioning how will we get liquidity after 3-4 years of investing in this vehicle. To compensate for that risk, we would probably need higher returns and a better price. Whereas we talked about the kind of crown jewel situations, which is the situations that we love, which is where the GP doesn't want to sell this asset to their competitors or to somebody else. They want to keep compounding the value. There, we're much more comfortable with the entry valuations. But if there's that real pressure and there are no clear alternative routes to liquidity, that will be reflected in price.
Okay, we'll take one last question. We've got a couple of minutes left.
Hi, Harsha from Nippon Fund of Funds. So great insights. Thank you for all the insights. What I wanted to check was all the secondaries funds that are active or looking at India VCP market are global pool of capital. So in your view, what is stopping Indian capital, the domestic LPs, from looking at secondaries? And is there any merit for the domestic LPs to first take the lead in the secondaries market in India so that the global pool of capital takes additional interest later? Thank you.
So have you seen Indian GPs taking the lead on this?
I mean, look, I think that's a great question. And I think as a whole, I think the sort of development of the domestic LP universe in India, needs to continue. And I think a natural evolution is the development of a domestic secondary market. I mean, if you look at the equivalent in China, there's a pretty developed sort of RMB secondary market where you have RMB LPs trading amongst each other. It's a little bit closed to the broader sort of USD universe, but I think if there was a sort of further evolution of the domestic LP market, I think that would be a good thing. It would encourage sort of further domestic LP engagement in private equity beyond just institutional LPs. I think also retail LPs as well. I would hope to see that come to fruit over the next sort of few years. I think it'd be a very positive thing for Indian private equity.
Thanks. So I mentioned at the start, doing things differently, doing different things. This could be one of them. Friends, we are almost at the end, but I'm very tempted to do a rapid fire. I've been doing it in the past few years. So I'll give you two options. One is to answer a question around secondaries, which is what's the top in your bucket wish list for the Indian secondary market? Or alternatively, a more interesting one, something that the audience will remember, a Nicholas and a Kuti and a Rohan and a David and Shagufa. Tell us one interesting fact about yourself that we don't know about. Shagufa, let's start with you.
If I was not a lawyer, I would have been an artist. I love painting canvases, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to go back to my first love, if I may put it that way.
Fantastic.
I grew up quite diversely, so I grew up actually in 7 different cities across several continents.
Wow. I don't know if anybody will be able to match that, David.
Very much like you, I think my first love was art. And so if I had, in a few years' time, probably do that more earnestly.
Rohan's from Calcutta, so his love for art, I think we all can very easily understand it. Kuti?
If I hadn't ended up in private equity, I would have been a journalist, I think.
Oh, wow. The last word, Nicholas.
Yeah, luckily I live in Hong Kong, so I have very close proximity to hills and mountains. And on the weekend, you'll find me running for 12 to 24 hours on ultramarathon.
It shows, Nicholas. It shows. It shows very well. I wish I could do more of that. So, friends, I introduced them as the Super 5. I think after the last 40 minutes, you'll all agree that they are the Super 5, and join me in a huge round of applause for them.
Fabulous 5 and the Super 6 that we have, including you. So thank you so very much. I would like to invite on stage Rishi Aswani, the Managing Director, Financial and Valuation Advisory at Hawley & Loki, to please present our panelists with a token of our appreciation. Lots of promising insights there on the nascent yet promising alternative that is secondaries, that has been illustrated by our very illustrious panel. Thank you all for that. And ladies and gentlemen, request you all to please take your seats. We've got a great panel lined up next up. It's going to be with the focus on the real estate investment landscape. So you don't want to miss it. I request you all to please not venture out and take your seats because we've got great panels lined up next. All right, from one thought-provoking panel to another, and as promised, this one is going to be very exciting and insightful. We're talking about India's real estate market. Now, we all know that the Indian real estate market is booming, to say the least, be it investor-friendly FDI policies or the increased transparency that we've seen in deals. We've seen foreign investments make up a whopping 81% of total investments. So we want to talk a little bit more about the real estate investment landscape. how exactly it's transforming. And for this, welcome on stage Nipun Sani, who is the partner at Apollo Global Management. We also have with us Manish Jain, partner and head of India at Eris Management. Ashish Singh, partner head of India Southeast Asia, real estate at Actis. We have Bhairav Dalla, who is the partner at PwC. And moderating our next session, ladies and gentlemen, Nisha Podar, editor and anchor at CNBC TV18. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and a warm welcome for our next panelists on real estate, the investment landscape in India.
A very good morning to everybody. All right, let's get seated and let's begin this very interesting conversation. I'm very excited to discuss the real estate sector. Now, our generation has seen a massive transformation when it comes to real estate in the country. Our own homes are so much better than what we grew up in. The hotels, the quality of malls, and we have seen the offices becoming so swanky and good. So all this is owed to the entrepreneurs in the sector, but the transformation has really come in because of the lifeline provided by the investors and lenders into this sector, and it has transformed the sector so far from a very unorganized space to an organized sector. Let's talk about the next phase of real estate transformation in the country and the investment role and the investment landscape in that. And we have an esteemed panel to talk about it in the next 28 minutes. So Nipun, let's begin with you. What do you think are the basic tenets of next level and next phase of transformation for this particular sector? As an investor, as a lender, how do you see it?
See, the stage is set in India. I think what is going to happen over the next 5 to 10 years is probably a lot more than what has happened in the past. We all know the macros really well. But I think from an institutional investor perspective, while the India opportunity is great, but global institutions tend to benchmark it to what's happening globally.
Yes.
And that is where it's counter-cyclical. The rest of the world is not as euphoric right now as the euphoria or the positivity that you see in India. And I think that's really where you're seeing investors take kind of measured calls on what they want to do and what they don't. There was a time in the cycle not too far back when office was really attractive, but office is going through its other part of the cycle. There was a time when residential was a touch me not. Nobody wanted to touch residential, and today, not only the institutional investors, but just retail investors, everybody wants a piece of the action on the residential side of the market. But more importantly, it's the risk and reward. People were very scared of this sector just a few years ago.
Yes.
But suddenly you've seen a full 180-degree transformation and everybody wants to be a part of it, and actually the risks are probably increasing. With so much of euphoria and prices having gone up in almost every city, every sector, the risks are actually going up, not lower.
Right.
And the valuation. So like the stock market has reached heady valuations, I think real estate has also hit record valuations. So, and keeping that in the backdrop, I think investors are going to take their own call. 2023, the actual flow into the sector of capital was actually lower. So while we thought the sector's done exceedingly well, but the capital flow is coming in lower, but it's driven more by valuations and what's happening in the rest of the world. Maybe my other co-panelists can share their perspective.
So Manish, we've gone through a lot, and a very big game changer for the real estate sector has been that being regulated, and that brought in the interest from a lot of global players. Irrespective of what's happening globally, our real estate market is a very regionalistic kind of a market as well. How do you see this, and what are the factors on your radar as an investor, as a credit provider, which could really mark the transformation in the sector for the future?
Yeah, I think just to add to what Nipun said and your point regarding better regulation, if I look at the evolution of how real estate market in India has traditionally been funded, it has certainly moved significantly away from NBFCs, which used to be sort of big lenders to this sector pre-ILFS days. And I think that capital moving away from the sector has allowed a lot of the alternative investment, whether it's domestic capital or foreign capital, coming into that wide open space. On the regulatory front, both RERA, as well as to some extent, at least from a lender perspective, IBC has given that confidence to investors that there is better corporate governance, actually significantly better corporate governance, because that is one thing which people would never say in the same sentence, real estate sector and good corporate governance. I think a lot of foreign capital coming in into core assets, whether it's the REITs, REIT reforms getting introduced, it has changed the face of real estate from an investor perspective in India. And we see massive opportunity. I think the regulatory tightening on what are the different asset classes that at least the regulated or publicly funded entities can do will continue to create that wider space for alternative investment to continue to pour into this sector. And I think with increased liquidity, better governance, at least that's how we look at real estate in India, especially in the bigger markets. Hopefully when I look at, let's say 5 years, 10 years from now, so far we still see most of the institutional capital continuing to go to, let's say, the top 5, 6 cities. We haven't really seen a big movement into the top 20 cities or 25 cities. And I'm hoping that that is a movement that will start seeing that capital percolating down to the next tier of cities during the course of next 10 years, 15 years. And that'll be a big opportunity for India.
All right, so it's going to expand into tier 3 and maybe 4, 5. So that kind of an expansion is yet to be seen. Ashish, when I talk about the equity investments, there's one more trend that I've seen is that now suddenly, after a very big profit that one of the large private equities made, a lot of other private equity firms are very, very attracted to this space. But it's not just pure play, resi or commercial that we are talking about, but the real estate nomenclature in terms of investment has also expanded. What are the pockets that are developing as good opportunities?
Sure. So from equity investing point, I personally think that there is no market today that has fundamental end user demand like India. So, and global capital eventually chases where there is use for what they create or the assets that they own. So it's natural that because there is fundamental demand, GDP, consumption, demographics, age groups, and urban rejuvenation, etc. So there's demand, there's fundamental demand coming from there. However, having said that, once you are looking at real estate sector for investment, you gotta drill down into subsectors, and different subsectors, to Nipun's point, actually offer a different risk-return profile. So, for example, let's take office, and you talked about one big investor making a chunk of money in the Indian office sector. And there's a lot that has changed in the office sector, the work from home noise notwithstanding. Let's ignore that for the moment. But that sector is perhaps the farthest along in its institutionalization journey within real estate in India. So you have much deeper liquidity for exits. There's a lot more institutional interest. There's a lot more acceptance among institutional investors in owning offices. In fact, it's perhaps, I would say that institutional investors are comfortable owning 100% of these assets instead of working with a local partner to do all the legwork locally. So that says a lot about the institutionalization of that sector. However, against all these things, you have to also contend with the reduction in risk perception and hence compression in returns, because there is more capital chasing a more mature sector. There is opportunity in residential similarly, and we are having a great cycle in residential sector, as everyone would appreciate today. And then there are the sectors which are less known and less explored, but there is interest building up in these sectors. Industrial and warehousing, very different kind of sector. You see lack of presence of traditional mainstream developers in that sector. It offers a great opportunity to build an operating business along with a portfolio. And then there is more nuanced stuff like life sciences, real estate, which is interesting. And India is a major player globally in the life sciences sector, so why not build infrastructure and real estate for those companies who can be clients? And then people are now beginning to take a serious look at student housing, for example. One of the reasons why institutional capital has found less way into residential is because it's for sale. Every time, every 3-4 years, you have to do the same hard work. But if you could convert the same sector, same product into a rental yield product, then it can attract serious institutional capital. And India has very strong need for education and the associated infrastructure that will support education. And then you have co-working and the like. So these sectors are also beginning to attract interest, the alternatives to an alternative. So something like that. And also I want to say that the corporate governance, the general consolidation in the market, so in the residential sector, the number of developers has come down by, varying, different people will give you different estimate, but in my opinion, as much as 60-70%. And that has meant that stronger players remain, they corner more market share, and they provide a better proposition to the customer. All that has essentially meant that there is a general lifting of governance, corporate governance standard. So all this is benefiting, and maybe in office, it's about entry point because it's more cyclical in nature going forward. There is no sort of catch-up upside left in that sector. Or maybe there is, maybe I'm missing, time will prove me wrong. But then in other sectors, that catch-up upside is still there and can be captured.
All right, so a lot of headroom for growth, and there is enough scalability over there, and very good themes and opportunities you mentioned in the real estate sector, which is offbeat at the moment. I would add to that green data center is also something that is interesting a lot of investors as a sector of a future. Bhairav, what has government so far done in terms of lifting and giving a leg up to the real estate sector? How do you see this transformation and what all requires to be done?
If I look at it purely from a tax regulatory perspective, I think last 10 years, for real estate at least, it has been the era of regulatory reforms. You look at whether it is the REIT framework, and I think we've got one of the best REIT frameworks in the world. We'll see how it improves eventually, but as of now, it's definitely one of the best REIT framework. You got RERA. RERA got implemented across the country. Digitization of immovable property records has started. To me, it's a big move. As a country, we need that. In every real estate trade, every real estate transaction, we come across immovable property records which are 30, 40, 50 years old, and all of this is paper which is not even readable. So moving them to digital is an extremely important step which the government has started. I think IBC, as Manish said, is an extremely important step which has helped real estate, especially governance, and the comfort that the foreign investors needed, that if something goes wrong, I can claim my asset, I can claim my security, and I can still recover my money. At the end of the day, everyone wants that comfort. If there are a few gaps, if we get the GST right on some of the real estate assets, and the regulatory framework is ready for some of the new generation of assets that Ashish mentioned. If we are ready for that, I think we'll pretty much be there up amongst the best regulatory framework for real estate.
Right, so regulatory framework, and I know that especially the REIT associations and all the participants had worked so tirelessly for almost a decade to make it more efficient, to attract interest. Nipun, to the point of various asset classes have developed, and also the real attraction is in the returns and exit mechanism. Have we provided enough? What more needs to be done?
From where we were to where we are, I think the journey is like totally transformational journey for the sector.
Yes.
I think the governance standards in the sector are now better than, I would say, several countries, both on the quality of the assets that the sector has done. See the quality of the office, the residential. Gone are the days when you would look at projects, now companies are learning more on this side. That transformation which has happened both qualitatively and quantitatively has changed the risk-reward framework materially.
Right.
And over there, I think what is really happening is the global capital is really getting influenced by what is happening right now in the US market. With Fed action, the interest rates have been taken to a level which has not been seen in the last 40 years.
Yes.
So you're seeing fair amount of stress building up in those systems in the real estate. Like there were data which has come out that the vacancy rates in office in San Francisco has hit 40% and New York it's hit 17%. Like this is unprecedented. Whereas, and I would argue that the Indian market is a lot safer today than several markets outside because of the interest rate cycle. And that is impacting the returns and how it's going to play out. I think what people need to factor in how much growth do you factor in? Whether you take the increase in rents, which is going to happen, whether you take increase in property prices, which is happening, or in the case of hotels, what will the ADRs go up by? So it's a lot of crystal ball gazing for equity investors looking at and it's not happened, right? So what kind of price increase do you see from here on, which is already at a record level?
Yes.
And that is a tough trick. Nobody has there are no right or wrong answers. I think time will tell when we sit back in 2030 as to what happened now, 5 years. But all the trends fundamentally point in a direction that there is a lot more legs even in pricing. There is a lot more legs to expand the market beyond just the tier 1 cities, because so far India has been just a tier 1 city story for real estate, institutional investors. I truly believe that the next 5 to 10 years, you are going to see the tier 2 and 3 city story of Indian real estate play out, both from a price appreciation point of view and capital allocation point of view, and the domestics might take the lead there ahead of maybe global institutions. So it's very interestingly poised, and with the governance issues pretty much, I would say, largely resolved and solved, you can just focus on fundamentals for investing. Earlier, there was a lot of skepticism around, investing in the market because of that. But for reasons that Bhairav and some of my other co-panelists have shared, I think that's done. Now take a call on the fundamentals and create your own story. And I think you're going to see very, very broad-based thematic funds which are going to emerge, focused on hospitality, focused on data centers, focused on logistics and warehousing, focused on student housing. So from an era where you were general investors in real estate, you're going to get into specialist investing in real estate as the new theme over the next coming 5 to 10 years.
Yes.
So instead of large mega funds focusing on something called Indian real estate, you'll probably start seeing more thematic, smaller, mid-size, that's all relative, but funds focused on more thematic opportunities.
Right.
And that's, I think, where true value creation is going to happen.
All right, so a lot more opportunities to really explore. So Manish, when we talk about opportunities, the most immediate, some of the macro factors, like the interest rate turn in the cycle, there has been a lot of flip-flop. The commentary from the US is sounding a little bearish at the moment. Though the expectation was very high by the second half of this year, we'll have many subsequent rate cuts. How does all this really impact the real estate trajectory and the capacity and liquidity for that needs to be pumped into the sector?
See, I think real estate historically has been one of those sensitive sectors when it comes to selling the whole story. It's dependent on mortgages, so every time there is an interest rate cycle change, people worry about how it's going to impact demand. In India, however, it has actually remained very robust. And part of the reason is, while the interest rates have seen an uptick, it is not uncharted territory for us. Historically, India has seen multiple cycles where, let's say, even mortgage rates used to be higher than or close to where they are today. And I think just coupled with a lot of latent demand that there was pre-COVID, and I think post-COVID we have just seen that coming to the fore. So we haven't really seen, I would say, any dislocation in the market on account of the interest rates ticking up. Yes. But I think if the interest rate cycle actually turns, we will probably see a little more of the upside. We still believe market has legs. From really a global fund perspective, when we look at the overall risk reward and where to deploy capital, in India, consistently, we have actually seen the risk reducing because the market is doing extremely well. We have significant tailwinds. The creditor rights have significantly improved. The corporate governance standards have significantly improved. So really, if I compare it to, let's say, a decade ago, we are getting significantly better risk today. And the pricing hasn't really changed. India has largely been, when it comes to, let's say, private credit in the real estate space, has largely been a fixed rate market. So if the NBFCs historically were lending in the mid-teens to high-teens space, that has kind of remained flat, maybe a percentage point here or there, but that market has remained pretty much flat. We haven't really seen a massive uptick on the interest rate that the industry normally has to pay. So I think so far, we actually see a lot more equity cushion with most of the developers, given the way the market has performed, especially on the resi side. There is anyway a massively bigger institutionalization and equity story in some of the other asset classes, which we had historically not seen on the resi side. I think resi side people always had to tap either the public markets, which was probably the domain of some of the bigger, larger players. But we have seen that cushion building up a lot more, just given the massive consolidation in the sector that Ashish talked about. So from a risk-reward perspective, we feel pretty good. And I think this sector will continue to attract a lot more foreign capital. But as I said, just for us to get to the next level in terms of volumes and liquidity and depth, we need to develop our tier 2, and that will automatically happen as some of these larger players look to tap those markets.
Right. And Ashish, taking off from here, this is a sector which is very interest rate sensitive. How are your LPs and foreign investors right now reacting to India's real estate story? And how is the liquidity constrained because of the higher interest rates globally? And how is that impacting? What is your assessment of the scenario right now? And I will club one more answer from you. A large investment from the equity side has been on the commercial office spaces. Compared to pre-COVID levels, where are we stacked up at the moment?
Sure, I'll answer in that same order. So from interest rate standpoint for equity investors, this has two direct impacts. The first is the cost of, these are all leveraged assets. Real estate is largely a leveraged asset. So cost of leverage goes up, it eats into your cash flow. So the profitability comes down. And the second is it also perhaps across cycles, from cycle to cycle, raises the perception about the cap rates. These are the capitalization rates based on which you value an operating real estate asset. So it can affect in both different ways. And this is more a function of interest rate cycles. So, and that's what I meant by, in office, largely it's going to be, in my view, largely it's going to be about timing the cycle than catching any, secret or hidden upside going forward. But I could be proved wrong by the market. The other way in terms of how interest rates make a difference is when they are a global phenomenon. So if, because the US interest rates have gone up so much, so quickly, the dollar flows have flocked back to the US, and that has come in the way of cross-border capital flows. Naturally, capital raising has been tough for any private equity fund or manager globally in the last year. But this will play out over cycles as interest rates moderate, things will change. And India, I agree with Nipun solely that India stands in a very different place compared to most global economies in terms of outlook. Because India did not leverage as much. Private sector deleveraged very meaningfully last 10 years. Government has not leveraged too much. If I look at the top 10 economies average and compare India versus average of those top 10 economies in household debt as percentage of GDP, the private sector debt as percentage of GDP, government debt as percentage of GDP, in all parameters, India stands out, really. And then combine that with the fundamental demand that it has because of its natural consumption, it is a compelling story. So that part is, I think, there are many nuances, but overall, India seems okay to me. And as the capital flows again thaw and begin, India will be a beneficiary in my mind. The second point, which was about the office sector, I personally think that the opportunity there is now going forward more in playing the cycles, playing the portfolio, sweating out the portfolio.
Yes.
And the demand, again, work from home is playing out very differently in India compared to global standards, global markets. So I do hope that there is a resilience there, and the benefit will accrue.
All right. So from one of the real estate players I was talking to, they did mention that demand has gone up. Of course, there's no apple-to-apple comparison on pricing from 4 years back, but the absorption has been lower than what it was pre-COVID. And probably this year, it will settle down, and from next year, hopefully, the opportunity will be much better.
Yeah, mind you, there is a migration to better quality, better office also happening there. So gross absorption has recovered very well. Net absorption has not as much. So there is perhaps a flight to quality.
All right, very good point from a bullish investor, I would say, in the sector. Bhairav, but tax is one of the critical elements and one of the single largest factors for investments, for returns, and for making those decisions. What needs to be done for making investments much more effective, returns much more effective on the tax front?
So I'm glad you made the point that tax is the most important factor.
Single largest in any
largest.
transaction.
That will keep us in
giving
business.
you that importance, yes.
That will keep us in business, and we'll occupy more and more spaces, so it'll keep everyone in business. Having said that, yes, tax, whether it is the usual income tax, whether it is the tax which the foreign investors have to pay in India, or the GST, I think all of it put together is always a very, very important decision in any real estate trade. The way I'm seeing the trend, if you look at last 5 to 7 years, the income tax side of things is more or less stable. You pretty much know as an investor, whether domestic or foreign, the kind of tax you should factor in your model going forward for the next 5, 7, 10 years. I don't think the income tax related complications are going to substantially change. We may see a few odd litigation, which is the trend with our income tax regime. I think, as I said earlier, GST definitely needs a fix. Once we get the fix to the GST side of things, the tax regime will more or less be stable. And that's what you want as a foreign investor or as a domestic investor, because real estate cycles, real estate models are typically 10, 15-year models. You don't, unless it's a resi product, you don't prepare a 3-year model. Commercial, warehousing, data centers, all are 10, 15-year model. And there's a very significant assumption at the end of 10 years that someone else will buy it. So the tax regime has to be stable, otherwise your pricing will go for a toss. So I would say one thing that needs a fix is the GST side of things.
All right, so that needs to be worked upon. Final question, Nipun. You said that there are some risks. To not spoil the party, what should we be cognizant of? I would say era of RERA has been very transformational, but what should we be very cognizant of at this point very quickly?
I think when too much happens too fast is always a red flag. Anyway, right? It's even for us, right? You eat good food too many days in a row, you're going to put up a few kilos. You know, it's like too much of anything, or very good things of anything happening in quick periods of time has their, so from attraction to addiction, as somebody said, that it's a very quick kind of transition when that happens.
Yes.
And for, I think real estate, I think pricing, if pricing keeps going up really, really fast, it sets the seeds of a down cycle or leverage. Leverage in the system
or a bubble
seems
being
pretty
created.
okay, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
it's hard. I don't think we are there yet on bubble territory. The bubbles will need a little more to happen. But yes, can we get there? Yeah, I think that's possible. And some pockets, maybe there's excess euphoria over others. But that is a comment more in the sense of the residential market, which dominates real estate so much, like it's 70-80% of the market. But I think on an overall basis, right now, it's as we've been told to believe, Amrit Kal time. So maybe you just stay positive. It's like positive time for the market. Enjoy this cycle till it lasts. Leverage is not a concern right now. Interest rates is not such a big concern right now. It's really pricing running ahead of itself, which will be a cause of concern. And I think that's been time tested for a long time. So hopefully it happens gradually than in a bubble fashion. And stock markets might become the lead indicators for that. It might happen a bubble in stock market before real estate.
Not just you, Nipun, all of us in this room are waiting for some correction to happen in real estate, Mumbai real estate prices, so that we can buy houses. But on that note, very, very interesting points and many takeaways from real estate investments and how it's really transforming. Very, very positive views coming in from all the investors and participants from the sector. So thank each one of you for joining me in this conversation. And thanks to all of you for being so patient and listening to all the thoughts. Thank you.
Very interesting takeaways indeed. And welcoming on stage right now, Angela Lai, VP Head of APAC and Valuations at Preqin, to present all of our panelists and our moderator with a token of our appreciation. And yes, indeed, lots of takeaways. India is significantly better in terms of risk now than it was before. No need to really delve into the tier 2 cities as well, as we see more capital hitting those markets. And the India outlook really in comparison to the rest of the world stands in a better place. And of course, as it was very well highlighted by Nipun, too much happening too fast, that could be a potential red flag. Team Black taking a photo. Thank you all for joining us. All right, a jam-packed day ahead of us, so let's keep the action going and let's keep it all moving. Now, when it comes to the realm of private equity and venture capital, wealth creation for the next generation forms a very critical part of future growth for many companies and for a business to be successful. So the question is, and lots of questions loom large, how can you craft the optimal blend for family offices? How will next-gen dynamic work when it comes to wealth creation? How can one maximize returns while navigating generational transitions? Using real-world insights and case studies, let's welcome our next set of panelists to provide us with a practical guide for family offices seeking just the right mix for sustainable wealth creation. I'm going to request you all, please take your seats. We need our next panelist to come on stage. Joining in right now, ladies and gentlemen, Umang Papneja, who's CEO at Julius Baer India. We have Anirudh Damani, Managing Partner, Artha Venture Fund. Suchi Kothari, who is the Director, DSP Group Family Offices. Rohit Bhayana, Co-CEO Founder at Oyster Global. And moderating this discussion is Anurag Joshi, News Editor, ET Now, Times Network. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panelists, please do take the stage so we can resume our next discussion. Do we have our next set of panelists in the auditorium? Please take the stage. If we could please, yes. No, you can come from here. Please welcome on stage, ladies and gentlemen, Umang Papneja. We also have Anirudh Damani, Suchi Kothari, Rohit Bhayana, as well as Anurag Joshi. Ooh, I'm sorry. I forgot. Sorry, we have Angela. Can I do that? I'm so sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I misread. I'm so sorry. We have a presentation that's lined up next. Angela, apologies for that. I'm so sorry. We have a presentation before the panel discussion. Sorry for that. Angela Lai, VP Head of APAC and Valuations at Preqin, here to highlight the presentation. Thank you, Angela, for joining in, and apologies for that again.
First of all, thank you very much, the IVCA, for this opportunity to appear on stage. This event just gets better and better every year, and it's such an honor to be part of it. My name is Angela. I'll be representing Preqin today in delivering to you a market update on venture capital market, both from a global perspective as well as a little bit on India itself. And of course, I'll also share some perspectives from the investor's point of view. And if you're not too familiar with us, Preqin is the go-to platform for alternatives assets data. We've been around for 20 years already. We serve professionals like yourselves with the most comprehensive data, analytics, and research. So we help professionals fundraise, benchmark portfolios, source funds, source deals, and just to stay on top of the market. And I'd like to offer you some resources today. If you just scan this QR code, first of all, you will get access to my presentation deck. So you can also read it on your own device if you like. And we're also offering some publications, including the Preqin's PEVC Territory Guide for India, as well as the AIF benchmarks. These reports are produced in conjunction with the IVCA. So you take your time to scan this because it will be on every slide after this. But I think I have only 18 minutes left now, so I'm going to jump right in. And just much like the IVCA has expanded beyond just VC, I'd like to put all asset classes here so we can take a look and just really marvel at how much India has grown, how far it has come as a private capital market. So as we understand it at Preqin, India is now a $127 billion market. Obviously, the venture capital part in pink is very much at the center of this growth, representing around 40% of everything now, but overall AUM has already doubled in just 5 years. And I also want to highlight the bit on the bit that is bright blue. It's private debt, even though it's not the focus of my presentation. I feel like it would be strange not to really point that out because it's such a buzzword now in alternatives. We hear, on stage and off stage, it's such a important topic for India, very well positioned to capture the upwave. So you can see how it has now tripled in 5 years. And I think a while ago I was still seeing how India-focused private debt has tied with China as this largest single country-focused AUM, but the data now clearly shows that India is very much in the lead. And one more thing I want to highlight is this shows India-focused funds data. So I think if we add up India exposure from the Asia pan-regional funds as well as the global diversified, the actual number will be even higher than this. So what's been driving a lot of this growth clearly is investors seeing the potential in India. And this chart comes from our Global Investor Survey. We conduct and publish this survey twice a year, so it's a very good way for us to keep track of how investors' preferences and concerns are changing. And this is a question on which emerging markets do you see presenting the best opportunities in the next 12 months. You can see very clearly India is the top choice across asset classes, shown by the different colors there. This place used to be China, maybe up to 2 years ago, but very clearly now we can see India being the top consensus, followed by Southeast Asia, and then after that, I'd say the interest is a bit more dispersed. But I'd like to highlight the column in pink, that is venture capital. So clearly you can see how much investors are looking at India as a venture capital market. So it has a lot of opportunities across different sectors and different ticket sizes. And this very strong demographics has been supporting very good economic growth, both historical and in terms of forecast. So it's definitely been getting a lot of attention in this area. So I think we are an independent data and research provider, which means we think it's important to offer you both the positives and the negatives view so that we have a more balanced perspective when looking at this market. And I think we've come to this bit where we need to highlight a bit on the challenges of the market. So the sentiment on venture capital has really weakened quite a bit globally. It's not just India, but I would say it's not entirely immune to all of that. So what we're looking at here is the fundraising results in recent years for India-focused funds across different asset classes. Again, venture capital is the pink bit, so it represents after a very record high fundraising year in 2022, where funds raised $7 billion into India venture capital. That has contracted quite substantially in 2023 as investors have really changed their views on this market. And if we look at the deals data, the deals activity, we would see a very similar pattern as well. The chart on the left-hand side, that is India VC deal flow. And if you look at, follow the pink line for deal value, you'd see 2023 is pretty much at a low. It's around half the value we could see in 2021. And if we look at the bars representing the number of deals for volume, we can see that it is actually slightly below pre-pandemic levels as well. That's quite dramatic, I would say, but not entirely out of line with global levels. But because of this substantial drop, if we look at the chart on the right-hand side where we break down VC activity in the region, you'd see that the proportion, the market share of India VC activity in pink, it has come down slightly in 2023, and that is because we have pretty strong activity coming out of Japan. Japan is in bright blue. And even in China, even though China-focused funds are seeing a dry spell in fundraising, VC is one area where their activity has held up pretty well. And so in terms of what's been really changing the mindset of investors, here I'd like to share some data we have on valuations as well as performance to show you what the impact has been on venture capital. The chart here on the left-hand side, first of all, I think is my favorite indicator. We keep track of the percentage of down rounds in VC. So for example, if you look at the dark blue line on top, that represents the proportion of down rounds out of all the deals in a single quarter in VC. So it does reflect the change in market sentiment very quickly. I encourage everyone to look at this, even if you don't specialize in venture capital. It's because it's better than looking at this than, well, I'd say look at this in conjunction with, say, private equity data, because with VCs, the startups, they go to investors much more frequently in order to stay afloat. And so you have much more frequent price discovery, and it's very, very comparable data because you're looking at how much investors are paying for the exact same company over time. And you can see how it really, really captures the market sentiment in a much more real-time sort of way. If you look at the end of 21 or the beginning of 2022, that was a time when funds capital was flowing into VC space at record speed. And that's when you can see there was a bit of that capital chasing deals, and therefore valuations were quite high at the time, and down rounds were at a historical low. I think it's around 4-5%. But as investors, the market sentiment took a turn after the middle of 2022. Interest rates started going up. Deal activity, exits, and all that started to dry up a bit. You can see that has really climbed up very steeply. As of the second quarter of 23, down rounds made up around 15% of all deals that we're able to track, which is actually above the pandemic highs. We can see a very similar pattern in the write-offs and restructuring line in pink. So it really highlights how much investors at this point are scrutinizing the valuations they're willing to pay, as they are not in such a hurry to transact as before. And in terms of the impact, I think it would be good to look at our chart on the right-hand side. This is breaking down median and also the quartile IRRs by vintage year of all the global VC funds that we track. And notice this sharp downturn for 2021 vintage has really gone into negative territory for the lowest quartile. I'd say, of course, for 2021 vintage, most of this is still unrealized IRR, so there's a lot of room for that to change, for the situation to evolve. But it does highlight how much impact investments would see if they were deployed at the peak of the market. And it could take a longer time for these funds to recover in the mid to long term. And that's something that we factor in to our longer term forecasts, which I will share also in the end. But of course, so that was a global view. Of course, for India investors, ultimately they'll be interested in then how does India VC performance stack up to all of that? And so I'll show two charts. The first chart is our AIF benchmark that we produced in conjunction with IVCA using data directly disclosed by GP. So again, thank you if you have contributed your data to us. Let's look at the the black line on top. That is the AIF CAT1 as a proxy for VC performance. And then look at that in conjunction with the MSCI India in purple. You can see a very clear outperformance there. And then also look at the line in green. That is the Preqin venture capital performance global. So you can see, I think at the beginning, maybe 2020, the India AIF CAT1 was going at a much flatter curve up than, let's say, global venture capital. But that has really caught up towards 2021, end of 2021, and even actually surpassed that. And even as the global venture capital performance has come down quite significantly, so if you look back from an 18 months period from the end of 2021, global VCs has been down by 23%, whereas India has been relatively resilient. Another chart I want to show here is the risk versus return profile of India VCs historically. So on this chart, basically the higher returns are obviously to the top of the chart, and then you have the volatility of the returns, meaning the riskier you are historically, then you'd be more towards the right-hand side of the chart. So India is the smallest green bubble towards the top of the chart, which means that historically returns have been better than some of the key markets we are able to highlight here, and actually been quite efficient at giving that return to investors as well, because you can see how it is almost directly above the purple bubble that is North America. But of course, some caveats in reading this kind of chart is, first of all, you can tell from the size of the bubble that the sample size for India is still small, so it is still relatively a younger market with a little less depth or track record that compared to, let's say, China or North America. But then it is clearly evolving and developing as we speak. And also, this is still just historical performance, which doesn't always speak for future. And so I think it's a good time to think about, what investors are expecting to see in the near term. This is again from our investor survey, where we ask investors about their near-term capital commitments to the different asset classes that they have, and typically it's very correlated with their return expectations. So the way to read this is the dark blue on top represents the proportion of investors that expect to allocate less capital to each asset class, and then the dark blue at the bottom represents the proportion of investors who expect to increase their capital allocations. So first of all, clear winner here, private debt. 50% of respondents expect to allocate more. But then on the other side of that, in terms of the perhaps pain points right now, is venture capital and real estate, where you have more of the bright blue at the top. So venture capital, just a little more than 30% of respondents are intending to decrease their allocations in the short term. I would say we asked the same question over the long term. We see the long-term expectations is a bit better, which suggests there's a bit of pivoting or a little bit of sitting out, maybe one or two more fundraising cycles. But I'd say, despite that, because like I said, we do this twice a year, we can keep track of the changes. And even for the same question, if we compare to last year's results, I would say we are seeing some return of positivity. If you look at the chart on the left-hand side here first, so that's the question on venture capital commitment plans in the next 12 months. The pink is the last survey that I showed just now, but the dark blue is last year's results. So you can see that there are actually more investors who intend to allocate more capital this time round, and less investors expect to allocate less capital than last year, which is a bit of a move towards a positive direction. And related to that is their return expectations. The last time we did the survey, more than 60% of investors expect performance in venture capital to worsen in the next 12 months. But in this one, we see that has come down to just 30%. And in fact, you can see that there are more investors who expect performance to improve than those who expect performance to worsen, again in the pink columns. So it does show that perhaps due to the downturn that we saw just now, remember the green line, 23% down for venture capital globally, it has investors thinking whether it's time to pick up on some opportunities, maybe it's time to go back in. So overall, it's turning slightly positive. But I think, in terms of looking at the deal flow and fundraising side of things, it might take a little while to see that translate into substantial activity. So in terms of our longer term forecast, we took account into all of that. We account for lower fundraising, lower pace of investment overall in private capital, so that includes venture capital, definitely. Our expectation is that the coming year, we could see a similar to maybe a little bit of downside in terms of fundraising, but actual recovery will be perhaps 2-3 years out. But then in terms of performance, we are going to see some clear correction, especially compared to the last 2020 to 2022, that sort of very exceptional period, which we have highlighted in pink. So compared to that, there is going to be a substantial, overall around a 5-point difference when we look at the next 6-7 years of performance. So we see venture capital coming down to around 14%, but compared to other asset classes, it's still going to outperform. Like we said, like we saw earlier on the down rounds data, there are a lot of opportunities that can be found in the, in a much more, I guess, reasonable valuation than before. So it could be an entry point for investors with a longer term investment horizon. But then, obviously, because of what we saw on the sort of funds that were deployed at the height of the market, it's going to take some time for those to recover as well. So in terms of looking at year-on-year performance, we expect venture capital performance to be quite mixed in the next 12 to 18 months, and that recovery could be quite uneven between the different markets, because we see investors sort of shifting their preferences out of some sectors into newer sectors like AI, for example. That's been very well discussed, I think, through this conference. So because of that, we're going to see a little bit more, I think, overall correction in the next 1-2 years or so, but we'll see much more pickup in recovery towards the end of our forecast period. So I think I'm ending this at a pretty good time. This is our, all this data comes from Preqin Pro platform or our Research Insights research reports. So please, very welcome your feedback and any questions, comments. Please look for myself, Angela, or my team, Uday and Ankit. We're here. We have a booth outside. Please come speak to us, or pick up a Preqin notebook or Preqin pen. Just come say hi. Thank you very much.
Angela, thank you so very much, and so encouraging to know that India is the most attractive destination. Please, Angela, stay on stage with us, because we have Mohan Nair now, who's joining in, the MD at the TFM Group, to present you with a small certificate on behalf of IVCA. Thank you for those insights. All right, like I said, jam-packed day ahead of us. So let's put the spotlight then on wealth creation. And clearly the next gen forms a very critical part of the future growth story for many companies, for many successful businesses. So we want to understand how next gen dynamics work when it comes to wealth creation. How can we maximize returns while navigating generational transitions? Well, using these real-world insights and case studies, let's bring on board our next set of panelists. Join me in welcoming on stage, ladies and gentlemen, Umang Papneja, who is the CEO at Julius Baer India. We have Anirudh Damani, Managing Partner at Artha Venture Fund. Shuchi Kothari, Director, DSP Group Family Office. Rohit Bhayana, Co-CEO, Founder at Oyster Global. Moderating this discussion is Anurag Joshi, News Editor, ET Now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anurag Joshi. I'm a news editor at ET Now. We have an esteemed panel of speakers today who will give you a 360-degree overview and informed insights about the growing and practical relevance of family offices in India, as our country, the world's 5th biggest economy, is poised to leap towards the 3rd largest and become a $5 trillion economy. It's a subject I'm sure everybody in this hall is interested in. India's economic rise in the last 30 years has helped generate a growing number of billionaires and ultra-high net worth individuals and families. In this backdrop, a fast-growing number of family offices are providing professional and institutional approach to wealthy Indian families. So let's start with you, Umang. There are, according to some estimates, if we take the conservative 150 and a liberal estimate is 300 family offices which are operating in India. Give us a sense about the future landscape of this industry as a large number of wealthy individuals and families grow, and so does the necessity to manage the surge in wealth.
Thanks, Anurag. So first, let me just put some numbers on the table, and then it's quite obvious that how family offices are going to grow. So just looking at only families which have 30 million US dollars and above wealth, which are going to get created in the future. So right now we have 13,000 such families. It's going to 19,000 in the next 5 years. So which means you've got 3 individuals every day which is joining that club. So needless to say, when you're having such kind of growth in the HNI and hence the family office segment, this number, as you mentioned, is around 300. I'll not be surprised if it goes to 1,000. So that's one. Second, you asked me about the trends. I think trends are, one trend which we are seeing is most families are doing single family offices rather than multi-family offices. Second trend which we're seeing is the rush towards alternatives, so which we'll come to probably in the later part of the panel. And third is inquiries about international investing. So these are the 3 trends which I'm seeing.
Umang, Rohit, you'd like to add?
Sure. I think coming at the back of Umang is always easy. He's covered the broad numbers. But I think few things are just very stark. The whole basification effect that's happening with India, the amount of wealth getting created is just enormous. And I think just to put one metric here, which is quite simple, is as the country is growing, about 7%, just to put numbers in perspective, there are obviously people who are growing at 0, 3, 4, some numbers, but there are also people who are growing at 15, 17, 20. Now that's what we're talking earnings, income, etc. When you talk about liquid net worth, that's compounding. So when you think about it, when the country has a segment of population that's increasing its earnings and income by 15 to 20%, the liquid net worth is going to levels which are unbelievable. And that is then driven by the desire to create an intellectual effect that's being driven to create business in the long term, strategic alignment. So I think we're just going to see an enormous amount of family intellect, a family wealth, and a family patient capital just come into the mix in a dramatically different way than it has so far.
Thank you, Rohit. So globally, there has been a mounting shift towards alternative investments. And if I cite Goldman Sachs, the proportion has hovered around 45% of the assets that family offices manage globally. Is this an area that's attracting more attention from family offices in India today? And as an asset class, what are your thoughts about the growth of alternatives in India? Anirudh?
First of all, thank you so much, Anurag. Great questions. I think, see, family offices inherently, especially from an Indian context, are looking to better what is already out there, right? So they're always looking for the next best thing in that sense. So, mutual funds was first. Now mutual funds has become ubiquitous, right? So now you're looking for, then the AIFs came in. Now family offices, everybody's investing there, so what's next? And that's why alternatives as a class continues to improve in its participation with family offices, because they're looking to beat what is already out there, right? And there's a vast amount of money, like Umang said, that they have to manage. And it's not going to happen by following the same pie curves that are given for, let's say, a middle-class investor, somebody maybe managing 1 crore or 2 crores, with family offices managing upwards of 200 crores, as Umang said, they have a very different methodology of how to generate that alpha. And a lot of that is going into alternatives, because that's where the alpha is going to come from. If you're waiting for the IPO and you're getting 2% allocation for your money, it's probably not going to get you much percentage points on such a large portfolio, hence alternatives.
Shuchi, what is your view on alternatives?
Well, 40% is a very high amount. With our family office, I would say it's significantly under 10%, and we're probably going to keep it around that level. But in general, it's an asset class that cannot be ignored. I mean, globally, historically, it's outperformed the public market equities by 430 basis points. So even though we are an asset, at DSP, we're an asset management company, mostly we've always just been invested in our own mutual funds, which we continue to do so. But this was an asset class that we just could not ignore as a family office for some diversification. In a way, it's also, even though it's an illiquid asset class, it keeps us disciplined because we're not selling at the lows and buying at the highs. So it's a forced discipline, which is what I always joke about. It's in the illiquid element of it is actually a positive element in some ways.
Thank you, Suchi. Umang, what's your take?
Sure. I think if you look at numbers, I think when you compare mutual funds, as Shuchi was saying, so mutual funds are around 50, 55 lakh, 52 lakh crores to be exact. And AIFs have become around almost 10.5, 11 lakh crores. So I think the number is somewhere around 15, 20% of alt assets generally. But what is interesting is the mutual fund industry has made 50 lakh crores since 1964 when UTI was launched. And AIFs have done more than 10 lakh crores since 2013. So the growth is just amazing, right? Now, but also when you look at portfolios, I think we keep probably looking at client portfolios, doing surveys, etc. A large part of alternative investment is direct in nature. So I would say as high as 50% is direct, and the rest probably could go into funds and maybe private credit and other asset classes, but largely 50% goes directly. So, I mean, interesting asset class, but more, I think, more is happening directly than funds as at the moment.
Now, if you look at the investment journey of Indian family offices in private markets, how has that journey been? And you know, private markets globally still have a level of opaqueness. So how do we, I mean, how does the industry make this section of the market more understandable to the broader family offices in India? Suchi?
So our journey has been with most family offices in private markets, I'd say first with funds. So VCP funds, meeting a lot of funds. We've invested in many different funds at different stages, from early stage, late. We have to then decide which GP we feel we like is best suited for us, we trust. And then we've seen their portfolio companies. Sometimes we've met with them. Sometimes we've done co-investments with these funds. In portfolio companies, some strategic, some not as strategic, just because we were interested in the idea. And I think that's usually the journey for family offices. And then maybe there'll be some direct investing as well, that deals come directly to the family office by just being in this space. But I don't know if I've done a few direct investments, I mean, personally, and also through the family office. I feel it's always better to be cautious doing these, because if it's not being vetted by a VC that we trust, then you may be getting the lemons. You might be getting those deals that everyone else has passed on, and they're just wanting to raise money. Maybe even a fund you've invested in wants that company now to be raised for the next round. So then they're coming to you with their, that portfolio company, and you're wondering why other VCs are not now investing in that company, why there isn't a new lead investor. So you have to really trust your GP. There can always be this agency fiduciary sort of conflict. So trusting your GP, picking the right GPs, that's very important, and being a little cautious when investing directly in companies.
Rohit, you'd like to add?
Absolutely. Actually, I couldn't agree more with what Suchi just said. I think if, picking on what Umang said, if mutual funds really 20 years ago came of age, really in that sense, it was about 20 years ago. If today's private markets kind of looks back to that day and kind of gets inspired, the one thing that comes simply is if that's where stock picking struggled with, and you would leave fund managers as the best judges of where capital would get allocated, it's no different. It's no different today with where private markets are. Finding the needle in a haystack in a direct investing is as fraught with risk as anything could be. And dealing with seasoned fund managers, like Suchi was saying, finding the right GPs you feel temperamentally, strategically, thesis-wise, sector-wise, that you feel you can back with, I think is the way to go. I also want to just pick one thing. Endowments globally have really shown the way. And endowments and families are not very different. They have pretty much the same objectives. Endowments are driven by positive growth, beat inflation, and last for generations. It's very similar for family offices. And therefore, if endowments over years and years and years have been building their private market corpuses in a very systematic, very rigorous way, depending on diligence in a great way, partnering with the GPs they think they can partner with, I think it's that same journey. It's the same journey which will be repeated by family offices.
Anirudh, do you have a view on private markets and how can this be made more understandable to family offices in the country? And
I think obviously we're also living in an age where information is much more free-flowing, right? I'm just going to add on what has already been discussed. It's important to realize that innovation can no longer happen on a quarterly basis. That's what the stock market needs you to do. While when you look at private investing, you're obviously investing in things that are probably going to have impact years later, right? Sometimes you're investing today not knowing. Like imagine the people who invested in ChatGPT, right? It's taken the world by storm in the last 12 months or so, but the investments were made far before that, right? And imagine the billions of dollars sunk into something that no one knows about. And there's no way on a quarterly basis you could ever evaluate that because they just started even turning revenue maybe 6 months ago when they came out with their paid plans. It's quite difficult to do it in India, but if you have a global credit card, it works. So this kind of innovation requires patient capital. It requires a little bit more leeway to the founder and the founding team to not be at this rigmarole that the listed space has, right? That every quarter you have to show earnings growth, you have to show revenue growth, you have to show profits, and then you also have to be able to estimate what you're going to do next year, and then you get penalized if you miss your own estimates, right? That is very difficult in private companies, early stage tech, or even companies like a ChatGPT to really estimate that. So I think that's where private markets come in. That's why family offices are required, like Rohit said, that's why endowments are required, because they're literally investing in things that are going to be groundbreaking for the next 20 years. And that's going to take some time, some patience, and that's why private markets supremely important, and any family office obviously is finding excitement there as well, right? It is definitely an exciting world to know you're investing in the next rocket that India is building, or the next LLM that is going to transform some entire industry. It's quite exciting.
thank you. And how would you judge diligence and post-investment monitoring standards of Indian family offices? What improvements can be made? What best practices can we bring in? Rohit, you want to give?
Yeah, I think the centerpiece of the excruciating rigor that this asset class requires. It's a great asset class. We all know it's historically over decades outperformed public markets. It's however having its own challenges, right? It is illiquid, it's long-term, information is dense, it's complex to understand, all of that. And therefore, I think at the heart of private market investing is diligence. It's partnering with someone, it's either incubating that competence in-house or partnering with someone through whom you have that rigor instilled in the process, and then backing a few. But I think the most important thing starts thereafter. It's the partnering, it's the monitoring, it's taking positions on the LPAC. It really is. And you might not be able to do it as a family office. You might be able to do it through a proxy vehicle. You might be able to do it through a consortium. But yeah, it's taking those pivot positions where you can really drive your belief, you can back the GP, and you really can get the results you really want to get.
Anirudh?
See, I think Umang brought up a very interesting point, and I'll just add again to what Rohit has said. AIF really took off in 2013. Most funds have a 10-year life. You're literally seeing the payback of the first round of AIF investing it started maybe 6 months back and it's probably going to flow for the next 18 months. After that, you're going to have the standards that should have been built for due diligence, right? Because we're still learning in many ways. That getting said, family offices that have, got children that have studied abroad, right? And they come from that ecosystem or they lived abroad. They have already started getting a lot of the data from their own peers in other ecosystems of how to evaluate funds in India. How can we partner with them, right? It's no longer a passive investment style. It's a very active investment style. Family offices are extremely engaged. They're looking for ways to help beyond just putting in money. Within our own funds, we've seen family offices go to the extent of providing, distribution help. They've provided help with, delivering debt programs, working capital, opening doors. They really are trying to be as active as possible without taking over the role of the investment manager. That's what Suchi said, right? You still need the professional managing the investment, but family offices want to be way more involved than just sitting outside and waiting for a quarterly report or some AGM to meet the founders. They're finding ways. I'm surprised by how many people actually read the monthly newsletter that I write, right? And the responses I get for it. Or the quarterly reports and how much people really know about these companies. It just tells you that there is a need for them to know, and us as fund managers should provide as much information as possible to them because they're really looking to help.
Ubang?
No, as I think Anirudh also mentioned, I think as the first returns come out, and plus we have data from agencies like Preqin in the previous presentation, I think more and more families are getting aware. Second, I think there's a trend which is coming about is also looking at secondaries, also looking at funds which have a known pool. So these kind of innovations are coming in where you look at established managers and probably get in. There are a lot of side letters being written by the legal team which kind of ensure the best governance which happens.
Suchi, what would you say?
I mean, like I said before, we really depend on our GPs and on the funds that we've invested in to do the due diligence for us, the analysis, etc. Most family offices don't have large teams, and then we don't have teams dedicated specifically to this asset class. So it gets very cumbersome if there are a lot of line items in our sheet, and that there are multiple companies which now have added to, I feel, in the last 2 years. And it's much easier if you've just invested in a few funds and they're doing the due diligence and you trust them. Having said that, I mean, for example, there's one company, and I didn't invest through a fund, and we just literally yesterday just heard, oh yeah, where a fund that's going to invest, that was going to invest in the company, it just fell through. And now the company hasn't paid salaries in the last 2 months, and it's not doing well, and it's come to that like major liquidity crunch situation. And I don't think a lot of the large institutional investors even knew that this was the state of the company and how desperate they were for this round. So you do rely on your GPs, you do expect them to know what's going on, but sometimes they have invested in a lot of companies and they may not know every detail of the cash flow situation in the company. And especially when they think of big funding round is coming through. So it's difficult, it's very, very difficult, which is why I feel safest to just be investing in funds and then maybe do a few select co-investments with the funds and companies that you feel very positively about and the fund feels very positively about.
So is there scope for family offices in India becoming more institutionalized and more professional to deliver effective intergenerational transfer of wealth? Suchi?
I mean, there's always scope to improve and professionalize. Different family members may have different needs and requirements. Some might require more liquidity than others, might require some regular income flow, while others might not need the same levels. Some might want to live in India, some might want to become NRIs. There's a lot of things family office can do as they professionalize tax planning, estate planning, just all sorts of different needs and requirements of family members, even for charitable sort of donations. Different family members might have different interests. So I think it's, there's always an opportunity for family offices to really professionalize. And we've seen a few family offices, Premji, et cetera, that have done a really good job of this, even Patni Family Office. So there are a lot of family offices that I admire and would, would be great to get to their level. Also, we are members of certain family office networks like Camden and IVCA, and so we just learned a lot from different family offices and learned their best practices. And then, different family offices are very helpful, and they're willing to share what works for them and what doesn't.
Great. Now that brings me to Gift City and regulation. Now, IFSCA allowed family investment funds and the family offices to set up units in Gift City and to process investments globally. Now, IFSCA has also approved, given an in-principle approval to the first set of family offices, and Premji Invest is one of the names that's come in the media. Now, allowing family offices access to Gift City, which is touted as India's international finance center, would that really expand their reach to global markets and assets? And what do you think the government and the regulators need to do to boost Gift City's revenue?
Questions in one question, but I'll take it one at a time.
Yeah.
Anurag, so I think let's just talk about global investing for family offices. I think it's extremely important. We're going to learn a lot more by investing in more developed ecosystems. And if you look at the frontier markets that are going to come up, like you're going to have Africa, you're going to have Southeast Asia. These are massive markets. I mean, Africa itself is the size of India, right? 1.3 billion people there as well. If you look at Southeast Asia, Indonesia's at 400 million people. And there's some significant market size and a lot of innovation happening. And I think India, as a government, as a regulator, should support family offices that are looking to make inroads there, because we're going to find the next level of really cutting-edge innovation over there. That getting said, initiatives like Gift City, definitely very important, because it gives a proper channel for the money to go out of the country, and there's proper reporting happening for it. Can it be made easier? I think when it comes to regulation, we always want things to be extremely easy. But I don't think we can look over some very important aspects, because you don't just make laws for the good people, you make laws even for the bad actors. And just because you let some good actors through, you might end up letting some bad actors through as well. And that's why these things take time. And I'm glad that the regulator is engaging and has always been active in dialogue with both fund managers and family offices.
Umang, I know you have some thoughts. Go ahead.
Yes. So first of all, I think the regulator in Gift City, I think, is very, very engaging and proactive. So we've never seen so much of proactivism actually with regulators. So that's my first point. Second, what you'll also see is not only the FIF, which is the Family Investment Fund, what's also going to happen is a lot of our asset management companies locally will set up offices in GIFT, right, to probably launch schemes and products which can be used by family offices, also can be used by HNIs, so that they can choose from the products which probably are there from the asset manager's table to diversify into international investing. So that, I think, is clearly going to be a trend of the future.
Right. So family offices, broadly speaking, I mean, they started off with a reputation of passive investing. I just want to know about, the transformation in India for family offices becoming more informed and more involved investors. Suchi, you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, if you're specifically referring to private markets, there are a few companies where maybe we've taken a slightly larger stake, and then we will be more active. For example, at Blue Tokai, I'm on the board now. We invested, I think, in 2018, and subsequently been investing more. And so that I am taking, a more of an active role in representing the family on that company. And then there are a few other companies that maybe have invested in the early stage that, are still quite small, and then I try to help them as well and see what best I can do. So like Anirudh also said, family offices are more interested in seeing how they can get involved, especially if there's some sort of strategic angle and fit with the family office. And we do our best to see what we can do to help these portfolio companies. Because imagine if there's so many family offices invested, even through a fund, there's access to so many different people and so many different opportunities for these companies that they wouldn't otherwise get. So the more active a family office can be and they're willing to help, it's great for these companies.
Anirudh, would like to add?
So I think, I'm just, what Suchi said is absolutely accurate, right? I think number one, the number of family offices has increased, right? Exponentially. And while they're looking for access through fund managers, through GPs, they also want that feel of the touch and feel, right? That they want to be involved. Many of them have already had their liquidity event. They've sold the main business. So they're sitting, looking for an opportunity to contribute and give back. It's a trend that's only going to improve. It's only going to continue. And as we have this multi-generational family offices that happen in India, we've only seen a few families that have been able to do that so far. I think there's going to be family members that are going to become full-time professionals managing the family office. So now you'll have a full-time person managing the wealth, and that would be part of their KPI, KRA job to be fully involved with fund managers or with their portfolio companies or in the direct investment style. And it's a trend, I think, only improving, and in the digital age only becoming deeper.
Rohit?
I think there's 60% of the families are going to go through, in the next 10 years, an intergenerational shift of wealth. I think the next generation coming in has just a very natural flair with this asset class. It's almost like being born to the mobile age, right? Just like you're born to the mobile age, you're born to the internet age. I think the next generation coming in is born to the private markets age, if I can so use that word. And I think if they are just not going to be passive. I think we're going to see very active participation. And that with innovation, that with disruption, that with everything one's talked about over IVCA in the last day and a half, I think it's just going to play very naturally to families increasing their exposure and doing it very comfortably because they'll be doing it as part of a natural skin. So that's what I think, Anurag.
Now I'll throw the floor open for questions. I know we have lunch after this, so I don't want to hold you all back. So go ahead.
Hello. Hi, I'm Radhika Rajan. I'm with the DSP Family Office. Actually, my question is for Umang. So you said that, in the last X number of years, the private markets, the AIF have made so much more money than, I forget the exact stats that you quoted, than the public markets. However, most of the gains from that have actually accrued, I would say, to the GPs, right? I mean, it's not that the investors, whereas if you're investing in public markets, the gains, the fee structure of these.
Yes, that's a very valid point, but let me go back to my stats which I mentioned. So when I said 50 lakh crores of MFAUM is largely the current value, whereas when AIF say that they've raised 10 lakh crores of AUM, that's the commitment value. So the value could be maybe 20, 25, 30, whatever the case may be. And of course, post that. But when you look at these two numbers and put them in context, the AIF market on a current value basis is significantly, probably as much as the equity AUM in the mutual fund industry.
I think my question referred to the gains made.
Yes. So the gains.
So which means actual exits and so on and so forth.
Yes.
And
So
funds
now coming to the
distributed.
fees part, so a lot of private equity funds have realized that 220 doesn't really work, and many of them have kind of rationalized to more like 1.5, 15, or sometimes even lower. And it's an Indian kind of innovation that the higher money you put, the cheaper fees do you get charged, right? So we have a lot of family offices which have that benefit that they don't need to really pay that 2 and 20, and probably for them it's like 1 and 10 or lower.
Thanks.
Who wants to go next? Anybody? Okay, I see there are no further questions. So we will end this interesting panel here. My thanks to all the esteemed speakers, who gave us such great insights into the relevance and into the growth of family offices. Thank you very much.
Sorry, could I just interrupt 1 second? I feel my sister will kill me if I don't give out the stat, but the DSP small cap fund, for example, in the last 10 years, and that's something that you can maybe compare, right, to this private market investing, has given us a return of almost 25% IRR. Now, IRR is sort of what you will need to sort of track, right, to really see now your investments in these AIFs, how they're going to perform versus the public markets. And I know the small caps have had, really run up recently, and the market has really run up. But there are a lot of funds that we invested in. There's a fund we invested in 2010. I don't think it's going to probably give us better than a 13% return pre-tax, probably, right? And that's like a 20% tax. And if we had just invested in 2010, Jan 1st, in our small cap fund, we would have gotten a return of, 20.4%, I think, or something. And that's over 13 years, right? 13, 14 years, compared to us putting it in this AIF at that time. So in a in a PE, VCP fund. So just, think about that stat as well, because actually, practically for us, maybe we should have just invested everything in the public market.
Any of you guys have any thoughts? Rohit, Anirudh?
We need to help you with diligence.
All right, great stats, great insights. Anurag, thank you for that, and thank you to our panelists. Yes, indeed, lots of insights on empowering family offices. I would just like to request Nipun Sani, partner, Apollo Global Management, please welcome on stage and present our panelists with the certificates, if Nipun is in here. Okay. Don't spot him, perhaps already grabbed his plate of lunch. Maybe we will hand out the certificates to you in just a moment, or if I get any instructions. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause. It's time to break for lunch for a moment. We have a networking lunch. It's going to be for about 40 minutes, and then we'll see you right back here. And just a group photograph. We'll see you right back here in the next 40 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Lots of wonderful... Okay, Nipun's right here, I believe. If we could have him right here on stage. Nipun Sani, who is a partner at Apollo Global Management, to hand out the certificates to our panelists on stage. If you could join us on stage. She's right here.
sustainability is a mega trend. A trend that is not just redefining our consumption patterns and driving policy changes across the world, but could also fundamentally change the way the companies operate and could potentially alter the global trade route maps. As brands revisit their business models to cater to this shift in consumption pattern and a rapidly evolving regulatory landscape, there would be tremendous opportunities in both debt and equity financing across these value chains. Our ESG First Fund provides non-dilutive capital to small and medium businesses who are operating within such supply chains, not just to adapt and survive, but to benefit and scale from this, what we believe is a multi-decadal fundamental shift. At the IVCA Conclave, I look forward to meeting like-minded investors who are as committed to investing in building a sustainable and inclusive world as.
Hi, this is Amit Agarwal, and I represent Edelweiss Alternatives, which is one of the largest asset managers in the alternatives industry in India, managing more than $6.5 billion. Of this, we have almost $4.5 billion in private credit. We are the pioneers of private credit, and we believe that this industry is touted to be almost $100 billion over the next decade. Private credit provides bespoke financing solutions to its client and helping them grow their companies. We look forward to seeing you at the IVCA Conclave, where I will be sharing my views on the private credit industry as a part of a panel discussion. Look forward to seeing you all at the IVCA Conclave.
Hi all, my name is Ashwinder Sethi. I'm a partner with Analysis Mason based in New Delhi.
focus on internet verticals, doing a lot of corporate strategy and M&A work with internet-first businesses. Indian firms in tech-first verticals such as software as a service and AI are actually leveraging their cost advantage and efficient cost structure to build products not just catering to the Indian market, but also for tapping global markets. While the AI and software as a service market, not just in India, but also globally, is a little nascent, but we are expecting that as the market evolves, we would expect a 30-35% CAGR over the next 5 years. I look forward to being part of the IVCA Conclave 2024 as a knowledge sponsor, have very interesting conversations around building from India for the world. Look forward to seeing you there.
Hello everyone. The focus of Everstone Capital is on controlled buyouts and controlled investments across India, Southeast Asia, as well as cross-border investments between India and the US. We have delivered through this strategy one of the best DPIs in the industry. Our 2016 vintage fund has a DPI of 0.9 and our 2021 vintage fund has a DPI of 0.5. In total, we have delivered $1.2 billion to our investors over the last 5 years, which is twice the amount of capital invested. And if we include our co-invests, we have delivered about $2 billion of capital to our investors and co-investors. In terms of focus of our investments, the sector focus has been around technology and healthcare. These sectors allow us to have downside protection while delivering secular growth and also providing a natural hedge towards currency depreciation. That's what we'll focus on over the next few funds as well. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is David Antalik. I'm very pleased to be joining this panel on behalf of HSBC's commercial banking business here in India, and I look forward to meeting many of the IVCA members on the day at the conclave. Now, I recently joined our business here in India, here from Australia for a short period, to support the team to pursue what clearly is an immense opportunity in India to support our corporate and financial sponsor clients across the PE and VC universe. Whilst I'm new to the market here in India, I can certainly see the immense opportunity that's brought this panel together under such a large figure in the title, and there's clearly a big opportunity here. And I started my career in the US, hence the accent, and then moved to the UK and then to Australia. In each of those markets, I've seen an explosion of private debt and private capital within the market that I'm closest to, is typically leveraged finance. And in each of those markets, private debt has provided a very clear and a very important option, as banks have found it more challenging to lend in a very regulated environment. In a potentially regulated environment, it can be challenging for banks to be all things and provide all capital, and that's where private debt has clearly come in and filled some very important roles. It's important for us to kind of work alongside that. I think moving across those markets, I've certainly learned a few things. I've definitely learned that not every market can be applied in the same way, and they're all different. I would do think that there are some interesting and unique aspects of the Indian market that will make it a little bit more perhaps challenging, in my opinion, for private debt to operate and get comfortable. And obviously it's a pretty complex regulatory environment here in terms of working through that. The evolving kind of corporate governance and reporting standards will also make it a little bit challenging. And alongside all that, you have a very, very competitive market from a lending perspective, given the universe of public, private sector banks, as well as a very vibrant NBFC universe. In my role in HSBC in Australia, my team, we're frequently working with our clients there, alongside private debt and private capital providers to facilitate their financing needs. That happens, it's commonplace. I completely envisage the stuff we're doing there, and my ongoing role will be stuff that's commonplace here in market in just a short period of time. And I look forward to talking about it on the day.
The era of partnerships expertise lies in the nuances involved in doing business with a simple customer segment. Over the last 20 years, we have partnered with over 50 companies that in turn have done business with 55 million odd households globally. That translates to north of $40 billion worth of transactions. Now, we all know that India is uniquely positioned for a longish growth phase, and we strongly believe there has been an emergence of close to 250 million entrepreneurial households in India. These are households that have multiple streams of income and massive aspirations for their own growth. We look forward to seeing you at the IVCA Conclave, where we will be curating multiple perspectives from seasoned business leaders and practitioners about the epic opportunity, which is the economic power of industrious communities. Look forward.
Hi everyone, my name is Madhurima Agarwal and I am the Managing Director for Microsoft for Startups in India. Today, Gen AI is the topic of conversation across all boardrooms, and we are seeing a whole host of startups leveraging the power of Gen AI to create world-class offerings. This is going to impact the startup landscape in a big way, and I look forward to share my views on this at the IVCA Conclave happening on 26th and 27th of February in Mumbai. Look forward to see you there in person.
Hi everyone, this is Mohanjeet Jolly, co-founder and partner at Iron Pillar. We are delighted again to be the lead sponsor at the IVCA Conclave in Mumbai in February. I can't wait to be on a couple of really interesting panels, and one talking about how we think about investing in future disruptors and innovators, and second, a topic that's near and dear to the Iron Pillar heart. It's actually woven into our logo, investing in companies that are building from India for the world. And what does that actually take? I can't wait to share my views and those of my panelists with all of you in Mumbai next month. All the best.
Hi, I'm Padmaja Ruparel, co-founder of Iron Group. We are an early stage investing platform. We are pioneers. We brought the concept of angel investing to India. We now have a platform where companies can raise from literally 50 lakh rupees to over 50 crores on a single platform. We bring in people who can mentor, we help companies actually grow, and we now have several unicorns and some ready to go IPO. The alternate investment asset class is very important if we want to breed innovation and entrepreneurship in a country. Early stage companies literally have no way where they can raise any other money but equity and high risk money. It is this money that partners with talent and helps them to create what are the next generation entrepreneurs, the best of the next innovations, and taking the whole economy forward. So AIFs is very, very important. It's a structured way of investing into startups, leveraging professionals who have been there, done this in the investing world. They not only pick out the best next of emerging sectors, high quality entrepreneurs who then execute and create scaled up companies. It is also a way of investing in well-governed entities, and we are proud to say that governance is very high on our parameters, and that makes it easier for investors to have good high returns as well as not really worry.
In the year 2023, while many developed economies faced downturn, India remained resilient despite feeling the effects of the global funding winter. the country maintained a trajectory of rapid progress. During this period, India's venture capital landscape underwent significant changes, emphasizing more on the sustainable investments. This shift created an environment conducive for businesses to stop focusing on capital accumulation and to shift the focus on prioritizing consumers and revenues. Furthermore, the PE activity in India stayed robust, witnessing a notable increase in the buyout and majority stake acquisitions. Traditional sectors such as BFSI, healthcare, energy, and consumer goods regained their pre-COVID dominance, reversing the dominance held by IT, SaaS, and consumer technology. A significant trend is the prominence of ESG, diversity, and inclusion as a breakout investment theme, surpassing other sector-specific themes. Stay tuned for the latest insights as PE trends continue to unfold.
Hi, I'm Sambhav Ranka from IC Universal Legal. I'm a senior partner in the firm, and we are very excited to be a part of the IVCA Conclave 2024 as the lead sponsor. More than that, I'm excited to meet all our friends and well-wishers from the private equity and venture capital ecosystem. Year 2023 has been quite an exciting and interesting one in terms of the exits that the private equity investors and venture capital investors have been able to achieve. Not only in terms of the year 2022 and the growth, which is almost up 36% in terms of exits, the IPOs and open markets are the go-to modes which we have seen as the shining mode of exit, followed by secondary sales, strategic sales, and then the buyback in terms of the order. Year 2024 has a lot of promise and excitement for us and everybody in the ecosystem, with the geopolitical moves, with a lot of political action, including in India, likely to be there. We are expecting a lot of action in terms of how the industry will shape up. And I look forward to attending the event and meeting all our well-wishers and hearing from them as well as to how they see the fraternity shaping up. Look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Alternative space in India has really kind of come to an inflection point now. And I think with the number of, both in terms of size and a scale, alternatives have become as mainstream as it would be. And then I think all around the recognition in India of this becoming a strategically important industry to facilitate growth and flow of capital to the industries and the corporate India is well recognized now. It is important, I think, for the policy makers. I think we've seen a significant amount of development on that front. And I think one really needs to look at how IVCA has been playing a very crucial role in kind of helping the platform really integrate with the regulator. And I think that's something which I would say will be a very important play. And IVCA Conclave, to that extent, will be a great confluence of LPs, GPs, regulators, and policy makers coming together. So definitely it is one of the flagship events that we look forward to participating in. Thank you.
India is on its way to emerge as a $7 trillion economy by 2030, according to various estimates. This will make India the third largest economy globally. At a time when growth is hard to come by in different parts of the world, India stands out with a 6% plus real GDP growth forecast expected over the next few years. This progression to a $7 trillion economy will be powered by significant investments in its infrastructure. The $1.7 trillion infrastructure spending by the government across different schemes presents immense investment opportunities for both domestic and global investors. Indian infrastructure is at an inflection point, offering size, scale, and superior risk-adjusted returns relative to traditional investment avenues. Please join me at the IVCA Infrastructure Panel discussion, where we will share our experiences and learnings. Look forward.
OGIF or Oman India Joint Investment Fund follows a strict discipline of liquidity first strategy. 6 of our 12 investee companies are liquid. 2 more IPOs are slated to happen before March 31st, 2024, taking our liquid companies tally to 8 out of 12 companies. We have 3 more years left in the fund life. IPO markets are strong, but are very selective in pricing the issue. Good stories attract strong subscription and fair value. I look forward to sharing more with you during the upcoming IVCA Conclave. Thank you.
Hello everybody, I am Tejesh Chitlangi, Joint Managing Partner of IC Universal Legal. We are so glad to be partnering with IVCA as a lead sponsor for the upcoming and much awaited IVCA Conclave 2024. I'm excited to be speaking in the session on private credit and also be a part of the crystal gazing session on the future of financial service regulations in India. With so much to discuss from a legal, regulatory and business perspectives, I'm excited to be moderating the $100 billion private credit opportunity session and also be a part of the deliberations on the future of financial services regulations in the country and how this is shaping up. So really looking forward to meeting.
Partner with Sadhguru Catalyzers, India-focused venture fund that invests across the continuum of life sciences, agriculture, food and health. We at Sadhguru Catalyzers are very passionate about nurturing innovation that has the potential to change lives. Backed by our sponsor, a pioneer in life sciences consulting in India over the last 4 decades, we take pride in ourselves being able to provide our industry companies with the strategic guidance and the much needed industry connect to catalyze success. As you all will agree, Indian economy is in a very exciting phase with rapid growth, record deal making and increasing investor confidence. The private capital has become the key driver for this economic growth. In this context, the IVCA Conclave 2024 becomes even more exciting and relevant. We are very elated to partner with IVCA in the upcoming conclave. I look forward to seeing you all in Mumbai this February and discussing the happenings in our industry. See you there.
Hello everyone, at IVCA Ventures we are managing close to 5,000 crores, which is nearly $600 million. The bulk of this capital comes from Indian institutions, Government of India and Alumni Trust, which is IITs and IIMs primarily. Our portfolio is quite diverse, spanning across 45 companies, reflecting our sector agnostic approach. We invest across the spectrum from seed to Series B with a strong focus on Series A. What sets us apart is our robust alumni network from prestigious institutions like IITs and IIMs, through which we offer unparalleled mentorship and guidance to our portfolio companies. Our success stories like Purple, Clovia, Bluestone, Biryani by Kilo speak volumes of our ability to catalyze startup growth. We have had some significant exits and we have also some exciting IPOs in the pipeline. Personally, I'm deeply committed to fostering domestic capital within the VC ecosystem. At the IVCA Conclave, I will be delving into this topic further and eagerly anticipating sharing insights and engaging in profound discussions with fellow industry leaders. Save the date and join me as we shape the future of Indian venture capital together. See you at the conclave.
Hello everyone, I'm Vivek Soni, partner at EY and the leader of EY's private equity practice. It's my honor to welcome you all to the 13th IVCA Conclave. EY's association with the IVCA has been a long and strategic one. We have been supporting the conclave as the investment banking partner and as India's largest investment banking practice. It's a natural fit for us. We close about 40-45 deals every year. Last year, we did 22 deals which were greater than $100 million. Almost 50% of the deals that we close have something to do with the private equity venture capital ecosystem. Either we are raising money for our clients from PE/VC investors, or we are helping PE/VC investors as buy-side advisors. And in a lot of cases, we also work with companies which have portfolio companies of PE/VC investors, helping them raise money or helping the investors sell their positions to other investors. Could be strategic, could be secondary deals as well. So I say this with a lot of conviction and inside knowledge that this is a critical event for this industry, as this is one event where you get to meet not just the investors, not just the LPs, you also get to meet the regulators, the advisors, essentially everyone who's connected to the PE/VC ecosystem is going to be here. The PE/VC community and the sector in India is a very important one. It's almost one of the largest sources of FDI. And so it is one of the greatest pillars of the Indian economy, which is helping the country move towards Amrit Kaal. So in a way, directly or indirectly, this event becomes very important for all of us. And I would urge you all to take out time and attend this event. Thank you.
Sustainable consumption is not just a moral imperative, but also a competitive advantage in today's global market. At IVCA Capital, we believe that sustainability is a megatrend, a trend that is not just redefining our consumption patterns and driving policy changes across the world, but could also fundamentally change the way the companies operate and could potentially alter the global trade route maps. As brands revisit their business models to cater to this shift in consumption pattern and a rapidly evolving regulatory landscape, there would be tremendous opportunities in both debt and equity financing across these value chains. Our ESG First Fund provides non-dilutive capital to small and medium businesses who are operating within such supply chains, not just to adapt and survive, but to benefit and scale from this, what we believe is a At the IVCA Conclave, I look forward to meeting like-minded investors who are as committed to investing in a building a sustainable and inclusive world as.
Hi, this is Amit Agarwal, and I represent Edelweiss Alternatives, which is one of the largest asset managers in the alternatives industry in India, managing more than $6.5 billion. Of this, we have almost $4.5 billion in private credit. We are the pioneers of private credit, and we believe that this industry is touted to be almost $100 billion over the next decade. Private credit provides bespoke financing solutions to its client and helping them grow their companies. We look forward to seeing you at the IVCA Conclave, where I will be sharing my views on the private credit industry as a part of a panel discussion. Look forward to seeing you all at the IVCA Conclave.
Hi all, my name is Ashwindar Sethi. I'm a partner with Analysis Mason based in New Delhi, focus on internet verticals, doing a lot of corporate strategy and M&A work with internet first businesses. Indian firms in tech first verticals such as software as a service and AI are actually leveraging their cost advantage and efficient cost structure to build products not just catering to the Indian market but also for tapping global markets. While the AI and software as a service market, not just in India but also globally, is a little nascent, but we are expecting that as the market evolves, we would expect a 30-35% CAGR over the next 5 years. I look forward to being part of the IVCA Conclave 2024 as a knowledge sponsor, have very interesting conversations around building from India for the world. Look forward to seeing you there.
Hello everyone. The focus of Everstone Capital is on controlled buyouts and controlled investments across India, Southeast Asia, as well as cross-border investments between India and the US. We have delivered through this strategy one of the best DPIs in the industry. Our 2016 vintage fund has a DPI of 0.9 and our 2021 vintage fund has a DPI of 0.5. In total, we have delivered $1.2 billion to our investors over the last 5 years, which is twice the amount of capital invested. And if we include our co-invests, we have delivered about $2 billion of capital to our investors and co-investors. In terms of focus of our investments, the sector focus has been around technology and healthcare. These sectors allow us to have downside protection while delivering secular growth and also providing a natural hedge towards currency depreciation. That's what we'll focus on over the next few funds as well. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is David Antlik. I'm very pleased to be joining this panel on behalf of HSBC's commercial banking business here in India, and I look forward to meeting many of the IVCA members on the day at the Conclave. Now, I recently joined our business here in India, here from Australia, for a short period, to support the teams that pursues what clearly is an immense opportunity in India to support our corporate and financial sponsor clients across the PE and VC universe. Whilst I'm new to the market here in India, I can certainly see the immense opportunity that's brought this panel together under such a large figure in the title, and there's clearly a big opportunity here. And I started my career in the US, hence the accent, and then moved to the UK and then to Australia. In each of those markets, I've seen the explosion of private debt and private capital within the market that I'm closest to, is typically leveraged finance. In each of those markets, private debt has provided a very clear and a very important option, as banks have found it more challenging to lend in a very regulated environment. In a potentially regulated environment, it can be challenging for banks to be all things and provide all capital, and that's where private debt has clearly come in and filled some very important roles. It's important for us to kind of work alongside that. I think moving across those markets, I've certainly learned a few things. I've definitely learned that not every market can be applied in the same way, and they're all different. I would do think that there are some interesting and unique aspects of the Indian market that will make it a little bit more perhaps challenging, in my opinion, for private debt to operate and get comfortable. And obviously it's a pretty complex regulatory environment here in terms of working through that. The evolving kind of corporate governance and reporting standards will also make it a little bit challenging. And alongside all that, you have a very, very competitive market from a lending perspective, given the universe of public, private sector banks, as well as a very vibrant NBFC universe. In my role in HSBC in Australia, my team, we're frequently working with our clients there alongside private debt and private capital providers to facilitate their financing needs. That happens, it's commonplace. I completely envisage the stuff we're doing there, and my ongoing role will be stuff that's commonplace here in market in just a short period of time, and I look forward to it.
The era of partnerships expertise lies in the nuances involved in doing business with a single customer segment. Over the last 20 years, we have partnered with over 50 companies that in turn have done business with 55 million odd households globally. That translates to north of $40 billion worth of transactions. Now, we all know that India is uniquely positioned for a longish growth phase, and we strongly believe there has been an emergence of close to 250 million entrepreneurial households in India. These are households that have multiple streams of income and massive aspirations for their own growth. We look forward to seeing you at the IVCA Conclave, where we will be curating multiple perspectives from seasoned business leaders and practitioners about the epic opportunity, which is the economic power of industrious communities. Look forward.
Hi everyone, my name and I'm the Managing Director for Microsoft for Startups in India. Today, Gen AI is the topic of conversation across all boardrooms, and we are seeing a whole host of startups leveraging the power of Gen AI to create world-class offerings. This is going to impact the startup landscape in a big way, and I look forward to share my views on this at the IVCA Conclave happening on 26th and 27th of February in Mumbai. Look forward to see you there in person.
Mohanjit Jolly, co-founder and partner at Iron Pillar. We are delighted again to be the lead sponsor at the IVCA Conclave in Mumbai in February. I can't wait to be on a couple of really interesting panels, and one talking about how we think about investing in future disruptors and innovators, and second, a topic that's near and dear to the Iron Pillar heart. It's actually woven into our logo, investing in companies that are building from India for the world. And what does that actually take? I can't wait to share my views and those of my panelists with all of you in Mumbai next month. All the best.
Hi, I'm Padmaja Ruparel, co-founder of Iron Group. We are an early stage investing platform. We are pioneers. We brought the concept of angel investing to India.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way inside the auditorium. We've got a jam-packed and thrilling next half of panel discussions. So request you all, hopefully you're done with your meal, you're done with networking. Rest assured, you can do a lot of that later on as well. So please make your way inside because we've got a great session lined up for you next. In fact, it's going to be on gender diversity in the alternate asset industry. We've got lots more panel discussions as well lined up for you ahead. So do come right back in and get settled so we can resume the rest of the IVCA Conclave 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning the second half of the IVCA Conclave in exactly a minute. So request you all to please start filtering inside the auditorium, take your seats, put your mobile phones on silent and get comfortable. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to kickstart the second half of the IVCA Conclave 2024. I hope you're well fed and I hope you're ready for what the next half of the day has in store for us, because it's been nothing short of insightful and invigorating on day one and the first half of day two. I'm your host, Avan Dabash, and let's get right back in the zone, shall we? We have an interesting discussion now lined up for you. In fact, it's a fireside chat on gender diversity in the alternate asset industry. So for this, let's welcome on stage our panelists joining in. Ashley Menezes is the Vice Chairperson at IVCA and Partner and COO at Chris Capital Advisors joining in on stage. We also have Nupur Garg, founder at WinPay. We have Vivek Pandit, Senior Partner at McKinsey & Company. Reba Zakaria, who is the Corporate Editor with the Times of India, will be moderating this panel discussion. If I could please request all of the panelists to make their way on stage for our next panel on gender diversity. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panelists, please. All right, just give us a moment while we wait for the rest of the panelists. They're all coming right back in. And in the meantime, by the way, there is this QR code that I encourage all of you to scan, because you can get a glimpse of all of the photographs of day one. You can identify yourself as well with one of the face scanner options that they have. So get right on it and scan the photographs, post on social media too.
Hello?
All right, and I want to also inform everyone here that the badges that you're wearing, they are all with an endeavor for sustainability, so they can be planted, so no need for you to throw them away. We're very conscious of the environment and the ecosystem. If we have all of our panelists, are we good to go? I just want to bring on board Ashley Menezes, who's here. We also have Nipun Garg, Vivek Pandit, as well as Reba Zakaria, who will be moderating this session. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you all know, we're going to be talking about women diversity in alternative investment industry. We have three panelists here today, Nupur Garg, Ashley Menezes, and Vivek Pandit. Could I request each of you all to introduce yourself to your audience?
Train nahi chhutni chahiye if you are in Lucknow. So hi everyone, my name is Nupur Garg. I wear many hats. The hat that I'm wearing today is of the founder of WinPay, which is a platform focused on bringing more women into investing and entrepreneurship.
Hi, I'm Ashley Menezes. I'm a partner and CEO at Chris Capital. I also play a role at the IVCA. I'm the vice chair of the EC.
Hi, Vivek Pandit. I'm a senior partner at McKinsey and actually co-lead our global principal investment and private equity practice at the firm. I also happen to co-lead our All-In initiative at McKinsey, which is supporting the promotion of more women into the partnership and senior partner roles.
Thank you very much. Before we dive into the topic, let me set the stage with a little anecdote. Who here remembers the iconic advertisement featuring a talking white rabbit promoting Lijjat Papad, a household name today? Its origins can be traced to a handful of women who started out in a small colony in Mumbai in the year 1959 and is today one of the largest employers of women in the country. It is perhaps the first Indian organization that is of the woman, by the woman, and for the woman. Yet when we look at the alternative investment industry, which always strives to back enterprising entrepreneurs and endeavors, female representation is lacking. Nupur, let's kick things off with you. Private equity and venture capital industry have become increasingly a part of India's economic activity. Yet female representation in this industry is nothing to write home about. What actionable steps can investment firms take to change this narrative?
Thank you, Reba. You know what, if I start off with that question, I'll probably be speaking for the rest of the time we have. Because the problem is more complex than it appears to be, and the solutions need to be way more nuanced than we tend to think. I think simplistically speaking, we can bucket them into saying, let's hire more women. Once we hire them, let's make sure we support them and provide them whatever resources they need to be successful in their professional journeys, and egg them on to the top. And because we are private equity and venture capital, let's also see how we can change our cultures to become sort of more de-biased. I don't think we can become unbiased because a lot of the biases are embedded, but more de-biased in our processes, and therefore let our capital be provided to entrepreneurs, both men and women, right? So we can bucket it into a couple of broad themes, but within each theme, the solutions are nuanced. There are a number of tiny steps that need to be taken, but I think both Ashley and Vivek have experienced this. Each tiny step in itself can take a year.
Ashley, you're wearing two hats, one of the Alternative Investment Industry Association and the other of Chris Capital. What specific steps is Chris Capital doing to address the and rectify gender imbalance within the organization?
Yeah, Reba, thank you. So I think, in our industry, unfortunately, the representation of women is very low. Vivek was just doing a count, and I realized that 40% of the audience, I'm guessing, are women here, which is not representative of our industry overall. But we need to get there. We need to get better, right? So I think the other important aspect, Reba, for our industry is, people generally recruit people at the mid to lower levels, and you grow within the organization to the higher levels. So whilst there are lateral hiring that happens at the mid to lower levels, and there you can cure the imbalance relatively quickly, I think the investment needs to be made in terms of how do you change the dynamics for the overall organization, especially at the senior level. And it usually takes a much longer time, as people, as younger people that you may recruit grow into those roles over a period of time. So we've taken a few initiatives, as Nupur said. I think in terms of recruiting people, I think our number of women in our investment team about 5 years ago was sub 15%. Today we are at 35%. So it's a decent metric, but I think there's still a long way to go there. The other thing that, as Nupur said, is we said how do we work on nurturing the talent? How do you ensure that they stay from a long-term perspective? So we have gone about and said, let's relook at our policies. And we looked at some of the consulting firms. We looked at legal profession where the dominance of women is significantly more relative to our industry, and say, what are they doing relative to us? Because they're dealing with some of the same entrepreneurs, same clients at some level. And what are they doing differently that we can't be? And so we said, let's look at what policies they're doing. I think the one takeaway that I got is everybody has similar policies. It's how you implement those policies. And so implementing that and putting that in practice is something that we're running a mentorship program where younger women from our firm will look at peers across the industry who may be 5, 7, 10 years senior to them as role models. And can that be a way for them to get to know or sort of discuss issues, talk about things, and sort of help progress. And then the last thing that we have been doing is we've done a sensitization session within the firm where we brought in an external consultant. They came in with a whole bunch of questions, quizzed us on to figure out what people's biases are, primarily towards gender, but just broader biases as well. And then worked with us in terms of getting the team to open up and speak candidly and not be politically correct, but just speak their mind. Because the only way you can overcome biases is first to recognize you have biases and then accept it and then work towards them. And biases are not necessarily a bad thing. Biases help us make decisions. And so as long as you are aware of what those biases are and you can work towards that, I think that's the most important part. So those are the 3-4 things that we've been working at Chris Capital. It's still early stages, early days. Hopefully the fruits of the labor will be more visible in the years to come.
So, Vivek, Nupur and Ashley touched upon biases embedded within the system. So what do you think investment firms can do to challenge and dismantle these biases in hiring, evaluation, and investment decisions?
Well, let me start by saying that you have to care enough. You have to really care. It's very difficult to look at the data and make the argument based on numbers. Do all women firms, investment firms, perform better or worse? No. Do all male investment firms perform better or worse? No. And so one of the traps I think we've fallen into is trying to make the capitalist argument for equity when all we have to do is make the social argument for equity. It's simply not fair that when you have as many women graduating who also want access to roles in investment firms, that their success rate is so much lower. So that's the first thing I'll just say, right? At some level, we tend, and I think McKinsey is also guilty of this, we tend to put an economic argument around some of these things as capitalists, when in reality, it's a social argument that needs to be made. The second is, look, you know, at entry, the industry globally, and we do a survey every year on gender in alternatives. Globally, I tell you, the industry is about 48% women, 52% men on entry. By the time you get to MD, it's 15% women, 85% men. And by the time you get to the investment committee, it's about 12% women, 10 to 12% women, and 90% men. So you can see that progress. Now the question is, where does the drop-off happen? The drop-off happens in three places specifically. Number one, the associate to VP promotion, men are 3.3 times more likely to get promoted at that point. So the drop-off actually happens very early. And once that happens, once you get passed over 6 months or a year, and you see your male colleagues moving ahead of you, there's a lot of silent quitting that takes place. The second is alternative investment firms, at some level, we don't recognize this often enough. Being a great deal maker and being great at fundraising plays a critical role. Fundraising pools aren't domestic. Fundraising pools are sitting in the Middle East. They're sitting in American pension funds in states, in endowments. They're sitting in the Far East. And frankly, those environments aren't as easy for women to operate in. And we haven't done enough to sort of correct some of those imbalances, right? So that's the second thing you'll find, is that running an alternative investment fund is not biased against women, but the entire industry, if you will, including intermediaries you're dealing with on fundraising, have biases in them. The third is that you'll actually find women-led, so more women in roles of influence bring more women into funds. It's very simple. The more women you have leading funds, the more women that you have in those funds. It sounds obvious, but there's a reason for it. Those firms are simply more inclusive. And when we talk to employees at those firms about what makes them different from firms that have been all male-led, they'll say, leaders at the top ask more questions. They'll say they're simply more inclusive. And they'll say, I don't feel like an exception. I feel like I belong here. So there's a greater sense of belonging. Now, this is not to say that we must have only women leaders at all funds. This is to say that where you do have women leaders, more women tend to thrive. Anyway, let me stop there.
So Nupur, Vivek threw some numbers where entry level is quite high, but you know, as you go up, the numbers are not so impressive. So what do you think the industry can do so that women just not enter the pipeline, but also climb to the summit?
So, see, this pyramid is true not only for the private equity and venture capital industry. This pyramid is true for most sectors. The worrying part is that private equity underperforms manufacturing, real estate, and infra as well. I read this data, which I thought was very surprising for me. 33% of leadership across the world in manufacturing is female. And we just heard Vivek, and that's corroborated by multiple reports that women at leadership levels in private equity and venture capital is ranging between 10 to 12%. And if you actually further take it up and say how many women hold decisions, hold influence over capital allocation decisions. So when you're talking about women as GPs, for example, that's somewhere around 2.3%. So not even the 10, 12. So, it's ironical in many ways that the industry that invests in so many sectors underperforms almost all of those sectors when it comes to representation. Historical genesis, obviously, finance. It started with old man, old boys club and the old family money and very sort of Caucasian roots, etc. So that's like the industry genesis, how it was born. But again, if you look at research, it says that 75% investors invest based on networks. 75% investors hire from their networks. There is also research which says that 80% of hiring decisions are influenced by the similarity bias, as in, I would like to hire you if you look like me, talk like me, think like me, went to similar schools, etc. So, it becomes like a vicious circle. And ultimately, the only way out is to disrupt that circle. And for that, you really need to make conscious efforts, which is where the challenge comes in. And, some of those challenges have been already mentioned. But not having enough women in the industry. It is called role models when you look at research. People call it the lack of role models. But practically speaking, what we hear from young women is we don't see longevity if we come to private equity. We don't have visibility on our career paths if we come into private equity because we don't see enough women being successful. So whichever way you put it, you have to really disrupt the cycle, but you have to be very careful in how you do it. There is a very fine line in trying to make the social argument because it can often turn into something that, say, subsidizes merit. So one of the common terms that we hear today is diversity hire. And believe it or not, I get similar calls too. A board is looking for a diversity director. Right? So think about the young woman who's got like 3 years, 4 years of experience under her belt, and she gets a call from a consultant saying there is a private equity firm, they're looking for a diversity hire. And now we increasingly have women tell those consultants back, sorry, not interested. Tell me if they want to hire an analyst or an associate, and then I will think. So, sometimes being well-meaning can create issues as well. So it's like I said earlier, it's very complex, it's very nuanced, but it really starts at the top. And very much like Ashley said, if the management and leadership is committed to it, you can try to create awareness within the team, within the firm, within the individuals. Once we are more aware of our own biases, I guess we try to make decisions that are more objective. The other thing is to make sure that the pipeline is robust, whether it's for your investments, your deals, or whether it's for your hiring. Because if you don't have enough diversity in the pipeline, if you don't have enough representation in the pipeline, the outcome obviously is going to be very, very skewed. So I don't think we can come here and prescribe straightforward answers, but it's really about making very conscious commitment to acknowledging and trying to address the biases that exist, which will then create a culture that's more inclusive, more respectful, which will hopefully then also lead to decisions that are more objective and more inclusive, and therefore will finally allow you to look at more women, hire more, invest in more, and nurture more to the top.
So Ashley, Nupur touched upon, this lack of role models in the industry. So how can aspiring women managers leverage mentorship to navigate their career paths effectively?
No, I think it's a very good question, right? And both Vivek and Nupur touched upon this, right? It's what people see that can help them work towards it or believe in it, right? It's everybody has an aspiration, and when you see that aspiration getting translated out there, it draws you towards it. And the vacuum at the top doesn't really help in this particular case, right? So I think, so two things, right? One is how do you, and to bring about this change, you have to, as Nupur says, really believe it. It can't be check the box. It can't be, oh, my investors are asking me what's my, it's a diligence point on my questionnaire, so therefore I got a ticket and I say, oh, I do this. So it can't be that. You got, and it has to come from the top where management truly believes it. And only then can you bring about change, right? So I think to your question, the way we are trying to do that, we're trying to address it is, can we, if there aren't enough women at our senior management level within our firm, can we look beyond that? Can we look at other role models? And it was quite interesting, because I had some of those conversations, some of the senior women saying, can you help, right? Can you work with us? Can you help us? And they, and they were more than willing to do that. And they said, look, we're happy to play the role of a mentor with some of your folks. And, we put them in touch and, let that relationship go on its own, develop on its own. But it's good to see that there are women out there who are competitors, but are willing to help the overall development of an ecosystem which is conducive for women. And I think, seeing that, experiencing that, I think certainly is a very welcome sign. I was so happy that, and it was not just one or two people. It spoke to like 8 or 10, women, and the response was just admirable in my mind, and so very touched. So I think that is one way to do that, where you're trying to create those role models, where you don't have the role models within. Can you use the broader ecosystem to do that? And then the other point I'd like to again retouch on, which Nupur said, is I think just bringing in that culture within, and you have to have that culture which looks beyond our own biases on these things, right? So I think as firms that we make decisions and which are very data driven, right? So looking at an investment pack, you want to get as much data before you make the decision as whether this is going to be a good investment or not. And one thing that we typically like to do is, because we're data gatherers, we want to get different perspectives or different pieces of information to look at all the data so that you can gauge what the risk is. In my mind, it's getting a diverse set of minds across the table, around the table, who can give you inputs and give you thoughts, is a hugely important metric in our decision making, right? Because you get another piece of data, there's a different perspective. Can we then think about, because everybody in the room will have if everybody has a similarity bias, as Nupur said, you're going to make the same type of decisions, and you're getting people within the organizations who are agreeing with you. And that may not be the right decision. So in our business, where decision based on data and risk is very important, it's all the more important for us to get those different points of view. And the penny needs to be dropped within the firm to say that this is something that we need to do, we want to do, it's going to be beneficial for us.
So Vivek, what's the most common blind spot investment firms have when it comes to fostering a diverse and inclusive workplace culture?
That's a tough question to answer. Let me answer that two ways. First, let me start with some positive, on a slightly more positive note, right? First, we recently surveyed a bunch of startups, and I want you to think about this. We are building 3 new Indias over the next 25 years. We will build 3 entirely new countries in terms of economic and contribution to GDP over the next 25 years. And with that comes a fantastic opportunity, right? And if you look at startups as a reflection, if you will, of the new India, a couple of quick stats, right? So 35% of startups, 35% of employees at startups are women, versus about 20% in the corporate world. 18% of them are female founders or co-founders, versus only 8% 5 years ago. 18% of the funding is also going to women led or co-led startups versus 11% 5 years ago. And 12% of unicorn board members are women. So just to give you a sense, if you assume for a minute that the new India has a greater opportunity to sort of unshackle, if you will, some of the legacy and some of the things that have kept women back, we're seeing that now in the startup community. You know, if I really got down to it, I think Nupur said something that was very important, and Ashley alluded to it, which is the biases are not a whole lot different across industries. Let me just name 5 biases that I think all of you need to ask yourselves every day as you think about the people that you promote in your organizations. The people that you promote in your organization sends the biggest signal. Number 1 is people who believe that women who work, their children suffer. It is an argument that is made by women who don't work. It is an argument made by men about why their spouses don't work. It is crazy. But having said that, even today, you will find many people who generally believe this bias exists, and unless you address and acknowledge this bias exists and do something in the workplace to make it easier for women to bring children, for any parent to bring a child and not have that work against them, that's one. The second is he needs the promotion more than she does.
But today, one of the most exciting alternative spaces is the listed space or the Cat 3 industry, which in just about over 10 years has grown to be 1.28 lakh crores. It's about 13% of the domestic AIF industry. And this space today has almost 250 different managers running a diverse set of strategies. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Sunil for the first question. Sunil, in your opinion, this kind of explosive growth from 0 to 1.28 lakh crores in a matter of 10 years, what are some of the key drivers for that?
Thank you, Nalin, and thank you for having me on this panel. So I think, see, when you look at investments in India, I would say that the mutual fund industry actually started off somewhere in the mid-90s, which is when the private mutual funds came about. And from there has been an explosive growth. I think if you look at the developed world, you have, for example, in US, you have the Vanguards and the BlackRocks of the world, where retail money flows into the mutual funds. I think in India also, mutual funds are phenomenal instruments of long-term savings. But the way I would say the sophisticated, the larger, the more mature investors look at professional portfolio managers, I think that trend also started off in India maybe 7-8 years back. And I think in isolation, this 100,000, 1 lakh crore or whatever it is, looks pretty large. But when you look at the overall, market share, if you put life insurance and mutual funds also put together, I think it's like 2-3%. So I won't say explosive growth. I think it's just the start. As the economy grows, as the maturity level, particularly from larger family offices, their willingness to invest in equity increases, I think we are set for more growth. And the other thing, obviously, is that now this segment is also considered to be a very credible segment. And you have more and more professional fund managers who have done well, becoming entrepreneurs like me, Siddharth, and others. And I think that again bodes pretty well for the long-term growth of this industry.
Thank you, Sunil. I'm going to now turn to Bautik. So in 2013, when the AIF regulations were first notified, a new category of investments was actually created, which is the long-short industry. And Bautik, you have been part of 3 big firms that have been market leaders in this space: Ambit, then Avendus, and now AlphaGrep. Tell us about the evolution of the long-short industry over the last decade.
Thanks, Nalan. Thank you, IVCA, for having us here. I'll just answer this in a slightly long-winded way, and I'm taking cues from what Sunil just mentioned. So if you think about it, how the transition happened even from retail investors in the equity space to moving to an institutional setup or professional managers, whether it's mutual funds, PMS, and now AIFs. Similarly, if you see, even in case of long-short funds, which I would categorize as hedge funds, there's a lot of education process which has happened over the last 10 years. If you think about it from a numbers perspective, when I look at US, the US mutual fund industry is around $30 trillion. The hedge fund industry out there is around $5 trillion. So, it's almost 15-16% of the mutual fund assets which gets invested in hedge funds out there. When I look at a similar number here, especially just talking about long short, which is what I would categorize as hedge funds, that number is minuscule. It's hardly any percentage of what gets allocated to the long-only industry or, let's say, to the mutual funds. So there is a long way to go out here. I think that transition where a lot of retail investors are personally trying to run some of these strategies, and I think SEBI did a phenomenal exercise where they analyzed what some of these retail investors kind of do in the markets and generate, whether they make money or lose money. And I think the number is broadly that 90% of the retail investors that try to invest in the derivative markets actually tend to lose money or not make money. I think that was a phenomenal exercise. But for that, money is similar to how it happened in mutual funds, how it moved to professional managers. For that exercise to happen from the retail investors doing it on their own to move to a professional, I think there is a long way to go. I think the AIF Cat3 is the platform which is offering that to clients. To a large extent, we've done a long educational exercise over the last 10 years trying to make people understand what this space offers them and how it can have a space in their portfolios compared to some of the traditional investments that they have. So there is a long way to go. I think we've achieved some of that. We've just scratched the surface so far. But I think, as long as the Cat3 industry or this platform, to a certain extent, has a level playing field with some of the other alternatives, I think a lot more can happen out here.
Thank you, Baudik. Now, we spoke about past growth. I just want to do a little bit of crystal ball gazing and come to you, Vishal, as to what are some of the key regulatory asks that you feel can help the Cat3 industry really scale the next AUM height.
Thanks, Nalin, and thanks IVCA for having us here. This is, it's been a decade since the AIF industry has taken off. And one of the key feathers in the cap, I feel, is that it is founded on the principle that these are sophisticated investors, they understand what they're signing up for, and the intent of the regulation is to remain light touch. I agree with Sunil when he says that it is still scratching the surface. There's still a long way to go before this really makes a difference. But it's important that that it remains light touch. We continue to recognize that this is an asset class in a sense, which is meant for investors who are sophisticated investors, and they should be allowed to deal with AIFs and fund managers in different ways. So there are various and SEBI's achieved that to some extent. There are, of course, some bad actors and some distortions that need to be corrected, and I guess they will happen over time. That's the other good thing about the way the regulation has evolved. There has been conversation, and there has been some corrective action. Looking forward, there is experience that has been gained. There is more that can be done. A lot of it can be done on the tax front to make it easier, clearer. It need not be so complicated. Giving pass-through status is not a benefit. It is just making life easier for most people. Is there a case for opening up the platform for international investments, maybe slowly, but allow them to make investments in international markets? That could be a great opportunity for most fund managers. And also recognize that these are sophisticated investors, and so allow them to even innovate on the fundraising side, on the type of layered or senior junior kind of relationships that a fund manager wants to create. If you just allow a lot more flexibility in the platform, I think the kind of growth that one might see may be quite explosive.
Thank you, Vishal. So interestingly, PE managers and managers of listed portfolios, especially in the mid and small cap space, are investing in similar sized companies in terms of market cap, revenues, and profits. And I want to now turn to one of our most successful listed managers, which is Siddharth Bhaiya. Since 2012, he has delivered 38% compounded, a number that most PE funds would be envious to have as their track record. And Siddharth, I think you have centered your approach around the concept of multi-baggers. What can some of the PE guys learn from your approach to finding multi-baggers?
Thanks, Nalin. And hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I think, doesn't matter what the asset class is, whether it is real estate, whether it's private equity, whether it's public markets, or any other asset class. I think the valuation matrix remains the same. It's at the end of the day, is the asset available at a discount to its, adjusted cash flows? And if it is, then you would want to go, and you would want a very high discount. Now, the reason I prefer public markets to private markets is in the public markets, you're typically buying, in the private markets, you're typically buying from the founder or the promoter. And very unlikely that he's going to sell you at a discount. What happens in the public market is there are a lot of times, where you get stocks at amazing discount to intrinsic values. And that's the nature of markets. Particularly the public markets, stocks can trade at 10x their intrinsic value, and they can trade at 90% discount to their intrinsic value. So, I learned a lot from Sunil over the years. He was my boss. And that's what we have focused on as, stock pickers. We have focused on identifying stocks which are at a significant discount, and that is what the public market gives. As far as private equity is concerned, you're basically looking, to a large extent, you're looking at exiting in the public markets. And you're hoping that the markets and everything will be good, the environment will be good. So while in India, private equity has got very good exits in the listed space, if you go globally, the industry suffered very badly. So this is that at the end of the day, try and get assets at a significant discount to intrinsic value.
I'm now going to turn to our other mid-cap mogul, Sunil. And you, I think, view really as a pioneer in the space of mid and small cap investing, first at your tenure at Reliance and then now at Abacus. How does the diligence process or your diligence process for mid and small cap companies differ from that of a PE manager? What are the advantages and what are the disadvantages of the listed space?
So, just taking forward from your question and what Siddharth said, see, investing in equity is same, whether it's private, whether it's mid-cap, it's large cap. Ultimately, you are becoming a partner in the business. And to some extent, what Siddharth said, you'll become a partner in a business where what you pay today will be more than made good by way of future profits which the company will generate. I think if you keep that concept in mind, you'll always end up making good returns. Now, this whole thrill about multi-baggers, what is multi-bagger? I think anything which compounds well becomes a multi-bagger over a period of time. The largest of largest companies in the US have become multi-baggers, including the Microsofts and the darling NVIDIA and the Metas of the world, because you have allowed that company to compound. And the compounding of the profit was so good, and the entry point was good from an investor's perspective, that it turned out to be a multi-bagger or a disproportionate returns. To some extent, I think private equity is like a new film, which everyone is excited. I have grown up in the times of Amitabh Bachchan. Any Amitabh Bachchan movie, I'm still young, so don't think. But any Amitabh Bachchan movie used to have long queues of people wanting to get in. Tickets were sold in black. And after the first show, you realize whether the movie is hit or not. I think to some extent, private equity is like that because there is a little bit of opacity. You don't have data of 3, 4, 5, 10 years as far as a promoter is concerned, as far as a company is concerned. So maybe the skill set required is very different. I don't do private equity, I don't know. But on the listed space, there are companies who have a history of 5, 10, 15, 20 years of performance, and for some reason, whether it is COVID, whether the sector is out of favor, whether there are no analyst reports on it, you end up getting stocks at much below their fair value. From our perspective, I think we focus on a few things. One is the return on capital employed / return on equity should be at least 14, 15%. That means the company we are investing in is doing justice to its capital allocation. Second, very clearly, the deepest value of stock will not make you money if there is no growth. So ideally, we'd like to have companies which can double profits in 4 years. And the last is obviously, the valuations have to be in your favor. So very, very stingy kind of a thing. हमसे नहीं खरीदा जाता है महंगा शेयर. So we like to buy companies which are value in terms of their, the multiples. So it has worked more or less. There is a little bit of luck also involved. Sometimes you buy something. We bought a financial product company. Suddenly in 1 quarter it has doubled. Last 10 years it did nothing, and then 1 quarter it doubled. So sometimes things happen also. Maybe they are in your favor or not in your favor. But I think if you keep the basics in right, ultimately buy good businesses at good prices and then let them grow.
I'm going to ask Siddharth where the next Amitabh Bachchan movie is at the moment. There are a lot of questions about mid and small cap valuations today, but where are there pockets of value? I'm not going to ask you for stock names, but where are there broad pockets of value in your opinion today?
I think, Nalin, to be honest with you, and I've been in the markets for 23 years. This is the first quarter, where I've not looked at a single result outside my own portfolio companies. Right? And every single day we see year stories about, and when you look at the numbers where promoters are offloading their stakes, and we look at the valuations, or whether it's the private equity, offloading stakes through IPOs or this. Promoters today are making more money by doing a QIP overnight than they have through 10, 15 years of, of running their operations. So I've never seen valuations like what we see today. And coming from, the value investing this, I just find it extremely difficult to pick names or pick this. So, and obviously, yes, there might be, you want to work on the probabilities. March 2020, somebody asked me that, you're good enough to pick a needle out of a haystack. And I said, March 2020, it was only needles, very few hays. You just had to throw darts and pick stocks. If you did not buy those 7, 8 popular and large cap names, you could have made multi-baggers even from Nifty stocks, whether it is NTPC, Coal India, Hindalco. Today, obviously, there might be some companies which might do well going forward. But the probability of you finding multi-baggers in this market is very, very low. So when that happens, I would rather stay on the sidelines and wait for the markets to correct. If it doesn't correct, somebody asked me, you're sitting on 25% cash, and what if the market goes up? I said, I'm happy because I'm 75% invested.
Wow, that is some insight, Siddharth, thank you. I'm going to turn to Bautik. What are some of the new asset classes and strategies that investors are excited about in the Cat3 space?
Sure. So obviously coming from the long short side, see, the basic premise of a long short strategy that it offers investors is uncorrelated returns, right? Because most of the other investments that traditionally people have invested in are relative return products, which means that they're either related to equity markets or related to fixed income, which means they get impacted with interest rates. The advantage with long short is that you can give them returns which are more uncorrelated, which don't get impacted with market moves either going up or down to a large extent. That's the biggest advantage. So in the uncorrelated space, we have seen a lot of managers innovate, have differentiated strategies. We are seeing strategies which are getting designed as debt alternatives, which means they are largely market neutral, trying to generate an absolute return year on year, irrespective of what the markets do, with very, very low probability of drawdowns. We are seeing products which are somewhere in middle, maybe running anywhere between like a 0.25 to maybe a 0.5 beta. Again, trying to generate better returns than what you can traditionally see with, let's say, balanced funds. And then you are seeing funds which are maybe running at around a beta of around 1, but because they are able to also overlay their long-only portfolios with a long-short strategy, the biggest advantage that they are bringing to the table is that your risk-adjusted returns improve drastically. So let's say versus a Sharp of maybe 0.6, 0.7 on Nifty, their Sharp is improving to, let's say, 1.2 or 1.3. So on a risk-adjusted basis, because the returns are improving, that is where a lot of investors are seeing value with some of these strategies in their portfolios. And that is what I'm seeing, at least over the last year or so. A lot more players with some of these capabilities are bringing strategies to the table, and they're bringing it to clients as well.
Thank you, Bothik. We have covered asset classes, we have covered valuations, diligence, and I'm just going to wrap up with my last question for you, Vishal, which is on governance, which is the underlying pillar behind any asset manager. What can Cat 3 managers in particular do to improve governance and win the confidence of more and more investors?
Thanks. So, you know, it's an interesting and thin line that needs to be drawn at this point. You have asset managers in Cat 3 being regularly equated with mutual fund asset managers. And yes, while the asset classes that they invest in are the same, it's all listed equity and listed space, but the approach needs to be different. The mutual fund is meant for retail investors, large scales, different because you're protecting investors at both sides. You're protecting market distortions as well as investors who could be generally smaller investors in the mutual funds. For a category 3 AIF, the governance is very important, but you should also recognize that these are meant to be sophisticated institutional investors who want slightly differentiated products from what a mutual fund can offer. And hence, everything needs to get a little better curated. A lot of it depends on what has been discussed and offered between the fund manager and each of their investors, and hence disclosures, being clear about communications, being clear about costs. All those are par for the course, but you know, the oversight has to be tailored. It is meant, there is no one size fits all. The regulators also recognize it, that you know, the conversation that one asset manager has with his group of investors in the AIF are meant in a certain situation. It is an asset class for the investors themselves, and what they're really looking for is an asset manager who, like many people on the panel today have said, be clear in the way you're selecting stocks, make the relevant disclosures, approach it like investing your own money, and I guess governance pretty much is a consequence of how you pick strategies, how you look at making investments, and just be transparent with your investor base.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for a wonderful and engaging discussion. Over to you, Avan.
Thank you all for that. In fact, let's welcome on stage Vivek Pandit, Senior Partner at McKinsey. He's going to join right back up on stage in order to hand out the certificates to our esteemed panelists. Very candid, very insightful, talking a little bit more about the new asset classes and CATs. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our distinguished speakers this evening. All right, let's get a move on then and shift gears. We've got an interesting fireside chat that's lined up for you. So let's welcome on stage none other than Shri S. Raman, Chairman Managing Director, Small Industries Development Bank or SIDBI. We also have Shri Pradeep Ramakrishnan, the Executive Director, International Finances Services Authority, as well as Vikram Gupta. He is the founder and managing partner at IVCA Ventures. He will be the moderator for this fireside discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our distinguished speakers.
Great. Yeah, here. So thank you so much. I think this is such an honor and privilege to be sitting along with the stalwarts of the industry. We have on one side Mr. Raman, who's the chairman of the largest domestic LP in the country. I think you've probably seen everything that's out there in the domestic side. And of course, Mr. Pradeep, who's actually, now responsible for the entire gift city, bringing in the dollar capital through that route. And I think a lot of activities happening there as well. So would love to hear from both of them on their respective experiences. Let me start with Mr. Raman, and I think would love to hear your thoughts initially, because SIDBI has been the largest LP over the years and you've seen changes happening. And one common thing between the two of you is that you both worked with SEBI as well. So you've actually, seen the regulations also, the evolution of the regulations also in this country. So would love to hear, your thoughts first in terms of how you've seen the domestic, venture capital, PE industry evolving over time.
Thank you, Vikram, and good afternoon to all of you. So I think there's, without doubt, a small concept that was thought of in 2011 called AIF. I still remember one of the whole-time members crowding a few of us into a room and talking about what is an AIF and how it should be structured. But I think all the people in the room today are a living testimony of what an AIF is. So I think it's really an industry that's grown. And I would really point a finger to how, as regulators or as policy makers, which includes all of you in the room, everyone contributes to policy according to me. So how do we really look at the growth of private capital vis-a-vis the more traditional public capital? And I think in India, public capital has one of its pillars in the concept of retail investors and therefore protection of the retail investor. And that is extremely important if we want to democratize ownership of stock. Now, private capital typically does not have that. And therefore, it has and should have a very unstructured, sort of set of regulations. Not unstructured as much as, limited set of regulations. So we really don't need too many regulations to deal with private capital. But I think the biggest problem that does arise for a regulator like SEBI is that if somebody were to go and make a complaint saying that X AIF is registered under SEBI and therefore I have a grievance, then what does SEBI do? And frankly, SEBI probably cannot tackle this particular universe, which has also grown so much. So there are discussions of, how does an SRO come in? And, there are excellent discussions happening at SEBI right now as we speak, and I'm part of one of them. And I think we're really throwing the larger question that what does the country need? So let's leave SEBI, let's leave regulator and investor out of it. But the country really needs a 10x growth in this capital. And much of the capital has come from abroad, but I think increasingly there's a larger contribution of domestic capital to the kitty of AIFs. So if we're looking at a 10x growth of private capital, which will then go into, say, a semiconductor factory or a deep science portfolio company, and we need this capital to stay patient for 15 years, 20 years. I think that is really what we have to ask ourselves, and we need to come out with the right answers, because at the end of it, every regulation is made by, some of us. And it therefore can be, tailored to what the situation needs. So I'll just stop at that.
Sure. No, thank you so much for that. Pradeep ji, I think interestingly, while Gift City is relatively new, but I think in a very short span of time, we've seen over $7 billion of commitments, right? So I think it's phenomenal. And I think that kind of commitments and the quality of funds now coming there, it talks volumes of what the government is doing and the way it is actually being projected to the global markets. We would love to hear your thoughts on what's the plan and how things are, progressing there. And, there are also, I know that there were certain issues that people have had earlier in terms of having to go to multiple, people to get approvals and things like those. And I think some of those are also now getting addressed. So how do you see, this entire thing happening as compared to the domestic capital also? What kind of inflows you're expecting, and how do you see this, happening over the years?
Thanks, Vikram. I think I'll take a thread from what Mr. Raman was talking about. When it actually started, the whole AAF, the concept of AAF when it came, and how it has developed. So at IFSCA, we had the advantage of this 10-year growth. So the advantage of, because over this 10 years, what has happened is that the whole concept of AAF, how to handle AAFs and how to handle their offer documents and, how to manage the fund flows, all those things have sort of been learnt. So for us at IFSCA, when we had to start, we started, in fact, the regulations are just 1.5 years old. So we had the benefit of all this. But what we thought was, okay, we can now improve upon it, and more so because of the jurisdiction in which the domestic regulator operates is a domestic jurisdiction where it has a captive consumption of domestic investments, as opposed to us where we are supposed to attract a lot of global investments and global capital. So we have sort of contoured the regulations to ensure that there is attraction on all fronts. To start with, we have a single window registration. So you have, with one registration, you can carry on a portfolio management activity, an AAF activity, and whatnot. So of course, subject to complying with certain requirements. So this is one big advantage. We are also working on something like a single window clearance, where you just come, file, and then you go ahead with what you can attract. But essentially, what I have seen is that in all this, there is one particular thing which I think Mr. Raman stressed upon, which I also want to stress, is that one thing is not lost in this whole thing of attracting capital or debt, is that the investor protection, or the fact that investors are not shortchanged in the whole process, this is something which we are very mindful of. So which is why we have ensured disclosure granularity, which is something which is important for informed investors, sophisticated investors to take a call on. So that is something which we have ensured, and I can tell you that this is reflected in the fact that the biggest success in the IFSCA till date has been the funds management wing. Because presently we have got almost 100 odd funds that have got listed, have taken licenses. There are more in the pipeline, and I am also happy to say very recently, just a couple of weeks back, the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority found the Gift City an appropriate place to sort of park its funds and start everything, because in fact they have transferred everything and they want to make this as the hub. So if you look at what India wants, right, the next few years, we have got a very ambitious 2047 vision, which we are calling as Vikshit Bharat. And we are saying that we need almost 18 trillion US dollars to ensure that we go there and we come across as a developed nation. So IFSC is planning, it's in fact on its way to become one of the funnels through which this can be helped. Like we will be able to help the country realize its potential, because in a way 1/6 of the population is Indian. So in a way, if you're going to make the population come forth, it's going to have an impact on the world. So we have done that as far as funds management is concerned. And IFSCA, in a way, also is not just about fund management. We have got a lot of other things, because unlike the Indian jurisdiction, the jurisdiction in IFSC has got a unified regulator. So the IFSCA is a unified regulator for banking. We have got almost 26 banks, including 10 foreign banks set up, and we have got the stock exchanges, clearing corporations, all MIIs which are there. We have got intermediaries. We are looking at even activities like ship leasing and aircraft leasing, because if you look at it today, India is one of the largest buyers of airplanes, or even leasers, lesser of airplanes. But why should we go to Ireland? Because Ireland is the hub of aircraft leasing. Why can't we replicate it that? So it's all to ensure healthy competition, and in a way contribute to a vibrant country and the world.
Oh, that's very interesting. Very, very interesting to also hear that, global funds like ADIA and all that have already started setting up. So this is actually great news. And I'm sure, there's a point of inflection waiting to happen, as more and more people come and set up there, including family offices now also looking to set up there. And I think that's a great news. Mr. Raman, I think I would like to, maybe from your perspective also like to understand, because I think domestic venture capital, private equity is now, significantly grown. I think this morning we heard from Mr. Anand that there are some 2,100 schemes which are registered with SEBI. That was amazing to hear. And quite a few of them are first-time funds. And I think, very heartening to see a lot of fund managers, new entrepreneurs are coming. And I think it's actually building up that ecosystem. But I think there is a new trend that we are seeing also is sustainable, focus on sustainability. And I think we've seen that globally also people are now giving a lot of importance to sustainability. And I think SIDBI, I have seen as an organization, actually is putting a lot of stress on that as well. There's a lot of focus on sustainable development goals, ESG, even though there are people who are just trying to also use this as, more of a greenwashing kind of a thing as well. So how's been your experience, looking at sustainability aspect of venture capital, private equity? How are you seeing the trend in that area?
No, that is really the way to grow in the future. So, if SIDBI had sort of nurtured the MFI segment 20 years ago, I would really, put my neck out and say that SIDBI should be now making sure that the MSME ecosystem in India turns green. And it's a huge task, because if you were to visit an MSME and you ask him that, listen, why are you not investing in a better technology or a better machinery, because, it is more efficient from an, sort of energy perspective. The only thing he'll say is that my neighbor has not done it, and therefore why should I suffer the cost disadvantage? So, this is really a huge, it's a micro level problem, but it's very sort of spread over the entire country. So, one of the ways we are going about it is simple. Lower the interest rate and make sure that he buys a machinery which is more energy efficient. And we have done this over 10 years. In fact, it was done through a World Bank scheme. And the World Bank scheme simply gave a credit guarantee for energy efficient machinery. Now, these sort of on hindsight, the asset that's got created at our end is 800 plus machineries have been identified and now validated by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, so that we have a calculation for each machinery as to what is the CO2 or the GHG that is being saved per annum. So we, as a country, do not have the taxonomy in place as yet, but I think that's something which is going to happen soon enough. But from a market perspective, if we can share this entire list with all the other lenders, and that's exactly what we are going to do. So it's a simple, API-based ping, and you hit that machinery. If found, what is the energy efficiency of that machinery? You have to put in a few more figures of, electricity consumed, etc. But you have an answer that there is an 18% saving. Now, that is something which you as a bank could honestly put down as a green asset. So, you know, as a system goes, we have to go forward and allow for, you know, maybe some sacrifice at the moment from our side. But the minute you start growing a green asset book, there's an ability for you to sell that down to, say, a KFW or somebody else in the world who wants to acquire that. So I think it's obviously a value chain which has got created on, you know, regular assets till now, and that really is what I think we need to do for the green asset space. So there are multiple things that we are doing, but I think the most catalytic effect of all that we have done till now really lies in the whole space of credit guarantee. And that credit guarantee is something which, you know, you put $100 and you can sort of, you know, get loans of $1,000 covered. So that is really a big way to grow.
No, that's phenomenal. I think it's great to hear these things. I think, you know, even from IFSCA perspective, are you doing anything specific with respect to green financing?
Oh yeah, I think no regulator can afford to ignore sustainable finance. So it's something which is, I mean, you need to have a separate department now for sustainable finance. So as much as my earlier avatar with SEBI also, if you look at the SEBI reforms, in fact, the last 1.5 years, the reforms of SEBI were on every area of sustainable finance, rise from green bonds to greenwashing to ESG ratings to BRSR and whatnot. So it was a holistic perspective that SEBI did, and that's something which is emulative for every other regulator. Now, as far as IVCA is concerned, when we look at, I will talk about green bonds first, because green bonds is one of the easiest ways of raising sustainable finance. So first is, as you actually started this whole thing with, it's important that sustainable finance does not result in, you know, greenwashing, because that sort of erodes the credibility of not only the issuer but also at IVCA we are a lot more mindful, because it casts something negative on the jurisdiction, right? So that is something which you are mindful, which is why we have said, in case you are going to raise capital or debt, we have to ensure that you adopt companies with more than 50 million of investment. They have to give some report on ESG, right? So it can be something, while we have not been prescriptive on what exactly you want to do, because we are an international, you know, a regulator of a jurisdiction which has to be a lot more flexible. We have said that you can adopt one of the internationally accepted you know, frameworks, even BRSR or GRI and whatnot. So that is from the reporting perspective. And it is also seen that, very interestingly, out of almost 56 billion USD in bonds that has been raised in IVCA, it's 1/5 has been sustainable, and which is even more than that what has been raised domestically. So that is something which is sort of reflective. So we are also looking at, you know, we are creating a carbon market, a voluntary carbon market. Of course, like Mr. Brahman very rightly said, the taxonomy surrounding those things are still in the pipeline. The government is still grappling with what we can do recently with the CCTS and other things that are being worked upon. So we actually want to look at that, because India and companies, very interestingly, despite the lack of a taxonomy, are the second largest exporters of carbon credits. So which means that they see value. So and it is very important that carbon credits don't go the way it happened in Europe, like in some time back, where a lot of greenwashing became associated with carbon credits, and some sort of erosion as far as the credibility happened. So we have set up a committee, and this committee will be looking into transition finance, but then we realized that transition finance is just one of the aspects of having a sustainable finance, of sustainable finance. So we want to actually create the IFSC as a sustainable finance hub. So just last week we have amended the objects of this particular committee to look at other things other than transition also. Because as much as we say the net zero goal for India is 2070, and it is important for regulators to create an ecosystem which contributes to getting that financing. It can be through debt or capital or funds, but it's important that ecosystem exists. And that ecosystem will exist only if there is some semblance of credibility, and that's credibility because the biggest fear an investor has as far as green finance is concerned is the end use of the objects. So towards that, we have mandated that there should be disclosures. We have also mandated that there should be an independent certification, because that is where, again, the whole credibility issue arises, because we have mandated all those things. So we believe that over a period of time, because, and one other important thing which is very interesting as far as the IFSC space is concerned, is that we have mandated all the banks that are headquartered in, who have opened offices in GIFT City to at least lend 5% of their total lendings to sustainable form. And you will be surprised to know that banks have actually found value to the extent of almost 738 million US dollars already being lent as loans or advances towards sustainable finance. So this is something which we are trying to do. I think over a period of time, this will only build.
Very interesting. I know that we are almost out of time, but maybe I'll just ask one last question. And I think this is more from the perspective of domestic versus dollar capital. And I think one of the things I've noticed that, we're still behind in terms of encouraging more dollar capital to come into, especially private equity, venture capital. So we'd love to hear your thoughts, Mr. Raman, in terms of how we can encourage more domestic capital to come into this asset class.
Yeah, so I would really like to, know from all of you that the capital that you have raised, and it's an enormous amount of capital that you've raised, because what SIDBI has committed is 9,500 crores, and you have gone and raised nearly 56,000 crores more. So is that more from the domestic or more from foreign owners is really the first question. And I think increasingly with the sort of advent of better fund management. So, everyone learns as you move along. So today when a fund manager goes to an HNI in India or a family office, you probably have a much higher traction because you can talk about a track record that you've already got. And therefore the money comes a little more easily. So I would think that what is a trickle might turn into a flood when it comes to the domestic. And as far as foreign is concerned, I think it's really India risk or country risk which becomes the most important thing for them. And I think we certainly are hoping that that has reduced over the last few years. But with regard to what government itself has done, I mean, if you were to look at it, what government really did was put 10,000 crores in the market without having a surplus. So it's not even a sovereign fund. Sovereign funds simply get made from budgetary surpluses, but government just actually put the most risky capital into the market. And I think thanks to all of you and the sort of work that we've done at SIDBI, we've managed to grow something into a very, very strong industry. So I suspect that now with the next couple of announcements that have happened in this budget of 1 lakh crores for innovation, 50,000 crores for deep tech research and defense-based research, we'll probably end up having another 1,000 AIFs. You said some number just now. So, we probably have double the number of AIFs very soon, and those many more great companies getting formed. So I think we are really at a cusp. I wouldn't be surprised if so many of you have just, come back to India and said, this is the place to be in the next 10 years. Because, that's the way growth is really, looking at, we're looking at that sort of growth.
Just closing remarks from you, sir.
Yeah, so I'll just take a small thread from what Mr. Raman said also, is that as a regulator, IVCA is committed to creating an ecosystem which will ensure that there is credibility as far as the investors are concerned, as well as the issuers and funds are also concerned. So I believe towards that, it requires a lot of dialogue, and dialogue with the requisite parties and also with the government, which we have been continuously undertaking. Though we are taking just baby steps because we are technically just 2 years old in terms of regulations and creation of the ecosystem, I believe with a lot of interest that has been shown in the IFSC, in the space, and I believe a lot of value is being seen by the, as I said, our biggest success so far has been the fund management space, which means that a lot of international capital or international debt which is finding its way into the IFSC is actually seeing value. So it is important that, and one other important thing is that a regulator should always exude optimism. And if on that front, I can say that we are pretty optimistic, and the only way to go is up. So I believe that is something which is going to happen in this space.
No, thank you so much. I know that this time given to us is too short to cover the areas of discussions we have, but thank you so much for really your time and really appreciate all your comments.
Thank you.
And what a positive way to end it. The only way to go is up. Thank you so very much, gentlemen. Please, can we have on stage Mr. Manish Khetrapal, Managing Partner at Waterbridge Ventures, to present our esteemed panelists with a small token of our appreciation, the certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for them. Lots of insights as always, talking about the potential for VCPE growth, Gift City, and how that really has the potential to become a global financial destination, and of course, the MSME ecosystem and going green. All right, thank you so much for those wonderful insights. Time to move on then, and with the government focus on infrastructure, which has quite literally left no stone unturned, we recognize the importance of infrastructure as a national agenda. We've seen bold policy measures and major development in very critical sectors such as power, roads, and railway. But despite the kind of commendable progress that has been made, the enormity of the task lies ahead, with 80% of the envisioned India in 2030 yet to be built, signifying immense opportunity for the private sector. Now joining in to talk about the India infrastructure investments, learnings, experiences, and outlook, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome on stage Ami Momaya, Director Infrastructure at KKR, Amar Mirani, CIO Real Estate 361 Asset, Kashilya Misra, Senior Investment Officer Private Equity, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank or AIIB, Neha Saraf, the Executive Director, Morgan Stanley Infrastructure Partners, Sri Kumar Chatra, the Managing Director, Infrastructure Funds, Edelweiss Alternatives, and moderating this discussion today is Rajesh Samson, subject matter expert. Over to you.
Thank you, guys. Good afternoon. Thanks for being here. We have this awesome responsibility today to handle the graveyard shift. Spare a thought for us. So my name is Rajesh, and I'm a partner with Deloitte. We are the infrastructure guys. And I've got to tell you something about people who work in infrastructure, investments, sales, purchases, capital raise, whatever. We are a very insular bunch of people. We believe that you're not part of the infrastructure clique unless you worked in this space for a long, long time since the inception of the space. And we think there's a moat around us. So that's just to get us started. So, in this sector, which I think, my view is that this space has advanced like crazy over the last 25, 27 years. It has progressed, the change in the segment has been enormous. So my first experience in the space was in 1998. Yes, remember the moat. In looking at perhaps the first appraisal for a toll road project in my career. In fact, I think Amar was representing the borrower. I was the lender, hereinafter referred to as God. And in those days, the most sophisticated issue that we could possibly think of, of figuring out whether our money was going to go south, was, those truckers on the road. Are they going to break down toll gates and break down barriers and bash up the toll attendants to avoid paying a 20 rupee toll? That was it. And we have come a long, long, long way because I mean, those sort of concerns have been left far behind. I mean, I'm from Delhi, so we still have people, breaking down toll gates and bashing up toll attendants, but it's not for a 20 rupee toll. Today, this sector has a lot of sophistication around it. I think that we are actually a very, very advanced financial market in infrastructure. We have a very deep project finance market. We have very interesting concepts like infrastructure investment trusts. We have green bonds and all kinds of stuff. I work for clients, who come to me and say that they're astounded when they see, for example, in India, the framework for direct sale of green power to industries, because they say it is the most advanced framework that they've seen, anywhere in Asia. So that's the sort of backdrop that we have. And I want to actually start by asking Shri, who's also a person who I think is broadly as old as I am. In spite of all of this, here's my bet, Shri. If I were to go around this, on this stage and take a poll, yeah, and ask, where have you seen the bulk of your activity over the last 15 years, yeah? Here's my guess. They'll probably tell us two things. 80% highways and power, and 80% central government interface, and not the states. And I have a terribly deep question for you. Why?
Yeah, thanks, Rajesh. Very difficult question. I'll try best to answer based on what I have seen in the industry. At the risk of sounding like I'm oversimplifying, I think there are two reasons, and third is a consequence. It is clarity, capacity, confidence. And this explains why the private investment is more concentrated, as you said, 80-20 federal state, or 80-20 transport, renewables, transmission, and not in so many other sectors, despite the fact that the sector was opened up for reforms from the late 90s. We have a 24-year track record in the country. So what I mean by clarity is clarity contractual frameworks, clarity in risk allocation, clarity in dispute resolution and settlement regulations. That is one big aspect. Second is capacity, where there are regulatory bodies or regulatory institutions that have been set up by a statute, or who are empowered, who have a credibility in themselves, and who have the capacity to absorb the complexities of contract, because PPP is ultimately a contract between private sector and the government sector. So where there is a capacity to comprehend and administer. And third is therefore, resulting from the first two is confidence. So wherever there has been greater clarity and greater capacity that has been built institutionally, we have seen more investments flow. So my answer to that is, this is the reason why the clarity has been, where the clarity was imparted. So it is roads, renewables, transmission. Bulk of the investments have gone in core infrastructure into these areas. Now the question is, why has it not happened in the other sectors? At least we have a partial answer that where it has happened, private sector has certainly seen a difference in the, seen it attractive to go in and achieve risk-adjusted, better risk-adjusted returns. So I hope I've answered the question.
No, thank you, Shri. And by the way, I should have mentioned that Shri is managing director at Edelweiss Infrastructure, has invested in and manages a bunch of investments in infra concessions, so he should know. Okay, so right across the stage. So Ami, who has also, I think, witnessed a lot of evolution of the sector, although my understanding is she's perhaps not as old as she and I. That's what I learned today. So Ami is a director with KKR. And Ami, tell me, over the last maybe 15 odd years or so, what do you see as the change from an investor's perspective in how you view the market? And honestly, what did you look for 15 years back? What do you look for today? Just useful to understand.
Sure. Thanks, Rajesh. If you look at the infrastructure market in the late 2000s, you had the PPP construct in place. You had a lot of assets that were under construction, but there were no scale platforms really. Everything was under construction. Investors were expected to underwrite development risk. And to be fair, I think everyone was learning. The EPC contractors were learning to be developers. They had not done that before. Regulators were learning to understand what's the best framework here. And investors were just investors. There was no bifurcation between private equity investors or infrastructure investors. India was perceived as a growth market, which it still is, but there was perhaps underappreciation of risk. I feel like over the last 10 years, investors are just more sophisticated in thinking. It's infrastructure as an asset class that has evolved globally, and that learning has been transferred to India as well. And investors know what is the risk they'd like to take versus the risks they would rather stay away from. So I think the market has significantly evolved. Even on the developer side, you see a new bunch of developers, you see better governance, you see better asset quality. So I do think just overall the markets come together, and there are plenty of operational assets that investors can invest into today as well.
So, and just to understand, I mean, you're reflecting the views of global LPs. You're talking about people around the world. Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. And India is not a market you can ignore anymore. It probably runs the world's largest PPP programs. You have contracts that are tested, that have stood the test in courts as well. So I think overall the market is fairly conducive, and it's just a reflection of all of that coming together.
So Amar manages real assets is I guess what we call it at 361, and I find this very interesting because Amar, you actually play in a slightly different segment because you actually manage a lot of domestic money, which is interesting, and it's interesting to see that come into the country. I do want to talk about that come into the sector. I do want to talk about that, for a minute. But given the fact that we've had a ton of history in what I call the 40% of the market, which is on the highway space, right? What would your tips be for my stubborn trucker who 25 years back refused to pay a 20 rupee toll? How have you seen that trucker evolve over the last 25 years?
Absolutely. There's a sea change in the way the sector is viewed, not just by investors, but also by developers, by contractors, and the regulators. 25 years back was the country's first BOT toll road financing where I was associated with that time. One of the issues you mentioned was the ability to pay the tolls, and on a consistent basis, not just the truckers, but even the residents of the localities, even 50, 100 kilometers away would shy away from paying tolls. And all of that was also very, very prevalent. But apart from that, we have seen a sea change in the regime and the master concession agreements now. For example, the entire variable period concession agreement depending on the traffic and the returns, basically to give comfort to the users and to the concessionaires, didn't exist that time. Now it's very much prevalent, and it gives a lot of comfort. Second big area is the ability of lenders, for example, which wasn't there earlier, to take over the asset and step into the shoes of the concessionaire and to run the toll for the remaining period, which also wasn't there. So lenders at that time effectively were lending unsecured because road is a road. You can't take it and replace it or change it somewhere. So that was effectively the kind of lending that happened in the late 90s and early 2000s. The other big change, sea change, is the entire ETC and FASTag, which didn't exist then. So if the toll was 25, 30 rupees, perhaps 20%, 25% would have gone into the O&M contractor or whatever, and the local people who would manage it, and that was a business by itself. There was, in fact, businesses which thrived based on O&M contracts and O&M managing of toll booths. So that business, thankfully, is out of business today. Apart from that, a lot of other changes in the way the entire financing and the ability of finance to be raised on long-term basis, both from offshore and onshore capital. The appreciation of inflation as a pass-through, which didn't exist again in the very early contracts, which now is a standard, which is WPI, 40% of that plus 3%. Now it's all given and set, but all this didn't exist. So point I'm trying to make is roads is perhaps the only sector which enjoys a lot of this, inflation pass-through, electronic tolling, diversity of the entire user base. And like Shri mentioned, which was very good, clarity, confidence, and the entire scale. that has given a lot of impetus to this sector. A lot more can be done, I'm sure, from here, but this sector has really taken off in a very big way. Nowhere did we think of this about 20, 25 years back, that we'll be sitting and talking such great things and such great developments that have taken place in the road sector.
There's actually one place where that trucker of mine has still won, which is on the Delhi Noida, on the DND, because those tolls were taken off. So Neha is an executive director with Morgan Stanley Infra Partners, and I have a theory, and I feel that I've been right for at least 2 decades. If you go through the conventional literature and all the announcements and all the stories, right? The headline story always is Indian infrastructure, trillions and gazillions of dollars, and the numbers start scrolling off the screen, and you think like, wow, to fund Indian infrastructure, basically, BlackRock would have to relocate to India, right? And here's the funny thing: in practice, I've never found that to be true. The actual bankable portion, addressable portion of the market for investors is a fraction of the trillions that you see scrolling off your screen, right? In fact, it's been my experience, you build an asset, the investors will come. It's actually been the other way around. Yeah, it's actually been the other way around. You build an asset that's bankable, the investors will come. So I feel that a lot of investors have actually been looking to reinvent themselves in what is actually a very crowded market with a lot of money sloshing around. Yeah, and Neha, would you like to talk about this? Because I know that the way that you guys are looking at the sector is maybe a little different from the way we understand concession financing.
Yeah. Thanks, Rajesh. So you rightly mentioned, I think infrastructure as a sector has seen a lot of investments, a lot of capital flowing in. But if you, as has already been mentioned by the panelists here, if you were to dissect those investments, it will largely be, or predominantly be, in 2 or 3 sectors max. You have the roads, highways, renewables, power. That would probably constitute the bulk of investing, private investing in infrastructure. But an economy like India, there are many other segments of infrastructure that also need to scale and are actually quite vibrant in addition to roads, renewables, and power. So if we look at logistics, if we look at the massive waste infrastructure or the waste problem that needs to be solved for, or the other social infrastructure sectors, those also require similar amount of investment. But why have the former sectors of renewables and roads attracted so much capital? It's because of regulatory tailwinds, the concession structures, the monetization avenues have actually advanced in these sectors. But there is one aspect which maybe government or PPP concessions cannot really address, and that's the entrepreneurial activity which is happening in India at a very vibrant scale. And if I were to just sort of draw an analogy between infrastructure investing and private equity investing, in private equity investing we have funds across different segments, starting from seed to venture capital, to growth stage, to late stage private equity investors. And there is enough depth in each segment in classic private equity, whether that's tech investing, consumer investing, so on and so forth. I think that similar depth is at this stage probably still evolving in infrastructure investing. We have a lot of large funds, big pools of capital that are investing in the infrastructure space in India. And hence, a lot of investment is happening in segments where the risk has been addressed by the various concession changes, PPP agreements, or the intermediaries like SECI, et cetera, who've come in to reduce the risk. But there's still need for capital at the growth stage in sectors where these elements are not present. But there is still a lot of entrepreneurial activity happening. So I think that segment within infra needs to deepen. It's a segment that as a fund, we've been targeting. The growth stage, the growth stage capital is what we're focusing on within infrastructure. And investing in sectors which are both in core as well as allied infra. And our philosophy has been to invest in these sectors at an inflection point and manufacture assets for larger funds to invest in.
And just out of curiosity, in this segment, with whom do you compete? It's more generalist investors? It's more early stage investors?
I would say growth stage investors, but not really who call themselves an infrastructure investors. It's a mix of both private equity investors, growth stage investors with whom we are so-called competing.
Okay. So there's a guy on stage who I realize, after spending the last couple of hours with him, is highly sought in this forum because I think one of the hats he wears is also as an LP, right? So Kishle is with the AIIB, and that's I think and I think your orientation will be maybe a little bit different from many of the people on this panel. I always felt that the multilaterals played a huge role in the sector when it was evolving. I mean, I know it's still evolving, but when it was really nascent. The first guys to invest in renewable energy platforms when they were hardly platforms, it was the multilaterals. The first guys to lend to transmission projects when nobody knew what a transmission TSA looked like, it was the multilaterals. I'm just curious though, in 2024, right? How do you see the relevance for yourself? And I do appreciate that many people are actually not that aware of the AIIB mandate in India and your presence. But it'd be really interesting to understand what's your perspective, and I'm going to put it very crudely. Why do companies come to you?
Do I need to reply that? Sure. So first of all, thanks IVCA, thanks Rajesh. Good to be here in Mumbai, and I think for a change, which is very perceptible, we are talking about opportunities and less on challenges, which is much ahead, forward-looking. So compliments to all of us in this room to have that ecosystem which is forward-looking. So yeah, you asked me, so let me introduce very briefly about AIIB. AIIB is a new multilateral institution with 109 sovereigns with a pooled capital of 100 billion to support sustainable infrastructure in emerging Asias. What we have done is we have made 50 billion commitments in 40 countries over the last 8 years of since our inception. Why they come to us, I think I'll let Neha and Shyam talk about it because we were the anchor LP in there. So I think from AIB's vantage point as a multilateral institution, the most important thing is crowding in and mobilizing capital. So that's a given because if we are coming along, then that's a very big testimony of things because of our international standards and likewise, which are policies, which I not talk much about it, which is a white elephant, which people say too much to talk about. But the most important thing is mobilizing capital from a multilateral institution where we come from. Second important thing is ESG. I think ESG has been on the periphery for long. I think ESG has come center stage, but has ESG institutionalized in investment decision? Has it gone down and become institutional? Are people seeing it as a business? So what we bring on the table is the global best practices and adapting it to the national requirements and making these institutions more sustainable. Because sustainable infrastructure, one thing is to create infrastructure and how do we make sustainable infrastructure. So that's the two important things which drive us. One last thing on India overall, I think from a investor which does LP allocation, does co-investment, is doing direct now. I think, and from a very comparative emerging market sense, we see three challenges, which I just want to lay out with all the good things, and again in a forward-looking thing. One is the currency devaluation. I think the currency has remained strong for some time, but our macros are more stronger, again, in a forward-looking currency devaluation. Second is timing of exits. So generally, we are so much in investing mode that we are perpetually investing and not thinking about harvesting and exits. So from the cap which we wear as an investor, you have to invest, harvest, and exit. That perpetual exit mode is something which can't remain, and India has to still catch up on getting that. The point you are entering, a clear exit plan should be on the table. And the third is, it's good that India is getting deep in some markets, but the sustainable competitive advantage is also eroding. So how do we ensure that the market is either big enough that the sustainable competitive advantage remains for there? So I'll take a pause here, and I hope now you will come to or help get some investors to AIB.
Yeah, the jury's out on that. Okay, I'm going to run an experiment. Let's see if our audience is awake. We have 2 minutes to raise questions. Any hardy person who wishes to ask a question of this panel, not me, I'm just the subject matter expert, one of these guys. Please go ahead.
What regulatory change, not arbitrage, would you guys like to see to ensure that this country gets another 10x of what it got in the last couple of years in terms of capital that does the true significant and sustainable competitive advantage point that was made by the last speaker? Thank you.
Can I take it first? Yeah. Lots to be done, but I want to pick two. One, on a regulatory side, is to replicate what everybody here unanimously feels. Whatever PPP formats have succeeded so far in whatever sectors, that is energy, transmission, or roads, we don't need to reinvent the wheel, just replicate it in other sectors. We can replicate the similar formats in water, wastewater, or other areas. So there is no rocket science. Replicate, but replicate it with regulations and capacity building so that it can ultimately attract the investment. So that's one part on what can be done. And we don't need to think a lot, just replicate it. The second is exactly what Kishlaya mentioned and Neha also referred to, is exits. We need to have much greater force of the regulations and force of policy to speed up the recycling of capital. Because as long as we are all in an investing mode, everybody sees the large market in India in infrastructure, and the investing opportunity is unmistakable. I don't share Rajesh's pessimism. I'm actually an optimist that we are in the sector at an inflection point. I mean,
So am I.
So there is immense opportunity to invest. We need to give so much more clarity and speed to recycling. I think Amar represents that pool of capital, which is, there is a strong domestic market, public provident fund market or domestic pension market, which is very, very forthcoming now to look at listed alternatives such as investment trusts or other such formats. So there is a very growing market which is positioned well to capitalize on the recycling opportunity. But the ease of exit approvals, the whole process of regulations and approvals where projects get entangled, claims, disputes, a lot of the assets just don't see the exit path. So we just need to focus, in my view, my two top picks will be replicate the success of the PPPs into other sectors. It is highly doable in my view. And second is significantly give the thrust and accelerate on exits so that there is clarity, as Kishlaya mentioned, size of the opportunity, investing, asset management, exit.
Yeah. I'll just add to a bit on that, Kuldeep. So taking the successes of roads and renewables, yes, we have reached far more than what we had thought, but from here onwards for the next 10 years, and if you look at the NMP numbers, I think 26% of 6 lakh crores is to come from roads. But given that the way it's happening in the road sector or renewable sector, let's take roads for a moment, there needs to be clarity and a kind of a blueprint that's made available, at least for the next 3 years, as to which roads and what kind of privatization, whether it is BOT, TOT, HAM, EPC. So there needs to be some degree of predictability and clarity that needs to come out from the government, which would enable far better planning from both global and domestic investors to look at various options and various risk-taking mechanisms. Once that is there, can better and far bigger capital come into this sector, much more than what it is. And obviously, from an exit point of view, I completely agree with Sri that while there have been, if you look at InvITs today, 22, 23 InvITs, half of them I think are roads, but still in terms of whether there is enough and more liquidity in the InvITs, whether the regulations provide for that, whether they are just listed instruments without liquidity, and therefore is the yield compression and the price discovery actually happening as it's intended to be. These are questions that I'm sure investors, regulator, and the developer or the platform operator would at some point get the answers, but the sooner the better.
So you're saying market making in that last point?
Second point, yes. I'm sure it's happening, and I'll come to a bit on that as we go along.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You are certified. You're officially certified as being awake. A couple of things I just want to pick on, and maybe Amar, we can actually, since you're in flow, maybe we can come to you on that. This whole point about domestic sources of capital now being channelized into the equity side, not the debt side, the equity side of infrastructure concessions. Clearly, that's something that you guys are doing. Would really like to hear a little bit about how it has been so far.
Oh, absolutely. It's a amazing source of capital. Just started to tap that source. And let me just step back for a moment, not just for infrastructure or real assets, but if you look at the journey over the last 10 years, let's say 2012, 13, the domestic component of which is institutional, retail, mutual funds, all of that put together in the overall equity market in the country was about 25% of all the listed stocks. Today it's 36, 37%, 10 years. So that's the overall listed space in the country. If you look at AIFs, we heard this morning, Mr. Anant Narayan. So what he mentioned was that out of 4 lakh or 4.5 lakh crore which has been deployed, about 65% is domestic. All sectors, AIFs. If we look at InvITs and REITs, which is coming to this sector, if you look at, and let's look at a division between private and public. So if you look at public InvITs and REITs, which are all public, about 65% or 66% of the capital is domestic. I'm talking about non-sponsor. Non-sponsor, 65% is domestic in the public InvITs and REITs, and 35% is offshore. In the privately listed ones, it's the reverse. Foreign capital is about 62%, and domestic is about 38%. So that's it shows a very clear trend that the entire domestic capital is making its presence felt, more in the public listed, in the public traded InvITs and REITs, and gradually also increasing in the private InvITs. So for example, in the last few InvITs that we have seen in the market, and we regularly look at these InvITs from an investment point of view from our funds, about 25 to 30% of these InvITs have been subscribed to by wealth managers or UHNIs and family offices and so on. This number was much lower about 18 months back. So within these 18 months, we are seeing a sharp increase, possibly because this capital has become more discerning, more evolved, has also seen the experiences over the last 2 to 3 years or 2 to 5 years in the InvIT and REIT space, and is willing to take that kind of, willing to experiment with this kind of avenues of deployment, which are yield-based and with a definite upside based on inflation, and not linked to the equity multiples in the stock markets, because that's again a different space that they have an avenue to deploy into, but that obviously that is subject to those valuation multiples that exist in the market today. So this is kind of a diversification for them, kind of ability to deploy into areas that are needed, of course, by the country, and also into very good asset quality run by very good sponsors like the best pension funds, the best global funds, the best Indian houses, and so on. So there is a lot of potential and a lot of money that's coming in, not just from domestic UHNIs and family offices, but also from domestic institutions, which are just warming up now, be it the pension funds, provident funds, and the life insurance companies. So there's a lot of capital that has come in and a lot more that will come in the next 2 to 3 years based on the success that we've seen. Had this initial round not been as gratifying for the investors so far, possibly the sentiment may have been dampened. But given that the sponsor quality, the asset quality, and the instruments and the regulations around it have been pretty conducive and favorable, I expect this capital to only increase in the next 2 to 3 years, significantly more from today.
No, thanks, Amar. Sorry, Ami, Amar has tried to steal a lot of your thunder, but you are front and center of the Infrastructure Investments Trust story in India, right? Where do you see this going? And also, you know, I must tell you, by the way, I was very happy because I pointed out a fact that didn't strike Ami earlier today, which is that even in the InvIT story, if you look at the bulk of the ones that have happened, right, they happen to be in highways. Yeah. So interesting. So again, why, how, when?
Very interesting observation. I think the first differentiation is sector versus size. The largest InvIT in the country is actually not in roads. If you aggregate all the roads InvITs put together, they're still smaller than the fiber InvIT that happens to be in this country, right? So the way to think about it is in terms of assets under management, and fiber is probably 45 to 50%, roads is probably at 30-odd%, then you have transmission with 10%, and then you have renewables, warehousing, schools, etc., that sit in a very, very small basket. So there is just so much legacy to roads in India because it started first, very, very fragmented ownership, investor ownership. So every time you think of a developer or an investor monetizing, an InvIT is a perfect story. Can this be replicated with renewables? The answer is yes. I mean, there were arguments saying this is a decreasing EBITDA line in renewables because you have degradation each year. Is this InvITable or not? We've proven it is. There's another InvIT that recently was launched in renewables. But I think the other classic debate that happens with InvITs is yield versus growth. The question is, if someone's willing to pay you a multiple on the pipeline, is it better to basically keep it in a company structure and grow and enjoy that equity upside versus converting an asset into an yield story where you're just transferring assets to pull cash flow? So I think there is an answer which is different for different situations, different developers. So I think every situation that you'll see will be different. But if it's a long-term yielding instrument or contracted cash flow, there is a good case to be made that it is InvITable. But honestly, there is no barrier in terms of sector, et cetera, in our minds at least, when it comes to a product being InvITable.
Yeah, thank you. Kishne, I'm really sorry, but since you're a visitor to our shores, I'm really tempted to put you on the spot again, right? Climate,
Still not convinced.
climate, energy transition, sustainability.
The bell rings. As soon as you say climate, the bell rings.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay. Yeah. What does this mean? And tell us a little bit about how this actually benefits the companies that you invest in. Really keen to hear that.
Yeah. So I think on a serious note, while we are talking about infrastructure, I didn't heard the word sustainable infrastructure much. So I think the way forward is having a sustainable infrastructure, and climate story is a part of it. It's no more a story, as I say, it's a story. The point is these climate risks are so embedded in the infrastructure asset class that first it has to be seen as a business risk, business continuity risk, and from there on it becomes a most institutional way of seeing climate mitigation, adaptation, or resilience. So from a multilateral institution, After the Paris Agreement in 2015, all the multilaterals agreed that from this last year onwards, all our investments will be Paris aligned. What basically means any infrastructure asset to be Paris aligned, that there's a clear path of climate mitigation, adaptation, and resilience built in the design of the asset until the exit of the asset. So, and this is something which can't be done in a piecemeal basis. This has to be very institutional, it has to be strategic, and there is a business risk element. And as a multilateral, our role is to go to our stakeholders and talk about this, that see it from this lens.
Thanks very much. So we're getting the nasty looks that suggest that we're out of time. So thank you so much. Thank you so much to the panel. Thank you, everybody. And I just have one last thing to say. Actually, contrary to what Sri believes, I actually am not pessimistic about this space in India. Because there's an interesting thing, and there's a lot of, I think, misunderstanding about where we stand actually on the global scale. Because if you actually talk to, there's this general impression that risk mitigation in India is difficult, our contracts don't measure up, stuff like that, right? That is not true. That is not true. If you take a typical concession agreement for a typical asset in India, it is actually world class. It has gone through 25 years of development. Risk sharing is extremely good right now. It's really more a question of implementation. And I do think that we'll see a lot more of that over the next 25 years. Thank you all.
Yes, apologies for that. I am the time Nazi and I am supposed to keep you guys under check when it comes to timing. But thank you all so much. That was truly insightful. And before we proceed, I want to just tell everyone in the audience that we do have a very special guest who will be joining us in just a short while. We have Mr. Rajesh Kumar Singh. He's the Secretary, DPIIT, and he will be with us shortly. But in the meantime, let's invite on stage Lavanya Ashok. She's partner at Trifecta Cap to hand out certificates to all of our panelists today. And I just want to remind everyone that on behalf of every speaker that joins us, IVCA makes a contribution to the Parinam Foundation, and this contribution supports the Diksha Financial Literacy Program, which is aimed at empowering low-income women through financial education. So this is an initiative that mirrors the commitment to fostering economic empowerment and stability, clearly reflecting the spirit of the alternative investment sector. Thank you all for that. I would now like to invite on stage Leelavati Naidu of IC Universal Legal. She will be introducing our next panel for the evening.
Thank you, Yvonne. Good evening, everyone. It's always nice to hear the perspectives from the policymakers. We today have a very important guest with us. Just to give a perspective to what we are going to speak today, it's been over a decade since the time Make in India concept was coined, and India has seen a surge of entrepreneurship, with India being the third largest economy in terms of startups, and DPIIT having recognized over 1 lakh of startups in and around 23-24. To discuss more about how we support the startup system and how DPIIT has played a very important role, we have today with us Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh, IAS, Secretary, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh is an IAS officer of 1989 batch from Kerala cadre. He has assumed the charge of DPIIT in April 2023. Prior to this, he was serving as Secretary, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying. He has held very important positions in the union government and state government. Please welcome on board Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh. Accompanied with him, we have Mr. Kunal Bell, who is a co-founder, Titan Capital and Snapdeal. Mr. Kunal Bell is a technology entrepreneur and investor. He is a co-founder of Titan Capital, through which he has invested more than 250 startups over 12 years. He is a co-founder of Snapdeal, one of the most leading e-commerce platforms. Moderating the session, we have with us Mr. Saurav Majmudar. He is editor, Business Today. He has over 3 decades of experience. He is the editor of Business Today, India's leading financial magazine. Please give a big round of applause to the panelists now.
Good evening. It's always a daunting task to talk about startups and the startup ecosystem when you have these two gentlemen on my right. Mr. Singh, of course, is brilliantly guiding India's startup ecosystem as Secretary DPIIT, and Kunal, whom I know for a while now, has been in 2 different roles, of course, as the founder of Snapdeal, which is a vibrant e-commerce ecosystem, and also as a venture capitalist and investor. So thank you, gentlemen, for being on this panel. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Thank you, Kunal. In the background of what we are seeing in terms of the government proactively taking steps to ensure that startups are taken care of, startups know what they are doing, and the government is fully behind them. We've had, in fact, yesterday a very interesting meeting with the finance minister herself and top executive officials of the government and the fintech industry, for instance, talking about the way forward, and if there are any doubts, any clarifications, etc., they're always ready to help. So I'll start off with you, Mr. Singh. What exactly do you think is the way the government is looking at taking the startup ecosystem forward? I mean, you have now 117,000 and more registered DPIIT startups. India is the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world now, and we are talking about Viksit Bharat dream. So to start off with, what is the government's agenda going forward of how they can take startups to the next level?
Well, to start with, what DPIIT, of course, is very proud of its role in helping this startup ecosystem, which was just 300 strong in 2016. Now it's 117,000, the 3rd largest in the world, as you mentioned. DPIIT, of course, has played a sort of minor role in it. Many of you present here, and most of all the innovators in our country have played the major role. We've tried to sort of encourage this ecosystems and facilitate it through a combination of, schemes for funding, like the fund of funds and the seed fund scheme. We've tried to sort of create enabling environment in areas like IPR, where we've kept, kept the compliance burden low when it comes to startups applying for patents. We've tried to sort of create a special runway in government procurement for startups. We've also tried to encourage states to sort of compete with each other in building up an enabling environment for startups by creating a statewide, ranking system. We've also tried to sort of ensure that wherever startups feel that they have some specific issue when it comes to taxation, for example, whether it is the angel tax or the ESOPs or whatever, or any other such pain point, we've always tried as a DPIIT, which is its role really, to sort of take up such issues with the finance ministry to enable some level of resolution. And to end with the meeting yesterday with the fintech startup community in particular, I thought it was a very constructive, very useful meeting. There's been some sort of turmoil in that space, and I thought the finance minister did a great job in reassuring that particular segment of our startup ecosystem that the government One wants to ensure that regulatory clarity is there by doing monthly VC through the RBI with the startup ecosystem of that segment. We've also assured them, for example, that, when it comes to patents, we are ensuring that the turnaround time is expedited. Basic, simple compliance burden issues, including KYC and whether that process can be digitized and simplified, will also be looked at closely. So those are some of the things that we sort of, the finance minister took instant decisions on. And we hope this will go a long way in reassuring this group of startups that the government is with them and is listening to them.
Yes, and that's a very important proactive step, Mr. Singh. Before I come to Kunal, I wanted to have a supplementary question asked to you, which is, you know, today, earlier there was this whole talk about valuations. But today, the startups are what I call performicons, because now from unicorns, it's now coming to performicons, where performances, profitability, the path to profitability has become very, very critical. And there is also the path to the public markets. Now the private markets and the public markets are dramatically different. How do you see the startup ecosystem grow as it approaches the public markets, which of course means many, many more investors than they have at the moment?
Well, obviously, so far the startup participants have largely used venture capital from abroad for funding. The government would prefer that they start using other avenues, including the offshore sort of financing framework that we've set up in Gift City. In terms of other elements of that, of ensuring access to public funds through IPOs, etc., I think liberalization in that area is also coming. So I would say that you'll probably see some good movement there in the coming, hopefully right after elections.
Oh, that's an important sort of sneak peek you're giving us here, that you mean to say there will be a little more, opening up of the avenues by which the startups can raise the capital from the public markets. Coming to you, Kunal, I mean, what the Secretary said was very heartening. When you started off, Startup India and all these things were not really the buzzword. But today, you have 117,000 registered startups, and there would be many more. How do you see the evolution having taken place, and where do you see the road ahead in terms of the Indian startup system?
Yes. Thank you, and thanks for having me. So, look, this is sort of India's golden era now. I was telling Sir earlier as we were walking in, that when I started about 17 years ago, there was nothing known as a startup. It was either a business which you mostly inherited from your father or your parents, or you did a job. This third thing of starting something as a 23-year-old just was a phenomenon that didn't exist. So imagine how far our country has come from, in 2007 we had 5 million internet users to now close to 1 billion. And that arc has been truly fascinating of the development of the e-commerce and the broader digital and startup ecosystem. The future is incredibly bright for a few reasons. Firstly, to reiterate what Sir mentioned, the support that the government has given. From 350 start IIT to now 117,000, just in a span of 8-9 years, is truly incredible. And at least my view is that the number is probably underreported by a large number, largely because some have not registered or companies like ours have outgrown the qualification now. Secondly, the GDP growth is so dramatic going forward in terms of absolute addition to GDP that's going to happen. If we are going to add $3.5 trillion of GDP in the next 6-7 years, that's going to be incredible amount of growth that the startups will also enjoy across the country. And then the domestic capital ecosystem, which was absolutely absent in India until a few years ago, why despite the acute startup funding winter that exists in the West, why were we not impacted as much? We were impacted, mostly at the growth stages, but we were not impacted as much because over the last few years, the rails of the domestic capital ecosystem were laid down, driven largely and significantly by the fund of funds that was mentioned by Sir earlier. where 140 fund managers, domestic fund managers, were seeded by the SIDBI Fund of Funds. And now that money is in circulation because now that money will come back, so more fund managers can be seeded in the future. No large global startup ecosystem was built without the bedrock of domestic capital. That's why Europe doesn't have a startup ecosystem. Many other countries don't. That's why America has one, and that's why China has one, and that's why India has one. The other very important aspect, which we tend to now forget because it is so invisible to all of us, is the incredible amount of digitization that has happened in our country. You know, oftentimes people keep saying that, I met some investors, global investors recently, and they said, look, India is always a country that has a lot of potential, but then you guys do something that makes you, we feel you're moving forward, and then you take 5 steps back. So why is it going to be different this time? And the reason I feel it's going to be different this time is because of technology. The permeation of technology across the country has never been witnessed to this degree till now. So whether it's the entire India stack, whether it's the internet connectivity, all of those are contributing to the growth of the startup ecosystem. And finally, I would say talent. Right? We have 1.4 crore college graduates every year. But we have only 1 lakh startups registered today. There's a big delta between the number of graduates we are creating versus the number of startups we have. Now, I don't believe that all of them will become startup founders, but many of them will and should. Or many of them will go work for startups also going forward. So there's a confluence of reasons, this constellation of reasons are coming together finally for our country, which will really push this startup ecosystem to greater heights.
Mr. Singh, Kunal mentioned the digitization and the digital ecosystem, which is powering a lot of these startups. And I would think a critical aspect of this is the digital stack, the UPI, on which a lot of innovation is happening. Where do you see that taking place, and what is the government's role from here on the digital ecosystem part of it?
So this government has invested heavily, almost in an unparalleled scale, both in physical infrastructure, in the roads and bridges and rail that you see all around you, including in Mumbai, and also in digital infrastructure. The payment system, the digital stack is something you've mentioned. But there are other elements there which are perhaps sometimes lost sight of. These include, for example, the GST network, the GSTN, which is finally converting India into a single national market. And that, we also have similar digital platforms in logistics, for example, called, for example, the Unified Logistics Interface Platform, ULIP, and the Logistics Data Bank, LDB, all of which provide, give access to the private sector and provide them with the opportunity to build good use cases out of that data to improve their efficiency. So, of course, the most important and the most sort of well-known example is UPI and our payment system. 46% of the world's real-time digital transactions now taking place in India. That's a huge number. But there are other areas which are going to follow. Another area which is directly related to DPIIT is in the area of e-commerce, where we are supporting the Open Network for Digital Commerce, which is trying to democratize the e-commerce the setup in the country by creating a non-platform centric open network where buyer and seller apps can sort of interface with full visibility for the consumer and provide access to small and medium businesses across the country. So that's one, a few of the sort of major initiatives in the digital infrastructure space that the government has done. One other one, which is right now entirely public, but which might give access to the private sector as well later, is the PM Gati Shakti, which is a very large geospatial platform that is really meant to create a proactive planning infrastructure for the country so that multimodal connectivity is planned for upfront, ex ante rather than ex post. That's another area which is really, it is really being heavily used by our infrastructure ministries. And in future, perhaps we can even, provide some access or some kind of sanitized access to the private sector as well to use that geospatial infrastructure for doing their infrastructure works as well. So those are some of the sort of critical areas where I see DPI going. I mean, to end, I would say that India is probably one of the few countries in the world where the public sector has really set up the digital infrastructure and created access and enabled the private sector to leverage it to sort of build their business models as well. So this is pretty unique to India. I think it's something to be proud of, and I'm sure it won't be just UPI in the future. There'll be many more similar examples as well.
Mr. Singh, you mentioned ONDC, which again powers a lot of the MSMEs and the smaller entrepreneurs across the country. Do you see that? I mean, it's been now about 2 years since we've been talking about ONDC. How do you see that scaling up? And in that context, what is the kind of financial inclusion, and I must also add gender inclusion, which you see the startup ecosystem fostering going forward?
Okay, so ONDC has taken a while to sort of really get traction. But in the last 1 year, it is sort of, I think there were a few thousand transactions in January last year. It's up to about 6 lakh transactions a month now. And both in the mobility and the retail space, it's almost 50-50. Initially, it was mostly the mobility space. Now it's almost equal number of transactions are taking place in the retail space as well. So it's really picking up, and we hope it will sort of really try to help in democratizing the e-commerce space, which for some reason tends to create duopolies in many of its segments. We have hopes that it is going to sort of enable our small players, the small artisans, the MSMEs, to really start accessing initially the national and ultimately the international markets as well. It is playing a major role in inclusion through its, the fact that, and I mean, another example of that is, for example, taxi drivers in Bangalore, in Kochi, using the ONDP mobile app, the Namma app for transacting with their passengers, for providing services with much less of commission being charged from them. That is another area which is really showing traction. Initially, it was Bangalore and Cochin. Now I think we have 7 other districts, 7 other cities which are getting the benefit of this particular app. So we hope this is really going to take off in a big way, just as UPI did.
Kunal, I mentioned earlier that you have a dual role in that sense in the ecosystem. You have been a founder of Snapdeal and now a venture capitalist and an investor as well. As an investor, if you put on your investor hat right now, what are the key trends which you are witnessing, particularly with Gen AI and AI and ML trends coming forward? What are the trends you see in terms of the startup ecosystem? What is attractive to you? Since we are in a IVCA Conclave, it's interesting to hear from you. What are the areas of interest?
I think the question to ask is not what is interesting, but what is not interesting. Because given where we are in the country and the trajectory, this real S-curve that we are headed on as a nation, everything is interesting for now. And it's more about understanding the macros are great. Overall, anything, you take any sector, even the ones that are not in vogue right now, within those sectors also there are opportunities to find great companies, create great businesses. For investors, especially early stage investors like us, we focus more on the micros rather than the macros, because the macros in general are secularly great in India. But in general, any kind of business that, one of the kinds of businesses that we are seeing more emerge, more so now, are the ones that are making traditional industries more efficient. And whether it is through software, whether it is through process innovations, et cetera, et cetera. And that is going to catapult many of these startups into the league of, not startups, but essentially lasting, enduring businesses, more traditional businesses or traditional industries that are technology enabled. And we are seeing that already in companies like Off Business, in the B2B space. We are seeing that in the logistics space. We are seeing that in the fintech space, where a lot of companies are making lending a lot easier, a lot more cost effective. etc., etc. So there is a secular tech enablement of pretty much every industry in the country, and almost no industry is untouched. And it's important for us to also zoom out and reflect on the fact that from AD 1 to AD 1700, India was a top 2 GDP country in the world. For many of those centuries, we were actually number 1. After 350 years, we are going to be a top 3 GDP country in the world. And not in our children's lifetimes or grandchildren's lifetime, it's actually in our lifetime. That's why it's such an incredible opportunity to be investing and obviously building and then investing in India. And that is pervasive across sectors. I don't think we should single out sectors which are not good or good. It's pervasive across sectors. The tailwinds are pervasive across sectors. It's more now up to the founders, up to the operators to find great opportunities, find great solutions, and build great businesses.
One aspect at Business Today we have been very focused on is women-led growth, women-led entrepreneurship. The Prime Minister himself has said it should not just be growth, but women-led growth. What are you looking at in terms of the startups? Because there seems to be still some way to go in terms of women-focused startups or startups by women for women. What is your thought on that?
I think the point is absolutely important and critical, especially given we have, such a large nation with so many talented women who obviously are equally or more capable of building great businesses. That said, what we need is actually role models. I have my role models who came before us, and I took inspiration from them to build my business. Similarly, I feel women need their role models. They could be men, but they likely will also need to be women. We have a growing team of, a growing set of women who are incredible founders, are building incredible business. I named Off Business, one of the founders of Off Business, Ruchi Kalra. It's an inspiring woman entrepreneur. And there are many, many such examples. Same with the financial services space, right? Like we had the same challenge in the venture capital space. There weren't enough role models, but now there are. So I feel while obviously we have to make sure that we provide equal opportunities to everyone, but as we see more role models emerge, it is a foregone conclusion in my mind that we will have a large cohort and growing cohort of successful female founders also in our country.
Mr. Singh, we are at the end of time for this session, but some closing comments as, India being the fastest growing major economy, the startup ecosystem thriving despite a few hiccups here and there, which of course the government is mindful of, like you said. What are your closing thoughts as, in terms of the way forward for the Indian startup ecosystem?
So let me just touch upon a couple of issues that you raised. Women-led startups, inclusion. The data that we have shows that 43% of the startups that we recognize do have at least one woman on their board of directors, which shows some sort of involvement and perhaps leadership as well in our startup ecosystem. Also, in terms of what are the areas where, as Kunal said, the opportunities are everywhere, but I, as a part of government, would like to see startups succeed in areas where we've struggled to add value, particularly tech enablement in areas like agriculture. We have a lot of agri-tech startups. I wish we could really have, successful agri-tech startups creating great value for our farmers. Similarly, in the area of energy transition and climate tech, I think there are opportunities in using the abundant and wasteful usage currently of our agriculture and bio residues. That there's a huge opportunity there of adding some value, converting them into renewable energy and other value-added products. Those are the areas which are, those are problems which really impact and create positive externalities for the economy. And I would love to see unicorns emerge in some of those spaces out of the startup ecosystem. More broadly, DPIIT's role here is to promote all types of startups, and our only objective is to see our startup founders achieve their dreams, and through their dreams hopefully India will achieve its dreams as well of becoming a developed nation in the next 25 years, as our Honorable Prime Minister has envisaged. Thank you.
We could go on and on this topic with these two gentlemen, but we're running out of time. Thank you very much, Mr. Singh and Kunal, for this wonderful and enlightening session. Thank you. Thank you.
And we'd love to hear you all as well continue. But thank you so very much for taking the time out and joining in with all of those expert views. In fact, to hand out the certificate, I would like to invite Vikram Gupta of IVCA Ventures, please, to give out the certificate of appreciation. Good to know that the startup ecosystem is nothing but thriving, and thank you all so very much for giving us those expert insights. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get a move on then, and we aim to analyze the art of crafting effective exit strategies amidst the hurdles, offering strategic insights for managing expectations and accelerating returns in this dynamic environment is our next panel. Accelerating returns, designing effective exit strategies, and managing expectations. This clearly takes a strategic stance at a time when we're seeing challenges impacting liquidity and fundraising, sluggish capital markets hindering IPOs, and geopolitical tensions. Join me in welcoming our next panel on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Divya Sehgal, Partner True North, Srinath S., Chief Executive Officer, Oman India Joint Investment Fund. We also have Saurabh Chatterjee, Director, Chris Capital. Shivani Bhasin Sachdev, Founder and CEO, India Alternate Investment Advisors. Sambhav Ranka, who is a Senior Partner at IC Universal Legal. Narendra Rathi, Investment Director at SoftBank Investment Advisors. And moderating this discussion is Vivek Soni, Partner and Private Equity Leader, EY India. Ashley Menes is as well on the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our panelists.
Good evening, everyone. This is Vivek, and this is a stellar lineup we have here for the exits panel. I will not get into introducing all our panelists in the interest of time. We are anyway running delayed, and I have IVCA telling me that we need to make sure we do justice to the time that is allotted to us. And I will dive straight into the question and the context. So the context is as follows. 2023 has been a good year for private equity venture capital exits. It's been the second best year ever. You know, it's almost $25 billion of exits we've had. And the standout performer in terms of the segment of exits has been the role that the capital markets, the Indian capital markets have played in providing an avenue for exit for private equity and venture capital investors. So we'll touch upon some of those themes as we go along into the discussion. There is a lot of data in the report that me and my team have written in the private equity trend book. You're welcome to take a copy of it from our kiosk on your phones. All right, so coming on to the questions, I will start off first with Shivani. Shivani, you just come off raising your second fund successfully. Congratulations on that. You've got a stellar investor like IFC on board. And during this time, fundraising has been tough. DPI has become amongst the most important ratios that investors look at. and you had some exits that happened in this year, in the latter part of last year. Can you just explain it to us on how that helped you get to the DPI requirements, your interactions with LPs? Because there are a lot of GPs who are on the fundraising trail, right? So if you can share some of your experience in the context of the exits that you managed to craft, it'll be great.
Absolutely. Thanks, Vivek, and great to be here. So absolutely, during fundraise, DPI is the key area of focus for many LPs. And you can keep talking about how your asset is very exitable, almost there, about to be exited. But the minute you return cash to investors, it's like a whole different ballgame, okay? Now, I'll just give you a little bit of a nuance there. I mean, we are mid-market investors. So what that means is that a lot of our companies have gone through the product market fit challenge, but are yet not perhaps very stable and mature, right? So what does that mean? That means that we have to think 10 times harder about exit, because unlike a VC, we can't say that, we're going to go for that next markup and the markup after it, and then potentially after that we'll have an exit. We're also not a late stage fund where we can say we are heavily reliant on capital markets. So everything that we look at has to be with the lens of both strategic and financial. So you talked about some of my exits, Vivek, so I'll mention a couple of examples just to talk about, what we're saying here. So one of the exits that we had in Fund 1 was in a company called Enamor. When we invested, that company was about 50 crores of top line. And when we exited, it was about 200 crores of top line, roughly. And what the company managed to do in this time was to build a very formidable brand in the women's lingerie space. We eventually sold to Advent, who bought it to merge in with their men's innerwear company. So classic strategic sale. You have a men's innerwear company which is established, which wants a product extension. This is complementary, and they thought the brand was very differentiated. But let's say that we did not have a strategic exit. Lingerie as a segment is very, very interesting from a financial investor's perspective also, because of the metrics, the repeatability, the high sort of, cash flow lens with which once the business hits a certain scale, the kind of returns that you get. So it was both attractive from a strategic as well as a financial lens. So what you look for may be different, but when we invest, we have to keep both lenses in mind. Sybil was another example. Sybil, of course, massive flywheel, huge opportunity for growth. A decade before, there was something like 1 million credit applications per month, a decade before COVID. After that, it became 1 million credit applications per day, right? And here's a company that's building a very strong moat, great flywheel. So, which would make a lot of sense for a financial investor. In fact, when we sold a part of it from our Fund 1, we did to a sovereign who bought it from a compounding perspective. But equally, if the company were to go public, I think that would be interesting. So the nuance I'm trying to bring here is that oftentimes you can have an asset which may be attractive from a strategic exit perspective as well as a financial. They're not necessarily mutually exclusive, Vivek.
Thanks so much for that, Shivani. My next question is to Divya Sehgal of True North. Divya, 2023 has been very busy year for exits for True North, and kudos to you and your team for achieving all of those. You had the entire spectrum, strategic with Niva Bupa and Kim's Quality Care. You also had open market / IPO exits with Home First Finance, Fed Bank Financial Services. The question for you is that the deepening capital markets have made it possible, right, for private equity investors to sell large holdings at minimal discount, which if you go back 2.5, 3 years, it wasn't really the case. With this development and the fact that the public markets continue to reward companies with higher multiples than, say, private markets, do you see going forward doing an IPO and then using the open market exit opportunity becoming a more preferred exit option for buyout firms? Or it's more a situation that is now but could very well not be the case later on? Your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Vivek. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You know, if you were to first just quickly zoom out, Vivek, we've done 64 investments, 47 exits over 25 years, right? And within that, perhaps we've done 25 buyouts in those 64 investments. Till 5 years ago, nearly all of our buyout exits were strategic sales. Because I do not think, I mean, and I'm just calling it full sales, whether to another private equity or a strategic Indian or foreign business group. At that point of time, to your point, the capital markets were not sort of ready. I think over the past 5 to 6 years, that has changed. Many things have changed, right? So if you look at last 12 months, like you said, we've had 5 exits actually, $1 billion, 1.2 billion nearly. 3 have been sort of controlled sales, 1 IPO, and another one where we sold down a listed company quite materially. What really enabled some of this, I would say 2 or 3 facts. Fact 1, that yes, capital markets have deepened. Although I will say the deepening is a lot more at the mid-cap and large-cap end. Second, I would say the general deregulation that has happened. For example, in insurance, now 74% stake is allowed for international insurers, and foreign shareholding can go up, which was a big factor for us to be able to sell to Bupa, our controlling shareholding in Niva Bupa. So that was a material factor. Third, I would also say that the regulatory certainty in some spaces has materially increased. So the kind of timeline that we've announced a few months ago, what I would say is perhaps a first good bank merger between AU and FinCare. It's not happened for the last 10 years. That's why I'm saying first in the last decade. And the kind of timeline some of these things are taking, because for private equity, as you know, time is an enemy, is becoming more deterministic. So I think those things are absolutely there. The parts which are still work in progress, I would say, whether you look at, especially in financial services, when you're looking to exit control via a public listing, it's a fairly slow and steady process. And most people would take 3 to 4 years post-listing, if not longer. A lot of public market investors are still getting used to the fact that promoters would sell, and that's specific to FS, especially if there is no surviving promoter in the company. A lot of commercial banks, which may be lenders to NBFCs, are still in the process of getting used to it. So I would say that it is still not fully established that a control deal can be sold easily enough via an IPO route. Although there are, without doubt, a set of examples that have happened. 5 years ago, it was not even an option. Today, it is an option.
Understood. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, so actually, I'll just add a minority investor perspective to it, right? And a lot of our global folks actually used to ask a lot of these questions on these lines, right? What's very interesting is effectively, like there are, if you zoom out further and take a big picture view, actually there are a lot of like good things about our market. One thing is effectively, look, people used to ask us that, okay, there are no large outcomes in India. That used to be a big concern for a lot of global private equity firms. Today, if you look at it, there are 90 companies which are listed with 10 billion plus market cap. In 2010, that number used to be closer to maybe 25. And even as early as like maybe 2019, this number used to be less than 40. So yes, there is a factor of the market, but also the fact that, value creation has happened for the first time has given a lot of people a lot of comfort around broadening. So that is one. Second question was effectively, okay, FIIs will sell and market will crash. It will be trapped because of no liquidity. That has been again proven wrong in 22 because you've got these 2 billion of SIP flows coming in every now and then, every month, and that provides a baseline support for our market. That has led to a lot of maturity within the market, and hence, like market has become more risk-taking in some sense. So if you look back over the last few years, before that, the notion used to be, okay, only traditionalish promoter-led company can list in India. Today, it is a lot more like, okay, a new age tech company can list in India. like actually majority of the capital is held by PE VC firms there, but actually they can list good companies will trade at good valuations, and there is no overhang of, say, majority holding being outside the promoters. Then if you look at, for example, REITs, InvITs, again, those are products which have come because of the broadening of the capital markets. So those are very good things. And then, of course, like you have seen a lot of exits. Again, large exits are happening. There are billion-dollar blocks which have happened. People are able to sell 25% of companies in a day. Max Healthcare, Coforge, those sort of deals are happening at less than 5% discount. So that has given a lot of comfort to people on a broader base that effectively this can happen.
Thanks, Narendra. Clearly, the standout hero of the exit story in India this year has been the capital markets and the effect it has had. Actually, my next question was to you, Narendra. Narendra's from SoftBank. This year you've had a lot of exits across your listed startup universe, Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Delivery, 197, and Brainbees. Almost 1.3, 1.4 billion. Last year was similar-ish. So last 2 years, good outcomes from a exit point of view. As the lone VC on this panel, my question to you is that, see, our understanding is your hold periods obviously are a lot longer than, say, some of your peers on this panel. And during this entire time, you're working with these founders. Many of them are rock stars in their own right in terms of what they've created. And what's the SoftBank way of working with these companies through their evolution, getting them to a listing? If you can just give some light on that, that'll be great. How do you guide them? How do you work with them? How much they listen to you? How much they don't listen to you? What goes behind the scenes?
Yeah, I think it's probably a matter of stage where we come in, right? Like if you think about it, we come in into a company when it's, say, 3 to 5 years from IPO. Right? So like any other private equity firm, and probably everyone will have similar journeys. At that point in time, early stage investors have helped the company find, call it product market fit, help hire the right people, etc. Those sort of things are sorted. Then when we come in, the key questions for people are what? Okay, we want to to profitability, so our destiny is in our hands. Maybe we want to diversify, add business lines so that we create value beyond what we can see today. It could be adding new business lines, it could be adding new geographies, etc. Maybe add scale via M&A. So these are things we have seen in a lot of our companies. And if you look at a lot of our public companies also, you'll see this flavor has played out in some of them, right? Some good, some bad. But overall, people have achieved this. And this is something we have seen time and again, and we are able to help them. And we tend to be more analytical, just like any other private equity firms, because of the stage we come in at, and we are able to help more. Then from a business perspective, there are tactical issues, right? Like, for example, 2020, it was more like, okay, how are people handling lockdowns? We could actually introduce companies to our Chinese portfolio companies who can tell them how they are handling COVID, supply chain disruption. Then in 2022, for instance, okay, the so-called funding winter came, how to handle this and maybe reduce burn while maintaining growth was another question. That is something we could help people achieve. Then the third question was, okay, 2023, there's this AI wave. What is actually happening in the world of AI? So we took a lot of our companies to Silicon Valley to meet some of the top AI companies in the world and understand what's happening in AI, for instance. So these will be more tactical from a business perspective. Beyond business, what happens is effectively as they approach the IPO decision, the way the company operates becomes a little different, right? Because they've got to meet quarterly targets, because there's a public market investor sitting whose book will be marked on a day-to-day basis. And they have no patience to listen to your long-term story beyond a point. They are interested in PAT and not only a story. So that's a mindset shift every company goes through, right? So that is why we actually encourage a lot of our companies to meet public market investors via conferences we'll organize. We actually meet them in person, get their feedback on what our company should do. A little bit of knowledge gap needs to be bridged between how they perceive things, and they need to understand how these founders are building their companies, right? So that is a lot of work for us. And then there is a governance angle to it, which is, call it, say, having audit committees in place, independent board members from companies, from listed companies, for example, people who have seen how capital market work, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the ballpark journey for us. Some they listen to us on, some they don't.
So
that
not
I'm
too
not going to get
dissimilar
into.
from any large growth capital investor, right?
Yes,
Not-
that
not-
is quite similar
very
actually.
similar.
Just that given we are tech focused, we tend to do like say for example this tech related AI tour will be there, or say tech companies listing, there'll be some specific focus from our side. Beyond that actually it's quite similar.
Okay, great, thanks. So Srinath, my next question is to you. You've had some very good exits in the last 18, 20 months, Capital SFB, Senco Gold, Digi Talk Transfer, and all of them have been through some capital markets action. Now, obviously, you know, as a minority growth investor, aligning yourself with the promoter of the business all the way through from your entry point till actually having an IPO, there are a lot of sensitivities that I guess one has to navigate in addition to, you know, sharing with them what you can in terms of trying to achieve a good outcome. Can you share with us through your long career, how have you seen the Indian promoter set evolve, especially on this, on the side of, you know, the arrangements that they enter into with growth capital investors and seeing them through?
I think there are two questions you're asking me. What do we do when we invest so that we increase the certainty of an IPO event happening? I think the easiest answer is the company has to perform, right? Whether it's IPO or it's a strategic exit or exit to financial investors to perform. So I just want to take 2-3 examples of what we did when we invested. If we take, for example, Digi Talk Transfer Systems, which had a spectacular listing and we are sitting on a 6x gain right now. When we invested, it was making transmission systems for four-wheel drives, for ICE engines. When we did a detailed commercial diligence, since we wanted to know what is the order book of the OEMs through whom they are supplying, we said, look, by the time you list, this was 2018, when you list in 2023, at least 10 to 15% of your portfolio has to be for EV vehicles. Otherwise, you're facing a market which has diminishing returns. Credit to the promoter, he took our advice seriously. He's developed EV gearbox. Now, all the Tata vehicles in India, Mahindra EV will have their EV gearbox. They are the dominant player in four-wheel drive transmission systems as well. No Thar can work without it, right? So we, from day one, we've been trying to look at what the company can bring to the capital market or to an investor, which they will find attractive. So that's the starting point. I take another example, Senco Gold, which has been a spectacular return for us. We took 18 months to invest. Actually, I said no to the promoter after a long time because we found the company was not hedging. And the jewelry industry also had a lot of big flame outs like Nirav Modi, etc. So there was a lot of concern among everyone whether we are doing the right thing to back a jewelry business. And they were not hedging. So we said, unless you hedge, it's not interesting for us. And we took them to a lot of hedging experts, be it MCX, be it other jewelers, etc. And before we invested, 80% of the gold was hedged. So when we went to the market, of course, the pricing was also good. It has had a spectacular run. Similarly, Stanley, when we invested, there were 16 stores. Now there are 60 stores. We said, you're in super luxury, but you need to bring it to premium segment as well. So it took us 2 years to convince him, credit again to promoter, but he's launched another brand called Sofas and More, which is premium brand, not the super luxury, which increase the reach of the product. And we are in roadshows right now. So to increase the certainty of the exits, you need to have the company to do well and be well entrenched for investors to like. The second thing you asked me was, how has it changed over a period of time? How are promoters looking at their obligation? I think we've been lucky out of the 4 IPOs that are 3 done and the 4th one happening now. It's definitely credit to the promoter. They've been very aware of what they've signed because all PE growth investors have an agreement which is regular, standard. You have drag clauses, you have IPO, exit waterfall, all that. But I think the intent of the promoter to do what he's written, be it a delay by a year or so because of market condition, that's very important. We definitely lucked out there where each promoter, even though none of our companies needed money, they were cash rich, no debt, they kept their obligation to do the IPO. And we've handheld all of them to do that. So I think that has changed. You get 1 or 2 oddballs here or there, but we have to handle it. That's par on course for investing.
Excellent. May the Good run, continue. My next question is to Ashley from Chris Capital. Ashley, you've had, one large exit this year with Mankind. As a fund house, Chris Capital has had a very checkered record, right? Fantastic record for exits. You've done strategic sales, you guys have done secondary, now capital markets. And so maybe can you help the audience understand a bit, when you're looking at prepping a company for an exit, say between a secondary sale or a strategic or a capital markets exit, how do you work differently with the portfolio company management, when you target, say, option 1 or option 2? Maybe at times you had to go with both options, seeing what is the better outcome. So if you can shed some light on behind the scenes working there, I think it'll be very helpful for our audience.
Thanks, So, I just say, I'd echo what I think Shivani, you said, Srinath, you said as well. I think the journey for an exit starts 4 weeks before you make the investment, at least. Right? So you got to start thinking about what's the potential exit. Theoretically, there are those 3-4 options, but what's the realistic outcome? Right? And you need to have a conversation with the promoter if it's a minority or management. And you need to sort of start thinking about it from day one. So just to give you an example, there's a small SaaS company that we just invested in December. We had the first audit committee last night. We were talking about that, right? Saying that how do you get to that roadmap in 4 years, 5 years, right? What's the potential exit? The things that Narendra, you talked about, right? In terms of just beefing up the board, just practices, governance, things like related party transactions, all of that. There's a lot of cleaning up that needs to happen. And entrepreneurs are used to running their businesses in a particular way because that makes sense. But I think it's important for you to be able to dawn onto them that to get to the next level, there's a series of things that needs to happen. So there's a whole bunch of activities that need to happen. As Srinath said, I think nothing will get you an exit other than performance. Right? You may do everything right. You may have the best board. You may have everything. The company doesn't perform. You ain't going to get a good exit, right? Because that's the ultimate thing. But there are ways to spruce it up, right? So for example, how do you think about M&A, right? And I think you can make smart acquisitions to be able to showcase the story a lot more. So whether it's a complementary acquisition, like Shivani talked about, whether it is something that's expanding your overall horizon of products that you offer, whether it's simple, EBITDA arbitrage, you're able to go get deeper into the market, buy cheap, and be able to, tell a bigger story. But I think you got to have that game plan day one, and so that's something that you need to start thinking. I think, as you reach the stage of an exit, I think that's when you need to hone it down a little more. And especially if you are going public, so in a minority situation, we've been in many situations where we've been 3%, 7%, 10% investors. But I think part of the reason why they brought us on is like to say, can you guys help us think through an IPO? Right? And I think we've been through that. So, like Divya was saying, I think, they've done a number of exits. We've done 75 exits, right, over the last 25 years. We've done 15 IPOs. So we know what goes there, right? And it starts 2 years before. So if you're talking about an IPO, the work starts 2 years before. A lot of companies don't have a full-fledged, proper CFO, right? So just getting the right person on board, working on internal processes, working with the best set of auditors, strengthening your team, as I said, doing the M&A, doing the acquisitions on the side. I think a lot of that work goes in T-2. And then you can talk about, hiring bankers, etc. That's literally the last conversation that you need to have. Similarly, even in a strategic, just again, do you have a proper management team in place? What's the process in terms of, are they going to roll over? Are they not going to roll over? What's the interest in taking it forward? How are you going to be aligned in terms of, is this going to be a partial exit or not? You want to target both strategics and financial investors, but each has a different mindset. So for example, there are companies where we've exited 100% to a financial sponsor, but we weren't, and we learned it a little late, that we would have liked to roll over a piece there, right? I think with a financial sponsor buying out, you can still roll over a piece. But if there was a strategic buyer there, you will be crowded out. So you got to think about that as well, saying that, look, I own, call it 90% of the company, and I want to sell only 60% because I believe in the story from a long-term perspective. Is there a way to structure it? So I think you need to think through that. And again, the whole process of, going through the bankers, going through, just your own diligence. I do not, I cannot emphasize this more. I think all firms, no matter how well they're run, need to go through a proper diligence process. Because, you want to go do that yourself to be able to identify areas that you need to work on versus it being pointed out in roadshows and meetings. So I think, just that level of preparedness is extremely important. And so that's where we would come in and sort of play the role, showing the mirror to some extent to the entrepreneur, saying, look, this is what needs to get done, and let us be the tough. And we've done dummy conversations where we ask the tough questions. So prepping them, a lot of that work goes in the background for doing that. But yeah, it's as I said, the journey starts T-4 weeks before the investment.
Understood. So you heard it. Crafting the right exit, accelerating returns, multi-dimensional, complex, a lot of boxes to be ticked, start well in time, well before you make the investment. Point well noted, Ashley. My next question is to Sambhav. With all these exits that have happened, capital markets, or for that matter, strategic sales, which have seen a big dip in 23 vis-a-vis earlier, and or even secondary exits, right? In your experience, what are the burning issues that come up and you've helped your clients navigate through them, either when they're looking at a capital markets exit or a private trade?
Well, maybe, good question. I think so. A lot of burning issues out there, but maybe to start with, as a lawyer, I can say to get the best lawyer on your side. I think so to start with. But look, I think so. As far as capital markets and open market and for that matter IPOs are concerned, as we are seeing a kind of rally what we have, and it's still continuing, and a huge amount of IPOs happening. So good positions out there. In terms of IPOs, I think so. The big point which comes to my mind is in the reference of the lock-in that is required for a promoter, right? Now, the ICDR regulations are there where we talk about that minimum lock-in of 20% which is required for a promoter when it comes to an IPO. But looking at how the dynamics of new age companies are there and hitting the markets, I think so they are very, very heavily funded, right, over a period of time, as we all know, and our friends in the room do that, where the promoter's holding goes much diluted, and they are perhaps down to even single digits, right? So now the question is, if you have an identified promoter in a company which is trying to hit the market, and you have to fill up the gap to the additional 20%, the regulations do provide that there are certain regulated entities, including AIFs as well, who can contribute to the extent of that gap that we're talking about. So say for an example, a promoter holding less than, let's say 10%, and you have to fill an additional 10% for the purposes of lock-in. Now, where AIFs or scheduled commercial banks or FVCIs can technically contribute towards that lock-in to meet the 20% requirement, I think so the concern comes in a scenario where, all these regulated entities, while they are there has been a recent SEBI committee report which also proposes that they want to increase this, contribution pool not only to these limited or regulated entities, but also to all the non-individual shareholders on the cap table, right? And which is as much as recent in the last month that the committee report is out there. I see there is an issue, and as well as there is a positive note around it. One is, of course, for the funds, it naturally helps because to that extent, they may not be out there at all times to only contribute to fill up that gap, right? Which means there is a likelihood for a larger pool of OFS component for the funds and exiting, therefore, as part of the IPO. But having said that, I think so the important point here which we should not miss out is the skin in the game, right? The whole idea of the promoter lock-in and the 20% requirement was not to have fly-by-night sort of, players out there to list and therefore exit, and therefore there should be a continued skin in the game. So there has to be some kind of a check on that if we are looking at companies where there are funds, for that matter, controlling a larger stake, and still, putting forward some of the other non-individual shareholders to contribute towards the lock-in, I think so we need to sort of put the dynamics right, and therefore the balance needs to be maintained for the purposes of lock-in. So that's one issue which comes in my mind on top when it comes to listed and capital markets and IPOs, where we need to sort of figure out some more clarity. The other in terms of, if you ask me, right, I mean, we have been doing, our shareholders agreement since almost all these couple of decades of our industry evolving. One clause which we have in all transactions out there is the drag along right? Which is naturally a safeguard for all our investors, which of course means that while company will have its process through to provide an exit to all the investors, naturally we have our limited fund life and there are issues around there as well. But having said that, the guardrail is that tomorrow if none of the exit options are possible, naturally there would want to be some kind of a rope be given to the investors, where eventually then they can take the control and try to sort of see how they can achieve their exit. So to that, I think so the only thing that I would say is, even if you try to see the last couple of decades, I think so there are no successful precedents out there where drags have actually successfully happened to the T, right? Now, there goes to my point, I think so one is, what is very important is how these clauses are worded. Because if the process which you have legislated, and then there are gaps within, absolutely that calls for issues around and therefore stalling the whole process, right? So for investors, I think so it's absolutely critical. While we are talking about the enforceability issue, it's as much important how you are structuring these clauses and therefore trying to make sure you walk the path. So that's one area as well for our fraternity where we need to sort of figure out how that can come up. And third, I would say, is in terms of, we are a little older than now a decade when it comes to the AIF regime, right? And a lot of our funds are reaching their fund life, periods getting over. And which means naturally we need to somewhere figure out as GPs how we achieve the exits, right? Now, there have been a lot of action in terms of SEBI and how they're proposing the liquidation schemes and so on and so forth. And one, of course, the option available is the in-specie distribution. Now, in-specie distribution itself has few nuances around it, right? While there may be a good asset, yes, you may not have a potential buyer or an exit on the table or out there, but then when it comes to in-specie distributions, right, there are a lot of other headaches also which are involved. Your cap table goes for a toss when it comes to the company, right? Because then you're talking about, instead of one institution, there may be multiple LPs which are coming on board as the cap table. Number two, I mean, anyways, to hit that path, you need to get a supermajority approval of the fund unit holders, right? Now, what if you have an LP which has a mandate, for example, which cannot even take the portfolio securities, right? And if, let's say, there is a substantial position by that LP, it means that to even get the supermajority approval to start with itself is a problem. So there are issues around there. Then, of course, if your LPs are naturally, if you're talking about non-residents, assigning securities to such non-resident LP holders of Indian companies may have their own sector related issues and restrictions, including the pricing guidelines as well. Because what you're talking about is an assignment for all purposes. And therefore, whenever the exit happens, you have to also look at it from the pricing guidelines point of view. So all these are exit issues which I think so all our friends are witnessing and facing, and these are really live and what we are also advising to a lot of our clients. But some of I've touched upon, from capital markets to the private exit modes as well, where some of these issues are really burning. Yep.
Great, thanks so much for sharing them. So we are on time. Do we have time for one more question? Or Rajat, come on, I'm putting you on the spot. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Divya, you wanted to say something? I saw you raise your hand or something.
The one topic we've not really addressed, I think it behoves us to at least speak on that. Given that we've discussed capital markets, I think there are two very big responsibilities all of us carry as financial sponsors when we take companies and list them. Point one is that the businesses which are taken and get listed sustain performance over years and decades. Because obviously any negative surprises out there, and there is a perception issue, I think, which our industry is dealing with on that topic, that the businesses should sustain even after the private equity or venture capital investor exits. And the second, I would say, is a responsible pricing of the public issue, right? That needs to be such that there is long-term value creation for all the incoming investors. So I'm just saying these are two hot button topics, no time today to discuss them, but at least worth mentioning that they need to be handled quite responsibly.
Can I add a point, I think?
Sure.
What Samba mentioned, that drag-along clauses are there to give us exits, but obviously very few drag-along have been exercised, if at all, right? So one way we thought of creating leverage is create an extra escrow account when we invest and ask the promoter to put some extra shares than what he has sold to us. So should it come to the point where we need to have those difficult discussions, we have the shares in escrow to create a bit of leverage. You can't get it every time, but some of the promoters have agreed. And it definitely works as a leverage and pressure on the promoter to perform and get the exits for us.
Excellent. Thanks. Thanks so much for that. I think now we are out of time.
I think we are, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, panelists. It's been great. I hope you enjoyed the conversation. Please feel free to reach out to them for follow-up questions once we exit the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for that, Vivek, emphasizing the importance of due diligence, financial sponsorship, and lots more. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage Amit Agarwal, President, Private Debt at Edelweiss Alternatives, to present to our panelists a small token of our appreciation, the certificates. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can proceed outside. We have a very quick 5-minute coffee break, and I say 5 because we've got lots lined up ahead. We have the award ceremony. We want to encourage you to enjoy the cocktails and dinner later on, so don't want to eat into that time. So just take a quick 5-minute coffee break, be right back in the auditorium, and take your seats.
want to know where you are. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? It's soon if I want to know where you are. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? The
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back to the auditorium. As we said, this is going to be just a 5-minute quick coffee break. So please make your way back. We've got some interesting panel discussions, and then, of course, later on in the evening, and we don't want to eat into that time, we've got the IVCA Conclave 2024 awards that will be presented. So do stay with us for that. If you could all make your way back into the auditorium, we will be starting just now. We have a great panel as well, which will be talking a little bit more about the Amrit Kal and inclusive economy. So do stay right back for that. If you could all make your way right back to the auditorium. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting. That was just a 5-minute breather to get a quick cup of coffee or tea and right back into the auditorium. Do take your seats. Yeah, maybe you can bring your tea and coffee along with you inside and take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get yourselves seated. Let's get right back in. We've got the award. We've got a report that we will be showcasing. We've got a panel discussion. We've got lots lined up. And if you guys don't come in, we cannot begin. This was supposed to be a 5-minute break, so let's request everyone, please, to take your seats. And let's resume the IVCA Conclave. All right. If I can request people to just make their way back in. I hope you've had your fill of coffee, tea, snacks, chat, everything, because we are kickstarting the function right up again. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Grant Thornton fourth wheel report announcement. And for that, I would like to invite on stage Vishal Agarwal, the partner leader, private equity group, deals and tax advisory at Grant Thornton Bharat, to please come on stage and present the award. Oh, sorry, the report. Over to you.
Hi, everyone. And sorry, just a correction there. We're not presenting a report today. But thanks a lot for this opportunity to be here. What I wanted to do was, I'm part of GT Bharat. And yes, it is called GT Bharat before it became fashionable to be called Bharat. But GT and IVC have had a long association and long partnership. And we've published a report in the past called The Fourth Wheel. And that partnership has been around for several years. But after a brief hiatus, we intend to hire up. So after a brief hiatus, we intend to relaunch that partnership. So just to give you a little bit of background, while some of you may know, I don't know if everybody does, but we at GT look at private equity or private capital as a fourth wheel, which is driving growth in the country. So, government being where it started, and MNCs, private entrepreneurship, and then private capital, which is now where, which is sort of the engine that drives some of our entrepreneurship at this point. And allocating risk capital to appropriate avenues. So what we intend to do is, as part of our initiative at the firm, we've got 6 pillars. You see some of that on the firm and on the slides, and private capital is one of them. And the report, we will launch a report which is expected sometime in April, and it will restart what we've been doing with IVCA for a while. And we hope that, it'll re-engineer or re-trigger or reinvigorate the kind of conversations that we hope to have, and, have some interesting analysis, have some interesting debates, and we'll also be attempting to curate some more content and conversations around it. But the point of today's conversation, and of course not to take away from the rest of the panels that we have going, was to just announce this, that you should look out for this. If you've not seen it before, then it'll make interesting reading. And yeah, that was about all from me.
Request you to stay on stage. We would like to present you with a small token of our appreciation. Padmanabh Sinha, ED and CIO at NIIF, please do come on stage and present a small token of our appreciation. Vishal, thank you for that. All right, let's get a move on then. All right. If we could have everyone please take their seats. It's a very interesting panel that's coming up next. Do remember in the union budget presented by the finance minister, the vision of Amrit Kal was announced, reflecting an empowered and inclusive economy, highlighting that the vision includes technology-driven, a knowledge-based economy with strong public finances and a robust financial
Hello. Hello.
All right. We are saving the best for last, and very soon we will be announcing the winners of the IVCA Alternate Capital Excellence Awards. It would be great, ladies and gentlemen, if you can take your seats. If you're outside, please come in. This is the last lap of a very power-packed 2 days of the IVCA Conclave, and I'm sure you've had a great experience here. Requesting all delegates, speakers, attendees to come inside and take your seats so that we can start the awards without further ado. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 7th edition of the IVCA Alternate Capital Excellence Awards 2024. This year, we are delighted to unveil an extended version of our award categories. This reflects our commitment to acknowledging the invaluable contributions of all stakeholders who have helped develop the private investment industry. With careful consideration and a dedication to inclusivity, we have introduced 2 new categories to recognize emerging trends and pivotal sectors within the investment landscape. Among these additions, we proudly present the Consistent Climate Champion Award, honoring those who have demonstrated exceptional dedication to sustainable investing practices. We also have the Excellence in Realms of Real Estate and Infrastructure Investment with the Best Overall Performance Awards, as well as we commend outstanding achievements in venture debt and private credit. The selection process for this year's awards was conducted with utmost rigor, as the esteemed jury encountered challenging decisions amidst a pool of exceptionally talented nominees. Following meticulous deliberation, we are glad to unveil the deserving winners across all 17 award categories. With great anticipation and excitement, let's move on to the first category of awards. We will be announcing first Private Equity Best Fundraising Performance of the Year. And to announce this award and the winner, may I call on stage Ms. Divya Sehgal, partner True North, to come up. Mr. Divya Sehgal is here. Please announce the winner, sir.
I know. So the best private equity fundraising performance of the year, ladies and gentlemen. India Resurgence Fund. So that's the winner, please.
So the jury says that it was a close call between India Resurgence Fund and Kotak Advisors, both of whom have raised a spectacular amount. Congratulations to India Resurgence Fund. And I believe Mrinal and Kshitij will be coming on stage to receive the award. Thank you and congratulations. Moving on to our next category, International Private Equity Best Exit Performance of the Year. And to announce this award, may I call on stage Mr. Padmanabh Paddy Sinha, Executive Director and Chief Investment Officer, Private Equity, NIIF.
The award goes to Warburg Pincus for the International Private Equity Best Exit Performance of the Year.
Warburg Pincus stands out with an impressive record of multiple exits and with a spectacular exit round, making it the leader in this category. Congratulations, we have Hemant Mundra and Swapnil Sinha accepting the award. Moving on to our next category, International Venture Capital Best Fundraising Performance of the Year. This is the award which recognizes the best performance in the fundraising category for international venture capital. And we have on stage, may I call, Madhur Singhal, Managing Partner and CEO, Praxis Global Alliance.
Hi, the award for the International VC, the Best Fundraising Performance of the Year, is Nexus Venture Partners.
Nexus and Matrix emerged as top contenders for the winning spot, both well known for their investments in the space. Ultimately, Nexus got the honors. Congratulations. We have KGS accepting the award. Bye. All right, thank you so much. Moving on to the next category for best fundraising for domestic venture capital. And to announce the award, may I please call on stage Mr. Ashley Menages, Vice Chair, IVCA, and Partner and CEO, Chris Capital, to come up on stage, please.
The award for the domestic VC Best Fundraising Performance of the Year is, we actually have two winners here. There's 314 and Epic Capital. Congratulations.
Both 314 Capital and Epic Capital raised the highest amount of capital among all the nominees in this category. Congratulations. We have on stage Nritya and Navjot accepting the award. Thank you and congratulations. Moving on to award number 5, Domestic Private Equity Best Exit Performance of the Year. And may I call on stage Mr. Gopal Srinivasan, Chairman and Managing Director, TVS Capital Funds, and Senior Board Member, IVCA, to announce the winner.
The winner for the Domestic Private Equity Best Exit Performance is True North.
True North and Chris Capital were close competitors in this category, showcasing remarkable performance. True North stood out with its successes in Niva Bupa and KMS Health India. Congratulations. We have Sri Krishna Dwaram and Divya Sehgal accepting the award. All right, next up, International Venture Capital Best Exit Performance of the Year. May I call on stage Mr. Kunal Behel, co-founder, Titan Capital and Snapdeal, to announce the winner.
Okay, and the award goes to my friends at Peak 15 Partners.
Peak 15 Partners stands out for managing multiple exits, the most in the category, and securing a spectacular exit amount. Congratulations. We have Rajan Anandan accepting the award. briskly moving along. Our next award is Domestic Venture Capital Best Exit Performance of the Year. And may I call on stage Mr. S. Srinivasan, Managing Director, Kotak Alternate Asset Managers, to come up on stage and announce the award winner. I think Mr. Srinivasan is not here. He is coming up and he's here. So, Mr. Srinivasan has joined us on stage and you'll be announcing the winner of Domestic Venture Capital Best Exit Performance of the Year.
I was not told I'm supposed to do this. I just came in. Congratulations to Elevation Capital.
Elevation Capital stands out for managing multiple exits, the most in this category, and securing an impressive exit amount. Congratulations. And we have Mr. Vaibhav Goyal accepting the award. All right. So the next award is in recognition of investors who are investing for the first time in the Indian ecosystem. New fund entry, outstanding achievement of the year. May I call on stage Mr. Vikram Desai, President, DSP Investment, to come up and announce the winner, please. Mr. Vikram Desai.
Thank you. And the award goes to Value Quest.
The jury says that this was a close one. All nominees were equally good, but ultimately ValueQuest has been declared the winner. Congratulations. We have Mr. Pushkar Johari accepting the award on behalf of ValueQuest. Thank you and congratulations. So the next category is an award which is in recognition of private credit fund investors who have been able to close the highest number of investments in 2023. To announce the winner, may I call on stage Mr. Sunil K. Goyal, MD of Your Nest.
Private credit, largest panel that we happened to listen to yesterday. Edelweiss Alternatives, congratulations to you.
Edelweiss Alternatives stands out with an impressive record of multiple investments and with spectacular investment amount. And Amit Agarwal is accepting this award. Amit, a question for you. You know, we've been hearing prolific fundraising news about Edelweiss. Could you share insights? Once you get the mic, please, if you can hand over the mic, can you share some insights from your fundraising journey and tell us here what factors you believe have contributed to your success?
No, I think it's the customer confidence, trust, which has helped us do this sort of fundraising. I think as Edelweiss Alternatives, we wish to be the most trusted and respected alternate asset advisors in India. And I think track record has also helped us deliver this. Our 2018 vintage funds are almost touching hurdle rates of return for all our clients. And our clients have reposed faith. To just give you a very broad number, last 2 years, we have raised almost 20,000 crores of capital across our private credit and real asset strategy. And I think it's a lot of responsibility. And actually, we take that with a lot of humbleness that they have reposed that phase with us. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations, Amit. We must clap for the winners, ladies and gentlemen. Let's expend some energy and then in the networking session you can gain some back. Moving on to our next award, Venture Debt Fund Best Overall Performance of the Year. The next award is in recognition of venture debt fund investors who have been able to make spectacular debt investments in the year 2023. May I call on stage Mr. Rajan Anandan, Managing Director, Peak 15 and Surge, to come up on stage and announce the winner, please.
Venture Debt Fund Best Overall Performance of the Year. Any guesses? Any guesses? Trifecta Capital. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Trifecta Capital.
I welcome the best dressed venture fund manager in the country. Let's give a big round of applause. Rahul Khanna.
Trifecta Capital and Stride Ventures competed closely in this category, with Trifecta emerging as the winner. We have Rahul Khanna accepting the award. All right. Our next award is Real Estate Fund Best Overall Performance of the Year, in recognition of real estate fund investors who have been able to make our favorite word this evening, spectacular investments in the year 2023. May I call on stage Ms. Sushma Kaushik, founding partner, 108 Capital, to announce the winner, please. I think Ms. Kaushik is not here, so may I call Ashley Managers back on stage, please, to announce the winner. Ashley.
And the winner for the Real Estate Fund Best Overall Performance is Kotak Alternate Asset Managers.
Kotak made brilliant number and amount of investments in real estate, followed by HDFC Capital, which also showed equally impressive investments. Congratulations to Kotak Alternate Asset Managers. Sonu Jalan is accepting the award. All right, we're winding down pretty fast towards the last leg of the awards as well. The next one is Infrastructure Fund Best Overall Performance of the Year. And may I call on stage Mr. Vivek Pandit, Senior Partner, McKinsey, to announce the winner, please.
Okay. Best Infra Fund of the Year, and the winner is KKR.
All right.
I think
KKR stands out with an impressive number
think it's
of
Hardik.
multiple investments and a brilliant amount, making it the leader in this category. Accepting the award on their behalf are Hardik Shah and Ami Momaya. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Well done.
All right, our next one is special. This award recognizes investors who have backed startups and companies catalyzing positive environmental impact last year. May I call on stage Ms. Padmaja Ruparel, co-founder, Indian Angel Network, to announce the winner, please. Also not there right now. May I please call Rochelle D'Souza on stage to please come and announce the winner.
So the Consistent Climate Impact Champion Award, that's the award, right?
Yeah.
And the winner is Avishkar Capital.
All right. All the nominees were equally good in this category as they strive to create a consistent and very much needed climate impact. Congratulations to Avishkar Capital. We have Shanchayan Chakraborty, who's accepting the award on behalf of Avishkar Capital. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next category is Consistent Social Impact Champion Award. Now, what does this award recognize? It is in recognition of investors who've backed startups across social impact sectors such as agriculture, healthcare, financial services, education, etc. And to announce that brilliant award, may I please call on stage Rochelle again. I should have probably asked you to stick around. Rochelle D'Souza, Managing Director, Lighthouse Funds, to also announce this. Thank you so much.
No worries, I'm getting in my steps. The Consistent Social Impact Champion Award goes to, any guesses? There's an award for that as well. Vivriti Asset Management.
Congratulations to Vivriti. We have Vineet Sukumar coming up on stage to accept this award. Thank you so much. Moving on to our next award category, this is in recognition of investors who've provided the strongest commitment to improve gender diversity in the investing ecosystem. The name of the award is Women Impact and Inclusion Award, and may I call on stage Ms. Nupur Garg, founder, WinPE, to announce the winner, please.
I was able to read that without my glasses. So, Women Impact and Inclusion Award goes to Ankur Capital.
Ankur Capital emerges as the leader of this category with 50% of its team comprising women. Congratulations. We have on stage Ms. Rima Subramanian coming up to accept the award. May I call on stage Ms. Ritu, please? There, Rima's here. There, she's come. Congratulations. Congratulations. We move on to the last two and probably the most important awards this evening. Our next one is in recognition of investors with the most valuable contribution to support the alternate investment funds ecosystem, the Exemplary Ecosystem Enabler Award. May I call on stage Shri S. Raman, CMD SIDBI, to announce the winner, please.
So it's my pleasure to announce the Exemplary Ecosystem Enabler Award, and the winner is Shri Arvind Gupta.
Well, Shri Arvind Gupta needs no introduction, but let's tell you a bit more about him. He brings over 30 years of diverse experience in leadership, policy, and entrepreneurship across Silicon Valley and India. As an Eisenhower Fellow for Innovation and a key figure in industry forums like NASSCOM, TIE, and iSpirit, he's at the forefront of shaping the tech landscape. With a focus on startups, fintech, and govtech, Arvind is driving impactful change in the digital realm. Congratulations, Mr. Gupta. All right, we come to our last and final award for the evening. This award is in recognition of an investor with an exemplary career in alternate capital investing. And to announce this award winner, may I call on stage Mr. Vivek Pandit, Senior Partner, McKinsey.
So this is the Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm happy to call this, he's a stalwart, a legend, a former president of IVCA, and a good friend, Sanjay Nair.
Well, unfortunately, Mr. Nair could not be here, but he has some amazing colleagues who are coming up and accepting the award on his behalf, Jayesh and Nikhil. Thank you for receiving this award. Well, Mr. Nair, of course, is a seasoned investor with over 38 years of experience in Indian financial markets. He spent 14 years as CEO of KKR India and later becoming senior advisor, previously leading Citigroup's Indian operations and holding key positions in global committees. Congratulations, sir. All right, so since Mr. Nair couldn't be here, but he sent a very warm message for everybody here at the IVCA Conclave. He would like to thank the jury and IVCA with whom he was associated many years and many decades ago, of course, all of you in the VC ecosystem as well, because it's the entire community of investors that make deals possible and build an investing business. He would love to acknowledge his most valuable stint starting KKR in India in 2009 and finally retiring last year. It was a massive team effort in what we built at KKR India, he said, but also it's like a firm like KKR and its partnership model, which helps in empowering teams in countries like India. Thank you again for the recognition of getting old and doing good. So congratulations, Mr. Nair. This was his message for all of you. That brings us to the end of the IVCA Alternate Capital Awards. May I call on stage Mr. Ashley Menages, partner and CEO, Chris Capital, and Vice Chair, IVCA, to give the closing remarks.
I know I stand between all of you and drinks, so I'm going to be short. I just have 30 slides here, so we'll be quick. Are we putting up? No, but seriously, there are slides. If only it works. You don't want slides? No. So look, I think, it's been a wonderful conference. I think we've had 800 people come in, and 100, investors that have come in from overseas. We've had 200 venture capital lists and 400 private equity firms, people attend. So it's a wonderful audience, I think the participation has been, oh yeah, we've got that up finally, has been exemplary. So amazing, thank you for that. I think more importantly, we've had, even from the government, we've had, a number of regulatory stakeholders come in. And so that was very inspiring, right? From SEBI to DPIIT to SIDBI, IFSC, everybody is here. So we're delighted to have that. In terms of speakers, we've had 17 hours of conversations, very insightful, 100-odd speakers, 13 panels, so some of you may have been a little bored, but I think most of them were interesting. And folks like Rajan really lifted the audience up in the discussions yesterday. I think it's just been wonderful to have some of those conversations. We just witnessed the awards where we've had 17 awards, with wonderful exemplary people again there. Most importantly, and we were surprised by this, IVCA Conclave has been trending yesterday and today on X. So along with Startup Mahakumbh, which is amazing effort there. Moving on to the next slide. What we also thought is, as we embark on the new term of the IVCA, sort of laid down some of the key principles that we're looking to get at. So one is, obviously, member engagement is number one, focusing both internally as well as externally. Internally, one of the things that we did last time was formation of sector councils to talk about specific issues that we thought required a lot of effort, a lot of focus, and the plan is to do more of that. Along with that, there's a whole bunch of things around webinars, knowledge sharing, educational initiatives. There have been tie-ups with a number of institutions, including folks like Ashoka University. So it's interesting stuff that's coming up. The big pillar has always been around advocacy and building the trust with the regulators, with the policymakers. We heard this morning from the whole-time member of SEBI how he believes that constant engagement with folks like IVCA is extremely important. And I think it's good to have an environment where the regulator is not writing regulations in isolation, industry is not separately talking about it. I think to have a common ground, to have a discussion, it's important to build that trust. And it's taken some time, but I think I think we're up there in terms of sort of building that trust there. Diversity, I think we work with WinP. Nupur's been doing a great job there. More importantly, I think the participation here has been again amazing. 35% of total registrations have been women, which is exemplary. Again, I was on the panel talking about diversity. It's clearly not representative of where the private equity industry is today, but it certainly should be a good benchmark for us to get there. I think so. It's important for each of us in our firms to sort of own and sponsor that. And then the long-term potential is how do we pave the path towards global fund management. I think we're looking at a number of initiatives. Again, how do you position India as the key destination for investors, working with the LPs. There's a global LP engagement. We did that with the MIC. It's heartening to note the number of LPs that came in, even for the IVCA conference today and yesterday. So it's wonderful. And then the self-regulation that I just talked about. And so with that, want to just thank each one of you for coming here, spending the time. Last but not the least, I just want to thank the team at IVCA. This is a fantastic, stupendous effort. I'd like to invite all of them up here to celebrate. Can the IVCA team please come to the stage? Rajat, the whole team, please. It's certainly well-deserved, superlative effort. And I'm sure hopefully you'll get some nice rest and enjoy. And they're doing their first offsite in Bangkok, Thailand. Yeah, first offsite, yeah. Congratulations, great job. Please join me in giving a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that, the bar is open.